I need my hands and arms dripped out, bro. I need my hands and forearms dripped.
With the blood of the enemies that I've slain in battle.
I'm getting into breeding cannabis. Cool. Yeah, with an acre, I could have like a little greenhouse and do a little personal grow. Yeah, dude.
And that'd be dope as fuck to do.
I would love to fly you out and shit, but the thing is like,
I'd love to have like a few acres for myself. That'd be pretty fucking dope. That'd be awesome.
And so it's like, for me, I want to come to you, man. I want you to be comfortable where you're at. I don't want you to have to fucking be totally disruptible or disrupted and shit. I'm already headed back east, so I'm thinking I'm probably going to hit Fresno to Pittsburgh, land with you, however long you think it's going to do to what I gave you, 2, 3, 4 days probably in the I don't know, maybe a couple days in the chair. With you, then head back east to the meetup, and then head back there where Amelia's family's at and visit them. You know, that's the fucking trip, man. That's the trifecta. I really
that sounds like a trip. That sounds like a fat long trip right there.
Bro. I was like, man, we should just do a Pittsburgh. I'll fly out. I don't care. I can always use a little weekend trip. I go on weekend trips all the time, but you're more than welcome to come out to my shop too. Yeah, that's my thing, bro. It's like I just so appreciate you. Like all these years that I've been saying, dude, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up. You're still like, whatever, bro. No, that's cool. I think it'll work out for me to come to you, bro. And I love Pittsburgh. I've been there when I was a kid, and I actually think it's not as bad as people might think. And you know my
friend Ripsey's been in Pittsburgh, and they actually has better public transit than we do, apparently. Or like pedestrian roads as well, too.
Not bad. And so I definitely want to come see wherever you're at. I know you're maybe not in Pittsburgh proper or whatever. It'll be good too, because you don't get it done thing, boom, pal. I don't know though. I wouldn't want you to fly out all the way here to this place. Well, unless you wanted to fucking go do some fun ass shit on the coast, bro. Because like, we could fucking meet here, take my ride to the coast, get a fucking couple of hotel rooms down there, and you could fucking hit me up wherever you're most comfortable. I'll take you to Pismo.
Oh shit! Oh no. Oops.
I'll take you to Pismo. Fucking bring your girl, whatever the fuck you want, bro. What do you think? Because like, dude, if I get it done now, I won't be all fucking like wrapped up in plastic and shit for the meetup. That might
see, good old Oregon. You know, good old me. I don't really need to worry about no Cali fucking beaches. I got my own.
I'm not saying like now, but you know, maybe
and I like to think they're a lot more laid back and chill. Not as hyper touristy unless you go to certain towns.
Okay, well, fair enough then. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna talk to Amelia. When can we get to Pismo for 3, 4, 5 days? Maybe on one of our weeks off. I'll hit you up on a time frame that you're available. So I want you fucking moving bookings and shit. And then I'll get you flown out, and we'll figure it out from there, bro. But yeah, it's a done deal. I feel like I want to do that. Fuck this. Like, unless shit might change, but I'm gonna get it firmed up for the next month or 2 or some shit.
Well, for my birthday, I'm thinking about changing things up a little bit. Thinking I might say fucking and do a Pompadour mullet thing like I've been wanting to do for a while now, actually. Just if anything to kind of maybe help slowly but surely kind of like get everything growing even back again a little bit.
No, he doesn't even
and
know yet, bro.
I need to get my first set of tats too. I think I'm at least going to start with my arms, but I want to at least like, you know, maybe start with one and just kind of go from there. I'll probably at least like, you know, I got like 3 or 4 different ideas, but I don't know which one to settle on yet. Well, it's not true. I have like 3 or 4 I kind of narrowed down, but I have like 10 different ideas I eventually want to like maybe put down on. But we'll just start with something a little simple.
I went to the Oregon coast a couple weeks ago. First time seeing the Pacific Ocean, and it was awesome. Tide pools everywhere. It's definitely where I want to end up one day.
Oh, dude, yeah, dude, the tide pools, especially around like Cannon Beach and shit. Oh my god, it's fucking dope. Some of the cool like local sea life you can see is pretty legit.
Month-ish ahead. So honestly,
I love it, dude. The Oregon coast is fucking beautiful. I need to go to the Oregon coast again. It's been a fat minute.
All right, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna get at you the next couple of days then, because I'll talk to Amelia about it. We'll get a time frame booked up, because I'm tired of like kind of in stasis right now, because we're looking for that place and we keep getting close to getting a place, and then well, we went with another person, or the fucking thing ghosts us, or whatever the fuck. And so it's like, it's a harder area to move to. It's kind of like a small community, and I think they're really wary about who they let come in. And it's been hard for us to find a rental that'll suit us, and I'm tired of fucking waiting. So I think we're gonna pause even fucking looking if this one that we're looking into doesn't work out, because I'm gonna wait till the fucking summer's over so I can focus on shit, and then we'll go from there. You know what I mean? But I want to hit the beach anyway. I've been meaning to hit Pismo. It's gonna be a riot act right now, but like maybe towards the end of August, September, something like that, before the meetup. Yeah. Well, I'll hit you up, bro. We'll figure out what works for you. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I've done it. It's loads of fun. Yeah.
I don't know.
The same boat, dude. Selling nice. 2 houses and prepping to move. It delays shit, but I'm around whenever next month, next year. All right, bud. All right. Well, same here, bud. I really do appreciate you, and I know you're the guy I want to work with. I've seen your work. I've already perused it. I know you're the dude. It's just a matter of getting it fucking. I'm not fully conceptualized either, so I'm open to input. But that might be a whole ass conversation we need to have. I'm not a great phone guy, but I definitely am down. I'll hit you up on Instagram or whatever, and then fucking. Fuck. I have to remember your Instagram.
There you go. Now I just need to have that chill over here.
You see the hearts we send? Yeah, the little. And sometimes people are putting like laughs in there too, like laughy guys. Ah, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, well, I can see those.
And I've had like some of these pins for so fucking long that a few of them have actually like been busted, and I've been slowly but surely fixing them.
That's it. Okay.
I'm actually surprised, like, I haven't lost any of these newer ones I've gotten yet. I say yet because I just feel like it's an eventual inevitability. I thought I lost this one here, but luckily I know the shop on Etsy that I got it from, so I was like this close to buying another one today. But then I saw this on the ground in the garage when I was kind of cleaning up a little bit. I was like, oh shit, okay. I was like, I don't need to get another one. Never mind then. But I did order a couple of pins. And some stickers too. So they'll even be more pinned out. I'm just thinking where to put the new ones. Like, I'm kind of tempted to maybe put them on my hat. Just got a spot where I could put them on my hat. Actually, yeah, I do. If I do, I'd probably put them right here. Yeah, I think I will. I think the next pins I get, they're going to be on my head. But, because I'm starting to kind of run out of room, because I want to, like, start putting patches on this, but I just don't know where to put them.
Zach has said that he's.
I'm half tempted to maybe, like, maybe put some on, like, the top sleeves here and then just cut them down a little. I don't know yet. I could just get another one, then just like cut the sleeves off of this, and then have another one just strictly for the winter that isn't really pinned up. If it is, maybe not as much. I'm actually surprised to get like a lot of compliments with the jacket. Every now and then, whenever I happen to whip it out, especially since now that the heat wave kind of broke, I've been having people be like, "Hey, nice jacket, man," just because not many people are wearing jackets right now. So I'll just be like, "Hey, thanks. Hell yeah." Oh, wait, sorry. I can't really stretch because this fucking chair, dude. It's all bunk, and if I do, it's just gonna go hella back, and I don't want it to go hell back.
Like here, there.
Try to maybe do this.
Smiley face and a frowny face.
No, that does not work at all.
Like
okay.
Right here in the middle to cover my birthday.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work.
You know what, guys? I've thought about it. One of the things that I've thought is, number one, I think a neck tab would look okay on it, even though that's like international, like, I'm a greasy dirtball heroin addict, like from my generation. That's how it would be perceived. A neck tab on me, because it wouldn't be.
God damn it! There is no way to get comfortable with this fucking chair anymore. I have to like be at an angle. Okay, there we go. Now this works. Sweet.
And like another place is like here along the beard line would look cool. Like doing something up here on my temples.
You want here?
Kind of cool, but
do this.
I think I'm good on the face tats.
I definitely want to do any. I might get a neck one though. Like I could see maybe having like a neck tat right here or something. Maybe not like literally right here, but maybe. Well, I don't know. Maybe somewhere right there, or maybe somewhere on the other side a little bit, maybe. Something like that.
In my era.
But it'd be something small. If anything, it'd probably just be like a little like emblem or something.
Below your shirt line. So that's why my tattoo is up here. And this thing needs to be fucking worked on. But that's another deal.
I just need chat off. Fuck your chat.
Faded. I got it when I was fucking 22. Okay, but it's actually a pretty cool tattoo. I want to finish it out someday. Maybe get something more complete on it. But that's why it's up there. That's why I got tatted up there, not down here. It's like because you don't get a fucking job, you don't get anything, nobody takes your. That's all changed.
I mean, even to this day, that's still kind of like that. I know at my work, like they'll tell you to have at least like some sort of a wrap or something to cover up a tat, or that might be on your arm, if it's like obscene. I mean, if you have like a whole tat sleeve and it just happens to be, like some flames with like some other shit or whatever, then it's not a big deal. And there's plenty of people that do have tats that are like, visible, but there are some that, people have to cover up because there might be a little obscene or, a little something like that. And it's just like, man, that's just so stupid. It's like, either just let them have the tats in general or just don't. At least is how I feel about it.
All the time, all tatted up from fucking neck down, face tats. It's all,
at least for like food-based places, like I understand, having to deal with things like beards and long hair and shit, but
place wouldn't fucking hire you if you had tats that were visible.
Anything beyond that, it's just bullshit.
And there's another part of this that I should mention. I work for myself. I'm my own boss, so I kind of set the fucking grooming standards. Okay, boomer. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, I had to overcome that because I want to get tats on my hands, on my forearms, both sides, backs of the hands, forearms. I want to get them all like blacked out or fully covered or one design. I want like Asian style one design kind of thing. I just want to be tatted up there. Boomer. Okay, dude.
Talking about the 90s, you must be 89 years old, boomer. Old dude.
You know what? There's one more that I think would look good on me, but. Get some tats here in my fucking dark circles, bro.
Dark circle
right under
tats?
the eyes. Posty style. Always tired.
Damn.
No.
I could feel
I don't
that.
think I believe enough to get face tats. But hand tats, I'm down. Arm tats, down. And then we'll move on from there. When I started tattooing, it wasn't mainstream yet. Until I ignore me despite.
I also want to get some leg tats myself. Like, I want to get like some paws like going up my leg or something. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Tattooers, they're so covered. Yeah. I mean, like I said, the whole culture.
Maybe also have like, like some sort of like kind of cool, maybe like kind of like a husky wolf looking design or something like that. Maybe on like my back or something. That'd be kind of cool.
Back in the day, I had to take those out. Like I had eyebrow piercing, a tongue piercing, a gray piercing, and a septum piercing. All that shit had to come out of my face when I worked. So slowly but surely, I just stopped putting them in all the time. Eyebrow went first, then went septum, then went lithophobray, and then the tongue was the last one.
I'm gonna try to get this fucking thing cleared out.
Kids still in high school, they're getting them and proudly showing it off. I know. Well, I got my piercings in high school. My
shit, I knew kids in high school that were doing that shit. They were
happy that I was willing to
not a fuckload, but they would have a few.
And not tattoos. Because, you know, my parents had
cleanest fucking thing.
Please try it. Like, you know, that leaves a little thing and it'll close up. One day he won't have it. She was right. You know, look at me. I don't have any piercings. Well, I do. I kept the ears. I kept my ears gauged out. But that's it. But
seriously,
you know, all of the rest of that kind of just disappeared with time. But the tattoo shit, I've always wanted to be tatted up. I always thought it was really cool. I always loved the art. There's some ideas that I've had for a long time that I want to get done. All right, I'll talk briefly about it. This is my right arm and hand. This is Dune. I want Dune imagery here. I want alien imagery here. Okay? I'm not going to tell you what. Somebody ban this backflip off Grand Canyon, idiot. Am I going to have to turn on slow mode?
Damn.
I mean, mods. Mod's asleep at the wheel tonight. Thanks, Merrick. I'll turn it on if he keeps coming back. I'll put slow mode on. I know how to do it now. I've learned the game. Yeah. Dune at my right hand, alien at my left. I've got some really cool imagery that I want to do. Dune art by Giger to match alien. I don't know if I want necessarily, maybe. I agree you should get a gold nose ring. I thought about it. Last time we were at the beach, I almost did it, and I was like, wait, I'm on CPAP now. I might fuck up my nose thing. I do think I'd look good with like a little fucking nose. Get a gooch tattoo? No. Dude, I'll never see it. If I can't see it, I don't want to get it tatted. I'll never get a tattoo on my back because I'll never see that shit. That don't make no sense to me. That don't make no sense to me. But I do want to get a Buddha on my belly one day. Or not Buddha,
Buddha on the belly.
But I want my belly button to be his belly button. I want us to share a belly button and then his head to be here, you know. I do want that one day. But we'll figure that out down the road.
Okay, I think that should help.
I want a good ass Budai, man. What the? Laughing my fucking ass off. Yeah, dude. Okay, that sounds awesome. That's right. Should I get my eyes tattooed? No. Nope.
There we go.
You ready for the Skibbity toilet movie? Ready to never fucking go anywhere near it, yes.
Are they actually making like some sort of a Skibbity toilet movie? Like, I swear to God, dude. If that's the case, then bro.
Like, what, is this a prison?
They try to build a prison. They try to build a prison. They try to build a prison for you and me.
It's too wrinkly. And that would be painful, bro. I bet scrote tats are real bad.
That just sounds awful. Those type of tats just seem gnarly, dude. The closest I would ever get is maybe just like right at the top or something, and even then,
I'll probably end up having to watch it just out of spite. But you know what? I have never seen the Emoji Movie. And a lot of people told me, you're going to have to watch this movie someday, Paul, and review it or be subjected to it. And I was like, fuck you.
I've never seen it. You know what?
Fuck you, it is. At the same time the Emoji movie was out, there was another movie out called Scarlet or something. I can't remember the name of it. Blonde Bombshell? No. Blonde Bomb?
Atomic Blonde?
Something like that. With Angelina Jolie, I think. And because those movies were in the theater at the same time, I said, fuck that Angelina Jolie movie. I'll never see it. No, it was like Blonde Bomb or something. Something like that. Atomic Blonde, that's what it was. Atomic Blonde was out.
I've never seen that either. You know what? I've now been unfortunately reminded. And you know what? Yeah.
I remember
that
movie was in the movie theater at the same time the Emoji movie was in. And I was like, you know what? Fuck that movie too. It's Charlize. Okay. Oh, my bad. No, I love Angelina Jolie and I love Charlize Theron. I don't avoid either of them. What if I got like that on my nuts, bro?
Do way better.
Situation.
About to get the individual and a situation uppercut, bitch.
Because my left is my secret. I'm right-handed, but my left is me.
Oh shit, dude. That'd be pretty gnarly. That'd be nutty.
Atomic Blonde, yeah. Jolie's kick-ass spy girl movie was Salt. Yeah, that's right. Probably what I got fucked up on. But yeah, I remember Atomic Blonde. And I said, fuck that movie too. You know what's a good-ass movie out of nowhere? Baby Driver. Did you like Baby Driver? Yeah. How did you feel about it? Like,
I don't even know if I've seen that one. What is that about?
It was fun. See, I loved that movie. I loved that conceit of, like, putting the action to the beat. Remember, like, how he would sync up the action to, like, different pieces of music from the 70s and 60s and 80s and shit. It was dope.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I like that movie a lot.
I definitely want to check that movie out then.
It just popped in my head. I remember when I saw it in the theaters, I was like, damn, that was a badass film.
Mickey, this little bastard. Mickey Rat has a little compadre, and that little compadre has been chilling out because he's way smaller than Mickey.
Yeah,
and
a little off the rail.
That little dude might actually sneak up into fucking trap because I've replaced it, and I've seen that little guy scurrying around over there.
But I haven't really seen him in a bunch of shit.
Same with Mickey too. I've been seeing him as well. So
dude, he would be great to have him do.
I'm also noticing Mickey the Rat is starting to get like a little gray around his face. I'm just like, oh, you're becoming an oldie, huh? So I'm just like, all right, well, like, I'm just hoping that one of them gets caught in here. The other one actually seems weirdly enough like not as afraid of me because it literally like walked right by me and I went like, hey, and that's when it went, oh shit, and scurried off. So I might be able to actually unintentionally maybe grab that by just like using my boot to grab its tail or something and then just snag it. And then just like drop it into fucking trap or something and then just take it from there or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, I actually have an opportunity to maybe snag that one with my bare damn hands.
Ansel Elgort playing like...
Which I'll be based if that happens.
I gotta get a drink.
Oh shit, well hello, Paul Belliams. Whoa! I didn't expect to see that. Oh shit. Oh damn. Ah, these old eye bastards. I think one of them has thought about maybe sneaking in there, but hasn't yet. I think it's probably wandered around the entrance. But hopefully, in time. It'll actually be kind of nutty if, like, you know, while streaming or something, like, it gets trapped in there because they're trying to make an escape. I know at least one or both of them are just chilling over here for right now. Maybe I could kind of rustle them away from over here. Maybe that'll cause them to be like, oh, fuck, and scurry that way. Maybe that'll make it more likely for them to get dropped in there. Paul go? Now it's just his chair. What the fuck? Now it's just the Paul chair, dude. It's actually a pretty dope looking chair. I need to get myself like a custom made like woodworked chair or something. I mean, I'm not like really much of a woodworker, but I've done like woodworking before. So maybe with like enough basic practice on making like, little simple platforms or something, maybe I can make myself up a little chair. I just need to find the proper tools for it, which my dad might have laying around.
Tasty.
Modelo. What's up there, El Modelo?
Yeah. I think they just like route them to different states. Why?
What's all you doing?
Supply chain nonsense. Dude, more Modelos are probably drunk in California than in the other 48, 49, whatever it is.
49
states, technically. Right? Not in my mind. Puerto Rico's a fucking state. We need to give them statehood immediately.
Based.
American Samoa. We need to give them statehood immediately.
True. Immediately. I actually agree with that.
52 states, bitch.
Damn right.
Huh? Fuck Guam.
Fuck Guam. I was about to say, unify the Carolinas, unify the Dakotas. Boom. You could keep 50 stars and make it 50 states. You just combine the Dakotas and the fucking goddamn Carolinas. There you go.
They suck. They're an air base. Okay? Fuck Guam. American Samoa, though, needs to be America. And Puerto Rico, my fucking last decade should have been made in a fucking state. Dude, you want to get me to vote?
That should have been a state like 40 years ago.
Kamala? Make Puerto Rico a state.
Based. Kamala Harris. Don't let the coconut fall from the tree.
They're leaning heavy into it because she's got a lot.
You gotta fucking unburden the Puerto Ricans from what has been.
Turn a straight person into a fried pie. Like she has the bi-fried mode for a pantsuit and colors of the bag, and you can scroll down that part. No, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah,
huh?
I don't know. I mean, she's just like that's her fucking. That's what they sell to people, to like their base, right? We're gonna protect you. Joe Biden has done nothing to protect the LGBTQ community from any kind of discrimination at all.
Yep.
The only thing that he's got under his belt is letting trans people back into the military.
And basically, having pride events at the White House, and that's about it. There pretty much hasn't really been anything he's done to protect queer folk like us. Especially trans people.
Oh, well, that's nice. But I mean, come on. Like, as far as the community goes and the health of the community, there have been multiple laws passed. No speeches from him talking about how there needs to be congressional action to limit these state laws that are discriminatory. In some cases, against one child in the entire state.
Like Kansas.
One like Nebraska or something, where it's like one trans swimmer that's affected by this state law.
I know in like Kansas, like there's like one trans kid that wants to be in a hockey team and helped establish one for their school, and they were basically in the entire state banned trans people from being in sports, despite this trans kid helping establish a team for their fucking school, and would basically got just enough people to be able to, have the team, but, with this ban would not make that possible anymore. And, like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's absurd. I mean, these type of, and I'm sure Nebraska is no different. A lot of these states aren't any different. Oklahoma's another state that I can remember. I don't exactly remember the details there, but same shit there.
Clearly, like, a violation of that person's constitutional rights. And it's like, not their mum's the word from that fucking administration. Not a speech from Biden.
Doing anything about the trans
No executive orders, nothing.
No, you never hear anything about queer kids or queer problems until it's electoral season. And then they want to put the bi flag up behind the Kamala or Joe.
Her engine
yeah.
Just put the flag on there and do the fucking Madam President thing over it. What's weird?
Whatever, man. Or just like put Kamala over, like, put her fucking like font and whatever, Kamala for president, over the bi flag. Saw that. Put it over the trans flag, the gay flag, the lesbian flag. Yeah, it's just weird. It's fucking weird. It's stupid.
It really
They're
is.
leaning hard.
It's just pandering.
The fucking liberal furor that's going on right now, because libs are like, oh, thank God, Joe Biden's old ass, we don't got to carry that water anymore. Now this bitch that
unless there's someone like Xander Hall, where it's like, Biden's actually good and I'm pretending that he's not, you know, and so like, I mean, he made that video like literally days before, or I think literally like a couple days, literally just prior to him stepping down, and it's like, and he's still doing this fucking weird bullshit, you know, of like, oh well, you know, it's like I'm on the Kamala train now, but you know, it's like a lot of these people are trying to criticize her, and you know, all these people that have criticized Biden, you know, they're all just acting like right wingers basically, and blah, blah, blah. Like he's pretty much burning all the bridges possible, and pretty much just, you know, brought merit, you know, to any other fucking, you know, weird, you know, and frankly, you know, like dishonest claims, you know, that, you know, about his background and shit. I mean, dishonest, you know, from him, like, cause he is like a legit dishonest little fucking weasel, and it's just like, where can I say that, you know, will just like, you know, blow the wind, you know, from, you know, my agenda kind of thing. He's just a little fucking worm, dude.
Pretty hated 5 days ago. Now she's our favorite thing. Let's go, Mamala. And it's like they're leaning hard into that, but that shit's gonna fizzle out well before fucking November. She might fucking even it up and make this more of a horse race than Biden did. I don't know. I think the tale has yet to be told on that.
Well, I think the biggest thing is the donors were happy. They got a big influx of money.
All right, but Joe Biden was already sitting on a fat war chest. That was part of the problem with like open convention. There's $100 million war chest, and it's like, who gets that? Do you have to refund all the donors? That was part of the problem. The excuses people made for nominating anybody but Kamala, because if Joe Biden steps down and refuses to run, Kamala's already on the ticket. She was part of the ticket when he won the primaries, the rigged primaries, the skipped primaries, which is fucking retarded. The fact that
like half of the fucking states didn't even have primaries.
Leftists going like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we had a chance to maybe replace Joe Biden, but we just skipped the primaries.
You know, Marianne Williamson or something. Nah, who?
Skipped any fucking
Mary who?
Process.
Mary Jane?
Just coronated Kamala, and they're leftists that are just like drooling over that. It's like, weren't you afraid of fascism? So you just had two coronated rulers? Three in a row if you count Biden the first time, because he was coronated the first fucking time.
Well, the primaries have always been coronation. None of the rules apply.
Yeah, but usually they go through the fucking motions and allow people on the stage and do debates and all of that. They just were like, nope, we ain't doing that.
Well, that's always happened. Like Obama was the same shit.
Yeah, but nobody opposed him. That was the thing.
Well, there was the same amount of opposition.
Yeah, but like the people.
I mean, Hillary Clinton definitely opposed him at the time initially. Like, she started the whole birther movement.
I know what you mean. In an incumbent year, it's rare for to have a full primary, but with the amount of consternation that people were giving towards Biden for his shitty policies in Palestine, his shitty ability to fucking look like anything other than.
The primary started before.
Well, that's what I mean, but that's the thing. His Bidenomic shit fell flat with people. It's like, I think we could have had a robust primary season, but there's no facility for that during incumbent year. So we just skipped it. I don't fucking know, bro.
Doesn't anyone anymore? How fucking
no one wants
wacky.
To run this race. She's the sacrifice. They'll hold out anyone. Yeah, that's why it's not a Gavin Newsom or a Gretchen Whitmer.
They're saying that she might be Kamala's VP.
Gretchen? It would be smart because Kamala's going to lose.
She's not interested, though. That's the problem. Like, she would decline it.
Michigan?
She already has.
She's short up. Like, people are like, oh, look at these flash polls. It's like, The dust ain't even settled off the weird fucking week that we just had. You can't, like, talk to me in 2 weeks. Let me see where the polling is at nationally and especially in these fucking swing states in 2 weeks and see if you're crowing.
I mean, I'm still taking surveys asking me about Biden still.
That's the thing, is like people don't understand polling apparatuses are often
time to craft a whole thing.
Right. A lot of the polling data that they're releasing, they're like, today.
I mean, honestly, that's why the Republicans are kind of like in hot water right now, and it seems like for now the momentum's on the Democrat side because, you know, like everything is totally shifted. But that also includes the Democrat side too. I mean, they're kind of riding the wave right now, but behind the scenes, they're kind of like, oh shit, okay, what the fuck do we do? Like, how do we figure this out? Like, I mean, and that's going to take a moment. And honestly, I'm sure by next week we're going to start seeing those changes. But like, this is kind of the week where they're just at least, you know, kind of taking their W, taking their laps for now. But you know, a lot of the coaches behind the scenes are still planning on like, okay, we won the round so far, but shit, all right, we're on halftime. Like, well, not even that anymore. We're on like, we're on the third quarter. You know, we're about to go into the fourth. Like, all right, so what do we do now? Because we just made the turnaround, but we got to maintain this, or else, that's just going to flip around really quick. It's like, the team made a bunch of W's and now basically is like a couple points in a lead, and now it has some momentum to continue that. But it's like, and that's where the coaches are, figuring out what the fuck do we do, because now we got something going, but let's try to keep it going. So it's kind of a cautious optimism thing. I mean, I'm already in a pretty Kamala secured fucking state as far as I'm concerned, being in Oregon. So like I ain't got no dog in this race. For me, it's, with Jill Stein, especially after what the fuck Cornell did, like being really very fucking personal about, stupid bullshit, frankly, from what it sounds like.
Kamala's today. It's like
small sample. I am legit very disappointed in Cornell right now. It's like, what the fuck was like that shit about like popping off on, Jill Stein, calling her racist or whatever the fuck for what? Like asking, to maybe be your VP or some shit. And honestly, Jordan Sheridan, I remember that video. Jordan Sheridan never mentioned anything about that. He's the one who brought that up. And that makes me think that, she did offer that to him, but he thought that was like some insult to him or something. Which, it's like, what? You don't like having a woman above you or something? Especially a white woman, over you because you think X, Y, or Z or some shit. Because you obviously got personal beef with the Green Party as it is. So, what the fuck? It's just so weird, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, I know it's personal with him, obviously, but I don't understand where it's coming from. But man, he needs to drop it. That shit can be saved until later. Like, make that, do that shit later once we actually have a little momentum and we actually got something established for our foundation, bro. I mean, you've been around since the civil rights. You've walked with him, okay, Cornell. So it's like, out of anyone, you ought to know that, bro. That's why I'm kind of disappointed. Not like anger or say fuck him over it, but it's surely disappointing. It does lose respect points for me.
Bias sample sizes. Right. They haven't had time to poll nationally. They haven't had time to do individual targeted polling in fucking big cities in these swing states. They're just doing like let's call people. How do you feel about Kamala right now? Of course everybody's all excited. She's not Joe Biden. Poll him in 3 weeks when she doesn't do shit. When she ain't about, like, did you hear what her big promise was? We're going to end medical debt in affecting your credit score.
That was what Biden did like a month ago.
In affecting your credit score?
No, he did not.
Yeah, he was just talking about it.
Yeah, she's promised, picked up that promise from him.
I'm surprised she hasn't just copy-pasted the policy page that was added to the Biden thing. Now it doesn't have a policy page again.
There are people that are like, ooh, she dissed out fucking Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then it was revealed that she had a private meeting with him.
Well, she had some stern words. It shocked me the most.
That's what they say.
In reporting that, they said this was the first meeting I've had face-to-face with them since October 7th, pretty much.
It's fucking crazy.
Like, how do you?
Because they couldn't put him in the room. You can't. Yeah. You can't keep all poopy pants in the room with him. So now that Kamala's the heir apparent, she can actually start taking some action. and they're like, well, at least she can talk to Netanyahu. But whatever the reporting is, there was nobody in that room taking notes. Stern words came from some insider or some translator that was there.
I won't be quiet.
I guarantee you there was not word. Here's what stern words would be. Soon as I'm fucking inaugurated, you're gonna stop because money's gonna end. In fact, I'm gonna do everything I can to stop any weapon shipments that are going to you now. That would be stern words.
I agree with that. Because, like, with a 20-minute phone call, Reagan was able to do that. So there shouldn't be any fucking excuse for a Democrat, to be able to do that.
I guarantee you.
The tiebreaker in the Senate, right?
Mm-hmm. President pro tem of the Senate. So, like, they come in if there's a deadlock in the Senate and they get to vote. It's a very rarely ever a thing.
Well, because the House balances out too, so it would have to be something that was like really split down the middle to have a lot of power.
Right.
Hmm.
But like there have been like vice presidential candidates that ended up being pretty powerful allies to their candidate. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not legislatively, but like...
I know at least for the first 3 terms of FDR, his VP was actually really great. Not really talked about as much because everyone remembers Truman, with his final term, that when he got persuaded to put him in as a vice president. But his initial VP was actually pretty great. Not, he's like... was like kind of like a secondary face, that kind of helped, bolster a lot of like the New Deal and shit like that. Where FDR probably couldn't necessarily make the face of, like out in public, he was kind of like that, voice for it.
I remember that.
Well, we all know about.
Is someone got a lawnmower on right now? It's like in what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Cheney. I mean Cheney.
Ooh,
like,
Cheney, yeah, Darth Cheney, dude.
The Force. But yeah, Cheney basically ran the Bush campaign, ran the Bush White House.
Did all the foreign policy.
Gore
for the most
was similarly like foreign policy man. Usually, like Clinton would go do the fucking pictures, but when somebody needed talking to at a high level, they sent Gore. He was very affable and it's seen as a very slick politician in that way. And so Gore was actually kind of front and center a lot. That's why he was such a strong presidential candidate. He wasn't super well liked, but he was known as a really fucking stickler of a politician and really good in a room full of people. Yeah.
And also, like, had a lot of policies and a lot of ideas that actually weren't necessarily that bad either.
Like vice presidents, like,
it's a shame of doing it to get Gore back in 2000.
Like it was just basically like I hope this helped. I can't remember where Tim Kaine was from.
Yeah.
But it was like a guy from the state, that had no buzz around him whatsoever. People were like, who?
Fucking Iowa or some shit.
Well, that's the list that they're like given for like Kamala Harris's VP short list. Like white guy from this state, white guy from this state.
It's like they're hoping that it helps her pick up like 5 or 10 points in a swing
it's like
state.
one of them that they're considering is a Kentucky governor. It's like you're not going to take Kentucky.
Andy Beshear.
Well, they're hoping that it helps her broadly take the fucking...
I mean, Beshear isn't necessarily that bad of a choice. I mean, arguably. It'd be way better than Josh Shapiro, which is another contender. And there's also, I think his name is either Tim or Tom Waltz. Like, I mean, he's kind of a little bit of a firebrand, and he seems to be a named possible contender. And frankly, I mean, I don't think he would be a choice, but I think he would be preferable. Like, between Beshear, I guess, Waltz, from what I've seen of him so far, like, those are, like, the 3 that or at least the 2 that I would prefer. But I think it's more likely going to be Beshear or Josh Shapiro. I'm going to call it with those 2. Well, those 2. We'll coin toss it.
And it's just like...
I'll actually be a little surprised if it's anybody else. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if it's Tom Waltz or Tim Waltz, whatever his name is. But... if it's anyone else besides, like, those 3 names, I'll actually be a little surprised. I'll be like, what?
Gretchen Whitmer. I don't think they're going to do it. she's a bigger star.
And she doesn't want to anyway. She already declined it. She's like, nah.
I think they're looking at her, if the DNC wants her at all, which I don't know that they do, because she's actually kind of based. Kind of like...
I kind of do.
Halfway between Kamala Harris and Jill Stein kind of based. You know what I mean? And I think that if they have any interest in her at all, she's going to run in 2028. So why burn her on it? Well, I mean, she could. But
no,
that's the thing.
They're just going to pick generic white guy.
It's going to be horrible. But
yeah.
Whatever. A dual female ticket would be compelling.
They're just going to pick generic white guy. Mm-hmm. They're afraid of making it too diverse.
Fat, bald white guy from generic Midwestern Rust Belt state.
Yep.
Yeah.
I honestly do think, female president and vice president would be compelling, though. Especially that down ballot. A lot of Democrats are running on this whole, like, abortion rights issue and women's rights and shit. I think that would be very compelling, especially in a lot of these red states. I think that would help galvanize a lot of Dems to go out and vote in those states, especially. I mean, a lot of states like Oregon, I think it doesn't really matter that much, but for a lot of these other states, I just think, things like that, I think it certainly would.
Like Buttigieg, it'd be too diverse.
No.
Buttigieg done, man. Buttigieg done. Buttigieg never had a chance, bro. And
Dude, I mean, the fact that he was kind of stirred as I would actually be a little shocked if he ends up being Veep. Because, like, Venom would, his weird little meme with the hairy butt meme would actually be unironically a thing. It'll be like, oh, fuck. I'll be like, oh, no. It's happening.
It had nothing to do with his sexuality. He's just a fucking... He looks... You know what he looks like? That old ventriloquist doll. With the rosy cheeks and the...
And also, he just, like, literally looks like a generic, dorky, uncharismatic, avoid a charisma even, like, kind of Democrat. Like, just literally, like, I have no charisma. I'm just generic white Democrat guy. The main difference is I happen to be gay. It's like, that's pretty much it. He's like John Kerry, but gay, basically. It's like, ugh. It's like, it has nothing to do with sexuality, I mean, for sure, but it's because he pretty much has literally the charisma and the personality of a wet, moldy sponge that's been sat out in the kitchen sink for over a week. It's just like, ugh, it's just like gross, dude. Ugh.
He just looks like a human that.
It's just that the sponge happens to be a rainbow instead of just a regular one. Just a regular yellow sponge.
He's been shit, the plane shit, the fucking train spills. The rail work.
Oh my god, dude, he had like some silly... Dude, Buttigieg had like a silly little like visit in Portland once where he was checking out the entirety of 82nd, and my friend Ripsody actually happened to get a picture where you could kind of see his silhouette in one of the buses, and it was just like, aw. It looks so adorable, because he just kind of looks like he's trying to be like a pedestrian holding on to one of the little like railing things, just sitting there, just kind of looking awkward, just like... Like, you could tell it's him because you can see his silhouette. You can't really see him necessarily, but you can just, like I said, you can see the silhouette. So I'm just like, oh, it's like he just kind of looks so cute trying to act all like pedestrian like with all the people, looking by and seeing everything be all official with like a few like federal vehicles, escorting this bus with him in it and all this other shit. I mean, I guess not really that much to the credit, but it did kind of help galvanize a little extra funding and support and boosting to revitalize 82nd, but that's still going to take a while anyway because there's already other projects that are in the works anyway. So it's just like, maybe that means that you bumped it up on the priority list, hopefully, but because it really, like 80-some% of that fucking stretch of 82nd really needs work. I mean, especially in my neck of the woods. Oh my fucking god, it's so bad, dude. It is donkey ass, bro. Like, it is bad. Some places way worse than others. Like, like, between, I don't know, like, between here and I would say, I don't know, fucking, like, oh my god, I mean, shit, like, near the airport area. I don't know exactly what crossroad, but it's one of those fucking roads. Like, way up there. But there's, like, a large, just a fat fucking chunk from, like, I'd say about, like, from, I don't know, like, goddamn fucking, what would be the cross street? Like Favel, maybe. That's where it starts actually getting bad, like bad. And then it's like there all the way up until like the last 10 blocks until you start going where near the airport is and shit. It's just like, oh my god, it is rough. And everything in the center of that, like the deeper you go, like the more potholes, the more bunk, the more ass it is. It's like, holy shit. Like, so I guess silver lining, hopefully, booty butt, having him be here, probably helped a little bit with that. But who knows? I mean, I guess we'll have to see in like, I don't know, like 3-4 years. Because, I mean, there's already at least some projects going on right now, so it'll take time. I mean, and at least some of the projects that have been seen going on are actually really nice. Actually kind of relatively decent. Not all of them, but at least, I would say most of them are. So it's like, okay, there's some good shit happening. But there's like a back and forth with a few of them and shit like that. So it just kind of depends on like what stretch of development's going on. But either way, it's like booty fuck has nothing really much to do with it. I just kind of find it funny he decided to visit really not all of Portland, just one stretch of it. Just like one road just to visit that, and that was it. Like, it's like, what? It's like at that point, you might as well see everything else. Like, you're supposed to be the Secretary of, like, transportation and shit. Like, it's like you would think you'd visit, like, all of Portland at that point. Or at least, take a day or two, like a weekend or something.
Right.
Even, like, like, politicians aren't politicians when, they should actually be doing politician things when it's like, here's like, what a politician could do that could be like represent constituents. Even though, would technically be a Secretary of Transportation, but they're still representative of the presidential administration and thus are representative of the constituency. So they should still be able, so the premise still applies. They should still hear their mountain shit. So it's like from there, like, like booty fuck should have been able to like, have a weekend. Yeah, maybe take the first initial day to check out maybe East Portland a little bit. Some of the various areas, especially when it comes to like, the public transit areas of bus lines and stuff. Check that shit out. Maybe ride some of the max lines to, check out the general, like, status of those things as well. Like all these various different things. And, maybe spend a weekend, then check out like another chunk of Portland or something. And then check out and then maybe like use that, for a day to maybe, talk with people. Like, like have a couple, members of your team with like a journalist or two, to talk with some folks, going on a public max ride instead of like just a, inspection ride where it's all like, cordoned off and all this other bullshit. It's like, it's one of those things where like that would be, something a politician ought to actually be fucking doing. At least, when it comes to, in this specific case for, Secretary of Transportation. So it's like, I mean, because at that point, then they're getting a lot more of a bigger grasp and a lot more of a general, at least kind of on the ground reality of at least a specific area about when it comes to the general knowledge of what they're a secretary of, like when it comes to the head of transportation, basically. So, I mean, because then they can say, all right, well, we'll allocate funds here, because, obviously the city needs this amount, so we're able to at least allocate this much, if not, then we're able to at least, like, like pressure, the president a little bit to like, reallocate funds a little bit or some shit. Like, I'm sure there's a process for it, but it's like, at least then now there's like a ball that can kind of get rolling a little bit to where the Fed government can kind of aid, where maybe the city / the state might be lacking a little bit. That's why like these government funded projects mean a lot because it's not necessarily the federal government that are, making these projects. It's the state and the local, counties and shit like that are doing that. But like the fact that the, Fed government is able to have like, a budget to be able to put that money into shit like that is what helps modernize and what keeps, our shit, like up to date. It's kind of a reason why we need at least, government when it comes to at least basic, shit like that, at least at the minimal. And granted, there's a lot of problems with it right now, but that's what I'm saying. Theoretically, this is what they ought to be doing. And I guess at the barest minimal, they're kind of doing that a little, I guess. Yeah, I know. So I saw you kind of started saying stuff. I was thinking of that phrase, old habits die hard, but that's not really accurate. It should never be called bad habits. It should be called bad habits die hard because you never hear about this anything positive. It's always something like, I thought you said you would stop merging without using your signals. Sorry, old habits die hard versus, wow, I thought you said you're trying to save your new car. You just bought $1,200 worth of food in the local homeless shelter. Sorry, old habits die hard. Yeah. It should be bad habits die hard. Yeah, I kind of see that. Oh my god, you know what? What if they dragged Bruce Willis out for one more movie and they literally called it Bad Habits Die Hard, bro? Dude, I'm sorry. I just put that out there in the ether. I'm sorry I did, but what if they did? What if they fucking did, dude? Hollywood is not a stranger to shit like that, bro. Hollywood, dude, because it's in the name. Like, the name is in the phrase. Bad Habits Die Hard. Honestly, I'm sorry, but that is actually legit catchy and is a little low-key fire, despite the fact that the movie would suck balls. But still, dude, what if they paid, like, the Willis family estate to be like, come on, one more, come on. You know, at least just enough to maybe, like, CGI him in there, like, half the time, or some shit. I see it, but he has to be a co-star of Matthew Broderick. He's the human version of a bad habit. Dude, what if they use this as a way to kind of, like, pass the torch? But who would be the torch passer? Who would be, the one that passes the torch, bro? Now I'm wondering that. Because if they do, then they can milk the Die Hard series way longer. But who would be, like, it can't be, like, Jason Statham because he's kind of old, too. Because he would be, like, because he's like the British Bruce Willis, but still has his mind. So, I think a little younger, too. I don't know. Bruce would pass the torch. We need another receiver. Well, I know Bruce Willis will be passing the torch. I'm just wondering who would be the one to receive it. That's what I'm trying to wonder. Like, because Jason Statham, he wouldn't be able to do it that long. Fucking, what's his face? Daniel Craig, like, he really couldn't do it because he's already kind of did, like, I'm retiring from Bond kind of arc a little bit with, so, like, Like, so who? I don't want it to be stereotypical, like, Chris Hemsworth, or, like, because that would just be fucking lame. Like, it needs to be, like, someone we're not aware of. Or maybe, or at least somebody that's, like, up and coming or some shit. Because it can't be a mainstream name. It can't be, like, one that everyone knows about. It has to be, like, an up and coming guy a little bit. Or just, like, kind of started up their shit. Like, because, I mean, I don't know. John McClane is all beaten. He's like, I can't do this anymore. Then you hear a familiar voice. I can. And you turn around. We have Dywick. Do we have Dywick? Dywick? John Wick? We're talking. Wait. Who? What? We have Dywick? Dyvik? Am I missing something here? Am I, like, just too stoned to realize what I'm missing here or something? I feel like I'm missing something. I art the smarts. I totally understand what is being... I'm being serious. Like, wait, what? John Hard, Dywick, Wickhard, whatever you want to call it. Oh! Well, okay, took me a moment. I'm trying to think of a fucking person that could, like... Oh! You know what? You know the guy who played, like, Elvis and, who also was Fade in, fucking... Fade Rotha and fucking Dune and shit? that actor, I forgot his name right off the top of my head, but which honestly, I didn't even recognize him as Fade Rotha. I was just like, what? That's the same guy? But, dude, honestly, since obviously he could be Elvis or Fade Rotha at any moment, like, bro, you know what? What about him? I'm throwing it out there, bro. A little ambiguous, just kind of started the career a little bit. Also, very dynamic actor. Got a little muscle, obviously able to kind of, play that like kind of violent, like, warrior kind of type of so, I think he could do it a little bit. Ronda Rousey, does she act? Oh! Kind of go like a female McClane. John McClane does have a daughter. Oh my god, dude, that works. The conservatives will freak the fuck out of it because, oh, girl boss, shit. But whatever, who gives, fuck them. But dude, that would actually work. Canonically too, because her daughter could be like, my father tried to fight to save me and my family. And I wanted to, dude, there's a whole arc right there. Ooh, perfect. Right there. There we go. That's it. Has she been shown in canon? Yeah, there's at least, I think, I forget which movie, but there's like, it's like the later movies. But yeah, there's like a few times where, it might have been the last movie or maybe the second to last, like, I forget which one, but I know there was a Die Hard movie where his daughter got kidnapped. It was basically ripping off True Lies if you think about it. If you've seen True Lies and it might have been Die Hard 6, I forget which one. It was when Die Hard went to shit. But, and honestly, this honestly validates it because, like I said, like, I remember the movie basically literally just being the story plot line of True Lies without, like, the terrorist nuclear bomb plot. And without that, basically. As per tradition, what holiday should be a backdrop for her debut as a star? Just like the first one, Christmas. Why not? Honestly, like, Hanukkah Ove this. Oh, shit! Yo! I mean, it would honestly be around the season. 'Tis the season, right? I mean, we're in the same ballpark, I think, when it comes to it. So, yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not both? Just make it like, a whole, like, a very inclusive holiday movie. Though, to be fair, like, Kwanzaa. Or I guess Kwanzaa. I mean, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, what the fuck ever. I don't know all the Jewish fucking holidays. I just know their names, okay? I don't know when they fall on. But you know the one. The winter Jewish holiday, the Kwanzaa, I guess. Whichever the fuck. Like, I'm supposed to remember. Like, I'm not Jewish. I mean, I grew up Christian. I'm gonna know way more about that and history around that shit, more so than, like, the Jewish religious holidays. Happy Holy Days, which sounds sexual. How about Holy Days? Happy Holy Days. Holy Days. Yeah, that kind of does. Though speaking of, I don't think Kwanzaa is Jewish. It's like an African thing. Oh, is it? See, I don't know. I mean, here, you know what? Hey, I love you, Paul, but fuck off. We have a new topic now. No! Of course, goddamn fucking Streamlabs was just like, you know what? You're being anti-Semitic. Nah, we're gonna give you a video render error. But I also now just start realizing I don't necessarily have to restart the entire fucking phone to, say, baby, come back. I just have to literally just restart the entire app. So, at least I don't have to do that, so I can at least get back here quicker. But still, I just want to look shit up, and Streamlabs wanted to be like, nah. It's like, hey, would an anti-Semite want to learn about, like, whether Kwanzaa is Jewish or not? Because I don't want to accidentally do an anti-Semitism, but it's like, nah. We're going to give you a glitcheronis, because fuck you, that's why. Yeah. And I like how, like, when that happened, I was like, you know what? Hey, I love you, Paul, but fuck you. And then it was like, So it kind of almost sounded like I was just like, telling everyone to just go fuck off. Oh, man. Good lord. Ay. Oh, whatever. Anyway. Well, with that being that, let's look up Kwanzaa. Because I now do actually... Oh, well, also you spelt it wrong. Wrong. It's Kwan, Kwan, which you got that right. But it's Zaa. You forgot an A! Anyway, it is, yes, a celebration from December 26th to Jan 1st. Yes. Oh, okay, so you're right. It's African-American culture from December 26th, accumulating the communal feast of Karamu, usually on the 6th day. It was celebrated by activists, Malwana Karingna, based on the African harvest festival traditions from various parts of the West, East, as well as Southeast Africa. That's actually pretty fucking cool. I legitimately did not know that. That's actually kind of dope. Wow, I'm racist. I'm shocked. I didn't even know. Well, I didn't even know this either. But you know what? Hey. That's cool. It was first celebrated in 1966. 21st century estimates how many Americans celebrate Kwanzaa are varied from as few as 500,000 to as many as 12 million. Huh. Celebrations, unity, creativity, faith, giving gifts. Awesome. I like that. That's cool. Nuguzo Saba, the 7 principles. What are they all about? Umoja, unity. To strive for and to maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. I mean, just replace race with, like, your fellow man, just in general. And, yeah. Kuchikalagulia? I might be mispronouncing that, to be honest. But self-determination. To define and name ourselves, as well to create and speak for ourselves. That sounds like some woke liberal bullshit to me, boy. To define and name ourselves, huh? That sounds a little woke. I mean, I'm saying that a little, obviously, jokingly, but that's actually base as fuck. Ujima, collective work and responsibility to build and maintain our community together and make our brothers and sisters' problems our problems and solve them together. That sounds like some common nonsense to me. I'm just kidding. That just sounds pretty based. Ujama, cooperative economics, to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and businesses and to profit from them together. That also unironically sounds commie as fuck, and I love it. Nia, purpose, to make our collective vocation the building and developing of our community, or to restore our people and to their traditional greatness. Kumba, creativity, to do always as much as we can in the way we can in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited. Based, I like that. That's cool. Imani, faith, to believe with all our hearts, our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and in the righteousness and victory of our struggle. Okay. I could kind of be, that. Honestly, not gonna lie, this is kind of based. I mean, there's a few things where I'm kind of, like, mainly neutral with. I'm like, I could probably rephrase it or maybe interpret it in a way that I kind of see it as, but I don't know. I'm kind of based. It's kind of dope. I like that. You've already explained something to someone at work 3 times and they still don't understand. Oh my god, dude, this is me sometimes. Dude, I'm saving this. Holy shit, I'm sorry, but I know this is me. Motherfucker, look. Motherfucker, look. What's happening here? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Oh, shit. Okay, that's good. Damn, that's a good one. Fooled you. Oh, that's good. It's the Spaceball shit. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that's nice. I love it. That's actually legit some clever, good stuff right there. I like it. I like it.
Train spills. And I was like,
damn.
True.
Okay. And train spills. And I was like, true. I like how it just kind of fall out of context like that. That was kind of hilarious. Damn.
I don't know who told you, but true. Probably my ex-girlfriend, I would imagine.
Laid down those trade spills, bro.
So, anyway, that steered the conversation into, and it got sexual. Started making out a little bit. She was like, I gotta go upstairs because my bathroom was upstairs. Split level condo.
In the middle of a Paul story.
Upstairs, she's unbuttoning her blouse. That falls away, and she just, like, it's the biggest titties I'd ever seen in my life. And they were just like water.
Sometimes I kind of like falling into a Paul story out of context because this is so random. Like, what? I think I've heard this story before. It sounds familiar.
Had one of those center class bras. And they went, and she slung them around and put them over the fucking banister. And was like, gave me this look. She knew my bedroom was upstairs too. And I was like, and she goes, I'll be right back. She went out, came back down. We ended up laying down together, making out a little more. But I eventually was like, Turbo, I can't do this. I'm sorry. It ain't you, but I just broke up.
Damn, turned it down.
Fucked up. I can't do it.
Oof.
She was like, I understand. And it never came up between us. Like,
I'm related to the links, but one of my thread mutuals got into it with one of those, I'm not racist people, and, you kind of undermine your point when you refer to them as the blacks. The person I was arguing with said that, not him, by the way. Well, yeah, I figured. Oh, also, funny thing, too, a little update to Rip City and his back and forth of his little friend Roski. Like, I guess they made up. Roski apologized and blamed his drunken liquid courage antics. But it's like, I don't necessarily know if that means he's changed his mind about his positions or just felt bad for, like, being an asshole to Rip, about it, but doesn't really change his mind about it. I don't know. Rip never really explained it, and, I don't... Like, I mean, I might ask him about it when he comes back, but, like, at the end of the day, if it ends up just being, like, a whatever thing, and, it's whatever, then it's whatever, but I just want to, like, because the main reason I want to ask, basically, is just because I want to prick the brain of somebody who's like, I recognize genocide's going on, and probably I think it's bad, but sometimes justifiable. Sometimes just is. It's like, I just want to, like, be like, what qualifications, like, allow that to be okay in your fucking brain? Like, because, I mean, there's none. When it comes to a normal person's brain, when it comes to genocide, there's literally no qualifications or justifications that should, justify or allow that. Like, I mean, you can think one thing or another about a group of people. You can think they're weird, fucked up, this and that, or whatever. But, like, a full-on genocide is, like, not... It shouldn't even be in the same building the table is in, let alone being on the fucking table. You know what I mean? It's like, it shouldn't even be in the fucking same vicinity. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Even I don't say that for fucking, like, fascists and Nazis and shit. I mean, a lot of, the stuff that, I will, advocate or maybe, like, talk about when it comes to that shit is mostly, like, defensive, kind of stuff. And also, at the end of the day, it's okay to punch Nazis and, not to punch fuck off kind of thing, so, I mean, whatever, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't, like, go out of my way to be like, we should throw them all in death camps. It's like, that's fucking insane. As long as they just fuck off and leave everyone alone, and stay in their weird little enclaves and fuck off and leave, and don't bother anyone, then who cares? Let them be weird little Nazi freaks. Just fuck everyone, like, leave everyone else alone and fuck off. Like, that's all I give a shit. You know, it's like, you know, like, quit trying to crawl back out of your weird little sewer dungeons. It's like, that's all I give a fuck about. Leave the rest of society out of your weird, like, occultist, like, esoteric, paganistic, fucking, like, weird Nazi bullshit. Like, fuck off with that. What is it about using that makes it words sound racist? Like if I said Jews are alright, but if I said the Jews are alright, but suddenly feels wrong, that's the same zip code, bro. Yeah, not even the same zip code. Yeah, for real. But I don't know. Like, it's just basically the tone and how you say it, basically. Like, if I said, yeah, Jews are alright, I like them, they're pretty cool. Like, I got friends who are Jews, and, you know, never had any problems. You know, we, you know, clack the beers together at the bar, and this and that, blah, blah, you know. I like them. They're cool people. You know, that's like, you know, whatever. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, but then it's like, yeah, the Jews are alright, but, you know, like, sometimes you got some of them that really like to bargain with you or something. Like, you know, or whatever. I'm just kind of being more minimalistic with it, but you kind of get the idea with that. It's a tonal thing, I think. Because you could be like, yeah, you know, it's like, you know, I've been down New Orleans and, you know, like, in comparison to black people up here in PNW versus down there, there's like a whole different thing going on. And honestly, it's really cool for like that Creole, like, Asian thing stuff and, like, you know, the different, like, you know, culture going on, you know, with, like, you know, Cajun food and, like, you know, some gumbo and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, there's one thing to be like, oh, yeah, there's, like, a whole different culture, different thing going on, and it's really cool. And, you know, just maybe, like, baseline having a fascination about it. Versus being like, oh, yeah, I went down to New Orleans, and, you know, like, the black people down there are way different. It's like, because the neighborhoods I went there smelled like piss and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, some dude tried to come at me, you know, talking about voodoo or something. You know, it's like, there's a different tonal connotation, and also just kind of an implicit, like, you know, like, idea being trying to be put in, you know, someone's mind when it comes to, like, how that's being described, right? Like, so, there's certainly, like, a difference about it. Because I think there is, like, generally, like, kind of an instance where some people just, you know, probably just don't necessarily know better. But also, I think, you know, like, saying, like, you know, hey, black people, or this, that, like, I don't think there's any, like, inherent, like, racial thing to that. But, you know, it's just where the tone and the context and place that where that becomes a thing. Like you said, like, I'm not racist, but, you know, because I have a black friend, but, you know, sometimes the blacks, and then they start going into that shit, like, that's, you know, there's, like, kind of key signs you could kind of, you know, find a little bit where, you know, it's like, it's dog whistle signs. Like, if you recognize what they are, then you can kind of notice them when people try to kind of, like, weasel around that. I think there's something about that gives an inherent infliction. There is. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, there definitely is, 100%. I mean, it's like, because it kind of is, in a way, almost like, well, it confirms some bias, see? You might not see it as much here, but I went over here, and there's a lot of it. It's kind of like that idea. I mean, because, I don't know, I mean, it's a very, like, subjective kind of like broad thing anyway, because regionally in America in general, there's like a lot of diverse, you know, culture, different dialect, different, you know, just also pretty much like different fucking everything, pretty much. Or like when it comes down to the food and music, how people like talk, how people act, how, you know, people feel about things, all in the whole fucking nine, you know. And so it's like, you know, I mean, at least for me, you know, yeah, like when it comes to like, you know, looking at different groups of people or different like, you know, regions of the world, you know, of just this country alone, like, of course, you know, I'm gonna look at it and be like, oh wow, you know, honestly, just fascination, because most of my life has been up here in PNW. You know, I never really like explored farther outside of like Iceland, you know, Montana during the summers growing up as a kid, and a few times I've been like, yeah, the one time I've been to Florida, the one time I was in California, and a couple times I've been to Wyoming and shit like that, you know. So it's like, I haven't really been in that many places around the world and shit. So it's like to be in a totally new place, you know, here actually soon to go to Minnesota, you know, it's like, for me, it's like shit. Like, all in all, I'm actually, you know, like, it gives me a curiosity and fascination because, like, I mean, I would love to, like, you know, just check out more of the country in general and to kind of see what different communities are like. Because I've seen a lot about, like, what, you know, the communities in Oregon and Portland, Seattle, etc. are like and about, but I mean, like not so much else in the world. And I would love to, check it out. See what like different cuisines, different food, like different, like regional African American esque style, barbecue that's blended with like the regional, food culture. Like I would love to see stuff like that because there's a lot of like African American based like restaurants of food, like food trucks and shit that are around here and stuff. Holy fuck, dude, the barbecue that they do, oh my god, it's fucking fire. But, at the same time, I do definitely want to go NOLA, at least for one time, mainly just for the food. And maybe checking out museums. Honestly, I don't really have much of an interest of checking out NOLA besides that, because but like beyond that, but at least when it comes to food and museums, like I would love to visit it for that because I bet that like Creole Cajun like shrimp gumbo or like crawfish gumbo or some shit. Oh my god, I want a fat bowl of that in my belly, like right now. Like I'm just thinking about it. I want that in my belly. Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I would love to just check out these different cuisines and shit. The only way to do that, though, is to go check these places out. And I think that's the difference between someone who, like, has genuine curiosity about these type of things versus, like, just, like, kind of this weird bias they want to confirm in their fucking head because they have some weird insecure or, like, weird, like, oh, well, I grew up because my parents thought of black people this way or this group this way, that way, or this and that or whatever. And it's just like, you don't really know until you actually hang out with these people and check out their food and hang out at the restaurants, hang out at like, their little social gatherings, their like little music venues and shit. Because like, I mean, at least around here, there's a very like strong mixture of a lot of that type of stuff around here, and I mean, and this especially when it comes to a Hispanic slash like Latino American music and food. When it comes to a lot, especially punk, it is like the most awesomest thing to the point where I now really fucking regret not taking Spanish. In hindsight, man, I should have been taking Spanish all these years ago because, like, god damn it. Like, I'm starting to realize, like, half the fucking, like, shows I'm going to, it's like most of the people and the bands and even the, like, merch tenders would be, Spanish speakers predominantly. I'm just like, uh-oh. I'm the English only speaking white boy here. Fuck. Oh no. It's like, man, it's not that bad though, because I actually did have a fun little interaction with a merch stand lady that was for Chincha Breches, and she didn't speak any really much English at all. It was broken as fuck. But we were able to use Google Translate back and forth to each other to eventually figure things out and figure out like at least like an online transactional payment thing. And I was like, all right, once I figured it out, it took me a while, but once I did, I told her, I put on the translate. It took me a minute to figure it out, but I did. I sent you 22 as a tip, and she was like, oh, okay, cool. Sent, got me a shirt, little bag, and a little mobile sanitizer thing too. So a little variation, a little gift, but yeah, I mean, but it was still, like, at least a fun experience. If anything, I at least was able to learn a little bit more because I'm starting to kind of get some Spanish-ish. Not enough to hold a conversation, but I'm starting to at least get a little bit of it, though. Let's get out of context. I know I probably had a few, I think like at least like 10 different Husky out of context there, okay? But, well, whatever. At least I'm not actually being a racist fuck about it. Like, I mean, because like I said, I mean, there's a lot of things I want to like explore and check out and and see and shit. Like a lot of for me, it's always about like fascination and shit. Because I remember like, I mean, I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's just like, I mean, the various different experiences of checking out different food from different like backgrounds and shit. I mean, like, in backgrounds mean like different parts of the world, born and raised in like this country, that country, wherever they are, or some shit. I mean, like, just to, as a quick example, I remember being Keflavik International before, on our way out before we were leaving. I was waiting for my sister's husband and my dad to get out of the bathroom. I was just waiting outside, and these two Algerian French black women walked by, and they were like 7'2", like curvy, thick, and all the right ways, and were speaking French, to each other walking by. They might have been sisters or something. I don't know. They kind of looked alike a little bit in a way that they might have been sisters or at least family related. And I just like 6'2" me just went like. I didn't want to like stare too hard, but I was just kind of like I was on my phone a little bit. I just happened to look up and I went, oh. I kind of like visually went, oh, and one of them did take a quick glance real quick, and I just kind of went back on my phone, and they just kind of walked off, and she didn't really mind or whatever, or notice that much. But I just kind of kept looking a little bit after they were walking off, and I was like, oh my god, Dommy mommies. I was like, yo, towering Dommy mommies right there. Like, fuck, dude. I mean, it's so rare to find, like, a woman that's taller than me, because I'm not going to lie, even though being 6'2", I do got a little bit of a thing for chicks that are taller than me, so it's like, I was just like, what the fuck? It was like at most, like a 30-second moment of just like, like, but I was like, you know what, there's not even a reason to even go approach them. It's like, I'm leaving, I'm going home, and they're probably just showing up or leaving themselves. It's like, damn. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What's weird, there wasn't really that many, like, what I found out, like, honestly, when it came to Iceland, is that I was, like, taller than most people. Like, I kind of stuck out amongst others. I was actually kind of shocked. I thought, like, Icelanders would be, like, on average, maybe about, like, maybe around here a little bit. Maybe some would be up here, but it, like, Icelanders are kind of short. It can be positive, though. Like, this isn't any pizza. This is the pizza. Do I ignore it? Do I? Do it. Do it. Do it, Anakin. I like right after Paul looking somber right there. You know what? Low key, I'm kind of curious. Do you want to see what other shit's going on like these fucking YouTube live shorts? Oh, I actually just found one. Oh, you can't even see the guy either. God damn it. Makes it hard to actually like show the dude. Because, like, there's this dude, Windpress, that popped up on my feed. And I can't tell if this guy, like, speaks English or not. Just listen to it. What the fuck is he saying, bro? Like, I'm scared too. Well, there's no way I could show him. Like, I can't. Like, see? It's just him playing this game. No! Dude, Streamlabs is fucking up tonight. Okay, Streamlabs is fucking up tonight, bro. Like, what the fuck? I see the stream is stuck again. Yeah, dude, never mind. Yeah, dude, I don't know what Streamlabs is. I don't know what hair is up Streamlabs' ass right now. So, if it does it again, I will just straight up restart my phone, so it might be a little longer before I come back the next time, but I mean, we'll just see how long it goes for. I don't know, because it is annoying. Here, actually, I'm going to do this first. Okay. Alright. Here. Because, like I was saying, you can't see the guy.
Almost a 2%.
See? You can't see him. Like, because he's up here.
Very good.
Barely good.
Grab a landage.
I don't know, like, I don't know why, but I am kind of oddly fascinated with him. Because he doesn't read the chat at all. But it's just like, damn it, I want to like ask him like, where are you from, bro? Are you like Norwegian or something? Are you like fucking French? Are you like Dutch? Like, where do you come from? Like, he has to be European or something. Because like his English is so like broken and thick, and like it's hard. Like, well, it's like he understands English, but he's just, I don't get how. I don't know. I'm like weirdly fascinated with him. And a lot of his chat, I don't know if you'll notice, but every now and then there'll be people saying like want to be XQC and shit like that, which I don't see that right now, but doesn't need to read them. The 5 is all we need regardless. Okay, whatever. Okay, it's just literally legit like a wildfire going on in here. I guess they're being like gay with gay accent. They're just like, what the hell? Wait, hold on. Wait, what was that one? He ain't saying his catchphrase. And words and okay, well, yeah, it can kind of seem where I'm oddly fascinated because it kind of weirdly gives me a general glimpse of the weird absurdities that are going on with the shorts sometimes outside of stripping Grammy and twerking Granny. Because now there's 2 grannies, dude. There's 2 grannies, bro. One of them was like feeling herself up, eating pickles and twerking, and then there's another one that's from like Philippines or Thailand or some shit that, you know, strips. So now we got 2 grannies on the YouTube live shorts, bro. It's fucked. It's fucked, bro. Dude, these shorts are fucked, man. Honestly, should we browse them? I will look at these first, but should we browse them? Should we just see the nightmare that are the shorts?
Want to say hi?
That cat looks like it just came back from Vietnam after its 6th tour.
Let's see handstand. Damn straight.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh.
Bouncy. Aww.
No!
Whoa.
What are you doing? Please! No.
It's like, I'm climbing up to see you, bitch.
I would not. Don't do it. I'm so vulnerable right here.
I love it when the cat goes zoomies.
My house! Don't leave me here! This is my house! My God!
I do that with Zukov sometimes, like when I'm like sleeping on my bed and he's like, and I kind of have him chilling, I'm hugging him, but he's over my blanket. Sometimes I'll just kind of like sit up and kind of like, you know, bend my knees up a little bit and just kind of like, kind of roll him up like a little pot sticker or some shit, like a little humbao or something. Well, that cat was having a moment. Oh.
You want to say hi?
Damn. Orange brain cell. Meow. Damn. What? Hold on. We gotta... That little meh was like, dude, just insulting his entire bloodline. And because that cat, how he reacted, going... that woman just insulted the entire bloodline of that cat. Oh, I've seen this one.
Hello.
Ooh, that kitty's so beautiful. Oh, Jesus. That cat, oh, my God. That cat's face. Oh, my God. That cat's face, dude. That is Garfield when he's about 50 years old and grumpy and wants a cigarette and a lasagna, dude. He wants his Johnny Walker Green Label fucking cigar and goddamn lasagna stat. Like, oh my God. Look at him. Holy shit. I've never seen such like a human face on a cat before. Oh my God. Oh, then went into instant cute kitty face right afterwards. Who's like, lasagna? What?
This is why you don't climb on the freaking counters. Don't do
That cat had no shame. Damn.
that. Don't do that.
Fuck you. Boom, 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 boom. Just keeps doing it. I like how some cats will do that maybe once or twice to be like, hey, bug off. But you can tell that some cats have had enough of their shit because they've done that 1,000 times to the point where like, you need to fuck off. Go fuck yourself. I mean, because you could tell they're just not that aggressive. It's just like a go fuck off, like already kind of attitude. Because the claws never come out, you know, because you can always hear that little pop, 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 pop. Because for a while, a cat will be like, maybe it might do it like at most 3 times or something. Be like, come on, fuck off. But if you keep prodding them a little bit, they'll just be like, fuck you! Leave me alone! Don't make me get the claws next time, bitch! Like, I mean, cats are way more smarter than people think because of shit like that. That's how cats feel sometimes. Oh, looky. Okay, we already know about this guy. Fuck this guy. What's going on here? What's happening with this one? Let's see how bad these are. I'm worried about this one. It's not even loading. It won't even load. I want to see if this will maybe like turn off the chat for all of them. Hopefully. Okay, that won't load.
What? Because of you.
Okay, another guy gaming. I want to see what this... Wait, you two... Is this stripping granny? Oh shit, we might have found one of them. Did she stop? Oh shit. Wait. Lag. Oh shit. Her stream's lagging. That's why I won't play. Oh shit. Oh, did we find a stripper? Is this her? I think we might have found one of them. She got banned. Wait, did she? Let's see. No, the stream's still up. Her content, her channel's still up, so she ain't banned. Yo, oh shit. Oh man, we didn't tune in time. Oh damn. Oh, okay. What's going on here? What the hell? Do I want to know what's happening? Dude, what? See what I mean? Like, look at the nightmare of the shorts, bro. What's happening here? Why is this person in a bed?
Quit while you're ahead, because if we stay on for another hour...
Another gamer. I mean, whatever gamers, you get them. Someone doing some stitching. Make some clothes. Very exhilarating content. You know what? Wow, very thoughtful, sir in the hat. Yeah, very pontificating content. Yes, yeah. I 100% agree with you there, sir.
A little bit logically with my simple, rudimentary knowledge on it.
Who is this guy?
In space, absolutely, yeah. I believe in space. I do not believe that we are the only beings in our entire galaxy. Yeah. I believe that there is life on other planets.
Okay, this guy seems a little interesting. Okay. All right, we found it. Okay, this is like the one other interesting dude that's actually on the YouTube live shorts. Between Paul and this guy, I think we found the one other dude that seems maybe a little interesting. I actually kind of want to tune in just for a little bit here. I'm kind of curious what this guy's about right here.
Life is reflective of what God has created.
Never mind. Nope, never mind. Why did he even... No. No, he's a great... Oh, okay. I just had to unpause it to be like, oh, we found the one interesting guy. Never mind. Oh, man. Okay, well, that was very short-lived.
Ew. Wow.
What the fuck is going on here? I can't even tell what's happening. It just looks like an amoeba of fur. Like, what's happening here? So I knew I was sensing something off, some self-help, but I know, dude, there was something. Dude, you know, you were right. I was sensing something off. That's why I was like, whoa, who's this guy? But, you know, like, because he was responding to that initial comment, I was like, okay, you know, it seems interesting. That's why I kind of paused it for a second. I was like, okay, he's responding to a comment. Like, he's kind of doing, like, the Paul's ego, like, style thing a little bit. I was like, all right. But then he's like, well, yeah, I think all of life is, you know, in the reflection of God. And I was like, oh, no, he's one of these guys. Fuck. He's a creationist. I mean, it's like, it's like, good Lord, man. You know, I do kind of...
My sword is...
Whoa, he's got a sword! I'd go back to it because I was just kind of curious, and then he has a sword! Okay, you know what? Never mind. This guy is legitimately kind of interesting. What the fuck? He's got a sword now?
This is... Ta-da!
Dude, he legit has a sword!
Godric Gryffindor.
He has a fucking sword, bro! Okay, you know what? Alright, I kind of take it back a little bit. Oddball, yes. But, dude, he's got a sword, dude. A Gryffindor sword? So he's a Harry Potter... I'm starting to maybe assume a little bit what he's about, but like, okay, he's got a fucking sword though. What?
And it is signed by Matthew Lewis, Neville Longbottom, for the people that don't know.
Oh shit!
Signed by Matthew Lewis. Godric.
So that's like some limited edition shit. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right.
This is the sword. This thing is fucking long. The Sword of Gryffindor.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of cool.
And then there's Matthew Lewis. I think it's upside down. Yeah, it is upside down. Oh well, whatever. Let me switch it around.
Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'll kind of take it back a little bit. He's actually kind of interesting. He's actually a little interesting. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, it seems like he doesn't really get that many viewers. You know, it seems like, well, I don't want to talk, but whatever. But, like, I mean, considering, you know, seems like kind of smaller end, I mean, little, like, kind of, like, chill vibe chat a little bit, you know, I might, you know, if he happens to be streaming on one of my, like, you know, times I'm just kind of free to just kind of just chill for a minute, maybe I'll tune in, chat for him for a sec. Because I'm not even gonna lie, you know what, I'm actually a little curious about this guy. What was he about? Louis Rosales? What's that? What is that? Fuck. What is that? What is that fucking banner, bro? Is that like Kathy Griffin, but instead of Trump's head, it's Joe Biden's? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that got me a laugh. I'm actually a little happy I kind of clicked on this. What's it? Oh shit, he even makes videos. Men should have their backs to the wall dating relationships. Too much makeup. Is promiscuity is he a manosphere guy? Is he trying to be a manosphere dude a little bit? I got some manosphere vibes. Black fragility? What the fuck does that even mean? Alright, I'm starting to take it back again. The truth about this will give some progressive quote-unquote value. Oh, dude, yeah, it's a man. Dude, yeah, honestly, do we dare click one? Which one should we click? I don't want to click a long one. I don't think, you know, clicking one of these long ones. I don't know about these long ones right here. Oh, man. Oh. Oh man, the wokeism. Do we? Okay, that one. Where is it? Where that one go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is 4 minutes long. So yeah, that's not long. So all right. I think look. I'll grant this. I grant me thy right to back out at any moment in this, but we'll go on for as long as we can. Because frankly, maybe we'll laugh at it. You know what? He kind of looks like a Latino Kyle Kalinske, but he went Manosphere. Oh my god, he's got like some Kyle Kalinske vibes going on. Dude, I'm pretty sure this guy has to be aware of like, the local political sphere a little bit. Like, because the dude has got like, the live stream feels like, I don't think he's aware of Paul's ego, but like he's kind of doing that vibe a little bit of his YouTube shorts, because that's how we found this dude. And honestly, a lot of people find Paul that way and have discovered, his shit from there, like DFF and stuff like that because of it. Or rediscovered him. But, like, and now we got this dude who we discovered. And this video just strikes me as, like, like Kyle Kalinske on his bed, making, like, a video, like, out of nowhere because there's, like, some hardcore breaking news where he just has to get it out there or some shit. Or it's like in the car with Crystal or some shit with, while Crystal's recording. Giving Hispanic JF vibes. Oh my god, that's honestly even better, dude. He's kind of... Dude, you're right. Oh my god, there is legitimately like some kind of JF shit going on here a little bit. Oh, dude, yep. Well, let's see. Let's see how JF it gets. Disney made a favorable political statement they wanted us to miss. This isn't his, so this is obviously somebody else.
I agree with your comment.
Well, we didn't really get to see it, so I don't know exactly what it was. Wait, hold on. So, okay. Wait, was he about to say... Wait, what was he just about to say there?
Disney CEO Bob Iger says companies' movies have been too focused on messaging.
Oh, that. Oh, it was actually being played there. Okay. Hold on. I actually want to hear that. So, I just realized it was what's being played.
Disney CEO Bob Iger says companies' movies have been too focused on messaging.
Honestly, I suppose I don't necessarily completely disagree. Because honestly, shouldn't movies be compelling based off of, like, the plot, character development, storyline, and shit like that? It's like, you can have a message behind it. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously. Plenty of phenomenal films that have stand the test of time, have very strong pointed messages, that are, like, within those films, right? Like, so, it's not like you can't do that, but just strictly focusing on that and kind of eschewing everything else does make, for a really, at best, kind of mediocre film, and at worst, just a fucking, just cash grab shit fuck of a movie. Like, honestly. So I don't really necessarily disagree. Which movies, so, like, Zootopia... Well, that's the thing. Like, that's kind of what I'm mentioning. Like, there's a lot of movies I think do stand the test of time, and honestly, for a more modern contemporary film, Zootopia would be on that, list. And you also have a lot of movies like Night of the Living Dead for very old movies, or somewhere in the middle, like with Alien and Aliens, or They Live, it's like you got a lot of movies from, like, more contemporary, from, like, the 2000s to 2020s, to, like, from the 80s, the 90s, to 70s, from the 40s, 50s, 60s. Like, from every decade, there's, like, movies that stand the test of time, so to speak. Or at least that, are very influential to not just the current generation, but at least even for the next couple generations. And, even for quite, a long time. Like, Night of the Living Dead is almost kind of like foundational, like, homework for movie directors and movie producers and shit because of how poignant and how foundational that film in itself is. Not just in a horror movie element, but just on everything else besides, right? Like, so, I think, it just, I suppose it is, at the end of the day, subjective, but, like, when it comes to just the general, I think the objective sense of, like, the impact that these movies had, that's something you can't argue with. And obviously, a lot of these movies, like like you said, Zootopia or what was it called, Bad Guys, the one with the wolf and like Darling Foxington or whatever the fuck, and all that shit. Like that's a lesser known movie, but actually a relatively good film. And then there's like and even honestly for older Disney movies, you got like The Lion King, Fox and the Hounds, shit like that. And there's like some messaging behind a lot of those movies too. I mean, so it's I don't know. It's like it's very possible to be very progressive / woke in nature, while making for a very strong, compelling movie. I mean, it's like because there's nothing wrong with being woke as fuck. Just make the movie itself and the story, the plot, the characters make that shit compelling. There's nothing wrong with being woke as fuck with a movie. Just make it compelling. That's all. That's where my critique at least comes from. But, I have a strong feeling this dude is... Oh, dude, you know what? I know I'm not on the merch tier, but oh my fucking god, I need to. I got to. Because honestly, especially with you and I, do we find some fucking gems every now and then? I want to send this video directly to fucking Onion Nuggets as a fucking like low tier goal for like $150 tier goal to react to something like that. Oh my god, I need to do it, dude. Because dude, I bet it's low hanging fruit for them probably because like this literally has. Honestly, for fuck's sake, on my live streams and on my videos, I get more views than that, even though on the streams themselves, they don't. But shit, like, I mean, I get more views than that. But granted, a lot of the videos I upload are just live videos, bands that I've seen. So, I mean, a lot of it's just because people are looking those bands up and seeing live footage of them. But still, it's just like, for fuck's sake, man. How many subs does this guy got? What the fuck? He's got way more subs than me and I get more views than his ass? What the fuck? How's that make sense, man? We're only 4 seconds in. Yeah, but I also heard something where I think he was going to say communist. It was like something like Ariel's black, and it's like, yeah, that's lazy because you're not doing anything original there. Princess and the Frog is good and it had a black lead. Yeah. I mean, also the songs in Princess and the Frog and the story and everything about that movie is just fucking good. I mean, Friends on the Other Side, that villain song is a fucking banger, bro. I love singing it for karaoke, dude. It's such a good song. I love it. I know we're only 4 seconds in, but here, let me take a piss of runs real quick. I mean, because, I suppose I guess call this, like, reacting to what he's going to react to, and let that be my take of what this video is, so now we're going to see what his take is on this. So, I guess, consider it that. Lazy little butt. This dog is so lazy. Just a lazy little butt. Aww.
I agree with your comments regarding around messaging. That's accurate. Of course, messaging is very important, but that's the problem with Disney. Disney has wrong messaging. It has poor messaging. The international community is not about that kumbaya progressive bullshit. Plain and simple.
I mean, it's not that they're against the kumbaya progressive bullshit, as he calls it. Which, okay, to be fair, that is a little funny. Kumbaya progressive bullshit. Alright, I'll kind of grant him that. That's a little funny, because I want to use that on libs. Like, oh, y'all want to try to talk about progressive, kumbaya, progressive bullshit, but, y'all want to, maintain, I might steal that. But, like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, that guy tickled me just a little bit. But it's not really because of that. It was just, it's like I was saying from earlier. It's like, it's because of poor plot development, story development, and character development shit. Like, and make it for a compelling movie, compelling characters, and shit. Like, because honestly, think about it. Like, what's like a very recent, actually, honestly, like, especially for Marvel's context, since they happen to also be owned by Disney. Like, think about it in this context. Like, what has kind of popped off a little bit in comparison to a lot of the movies lately in the last, 5, 6 something years? Like, it's been the Spider-Verse films. There's only been 2 of them, but people have, fucking talked that shit up, and I've saw the second one, and even with only seeing the second one, and then later down the line the first one, I didn't really need to see the first one yet to enjoy the second one, and if anything, kind of appreciate the first one a little more because of that, after I saw it for the first time. So it's just like, honestly, for me, it's like, the reason why is because they made compelling characters, and for compelling character development, fucking a compelling story, a compelling plot, a compelling, world, that's built around it. Like, especially for that second movie, like, ooh, like, I mean, they really nailed it with that, honestly. I mean, so all in all, it's like, it's not like it's impossible. I mean, here's actually another example, not as well known, but, with Disney and with Star Wars, like, the one show that has actually kind of popped off outside of Mandalore is Andor. Outside of all these other shows that they've been trying to push on everybody. Like, and Andor has actually been relatively really good and has good story development, very bleak, very brutalistic, and brutalist, for a Star Wars show. At least especially for the little I've seen. And honestly, very progressive, kind of woke, but has very compelling world, brutalist in nature in a way, kind of edgy also, and got good character development and shit. I haven't seen the show itself, but I've seen some snippets online, and I've heard people's reviews, and with spoilers included about like certain plot elements and shit, and I'm like, all right, it actually seems like a compelling show. I actually do kind of want to check that show specifically out at some point, because it does actually seem like really compelling, and it's all progressive kumbaya bullshit or whatever the fuck, but hey, it works though. And people like that because you also add a compelling world story, plot development, and character development where, people can at least, kind of at least attach themselves to in some way. I thought Falcon and Winter Soldier were alright. Well, yeah. But that's like kind of more like what, mid-2010s, like early 2010s or some shit when that shit came out? I forgot exactly when that came out, but I know it was somewhere around that time, wasn't it? I'm talking more like the last like 5-something years, like basically like maybe a year or two before the first Spider-Verse came out, and like honestly, they're really outside of like maybe Endgame and Infinity War, like, outside of those two Marvel films, like, there really hasn't been anything that compelling, especially for shows. Like, there's been a couple, but, I mean, at the end of the day, I've just kind of fallen out of the superhero thing anyway, because that's also another thing, too. It's like the theme of what these, movies or shows and stuff like that are about. That was a Disney Plus miniseries. Oh, that's a miniseries. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, well, you actually just put some information in my brain that I didn't know about it. You already knew what I want. You already know what I want. Oh, yeah. I mean, and, because this, but yeah, like, but my point being, though, it's like, I mean, for me, it's like, I think, unless they change the gambit, fundamentally when it comes to, like, this whole superhero genre, it just seems like it's kind of dead in the water right now. And yes, I think a tournament arc would help change that gambit. I'm still on board with that, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I am still 100% and want to pitch that shit. Because that would change the gamut. That's kind of what would get me and probably a lot of people on board, because they'll reinvigorate these, like, arguments back and forth to be like, oh, well, Captain America could have beat this motherfucker, so how could he in this movie? Like, what the fuck? It's like, dude, the back and forths, bro. Dude, the arguments and all that, dude. It would reinvigorate some new shit. So I don't know, man. Like, it would kind of like, kind of stir the pot in the way that I think would honestly be very productive, really cool, and kind of stir people's kind of creative brains a little bit again. And taking a risk like that, I think, is needed. Bunch of nerds arguing will make trillions in the box office. Exactly. Because who gives a fuck what side they are on the movie? They're all going to like it, but they're still going to have, their gripes and this and that, and they're going to argue to the sun, till the sun implodes. Like, dude, like, I mean, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, they'll rewatch that shit. They'll probably, like, be like, all right, it's the last showing at the movie theater, and I guarantee you there'll be nobody in there, so it'll be just us. And then go in there. See, I told you, it's just us. So we can go back and forth, and I can show you why you would not be able to win against him. It's just like, dude, that shit would happen, bro. You know it would happen, dude. See, and that is, like, compelling shit. And honestly, you can throw some, like, kumbaya, simba, progressive bullshit in between everything. Sure, go ahead and do that. I don't care. But as long as you kind of, stick to that shit and make a compelling, crazy story arc around that and whole, like, tournament arc, and make it like a whole triptych. And you know what? Fuck the whole triptych. Make it like a 5-part fucking series, like, because honestly, there's going to have to be multiple, like, films, honestly, for this, especially if we're considering all of them and the different, routes that could be taken. And also, like, if there's multiverses involved, then they can fucking start, going in, like, the last movie, they can try to break out of the whole thing and go back in time a little bit in the multiverse or some shit. Dude, there could be some shit, because you got the fucking Infinity Stones and you got all this at play, dude. It's all at play. It's all going to be there. So it's like, dude, you can save up for, like, almost kind of like an Infinity War / Endgame combined, like, last rah system fucking movie, and it would be insane. Because at the end of the day, all that shit, in almost in a weird way, wouldn't necessarily mean much, because it's like, hey, it was just a way to get you all to come break in the bank, for us, and make a compelling, new, cool movie. And you all argued about it, created, new comics, new shows, new this and that. Like, you know what? Everybody wins. It's almost like that, but almost like nihilistic in nature. I'll be like, damn, bro. Damn, bro. That'll be like the ultimate kind of like low-key fuck you, but low-key thank you kind of like film almost. I still want it. Even if it doesn't go that way, I mean, I still want it. Anyway, so what, like, kumbaya, simba, progressive bullshit is it going to be talking about here? I'm kind of curious. Wait, hold on. Okay, oh, shit. All right, hold on. They expect us to believe Wolverine will lose to Black Panther. Sure. Oh, You simpleton, if only you would have paid attention, you would understand that T'Challa is able to send back the kinetic energy he absorbs, so Wolverine's regeneration only heals his injuries, not his stamina. Wearing him down is child's play. True, dude. Fuck, you know what would happen? Oh man, I want it so bad, bro. I want it so bad. But anyway, like I was saying, let's see what our Kyle Kalinske Latino JF Gayape has to say about everything. He literally looks like a trifecta of like a generic Latino that like was IVF'd with JF and Kyle Kalinske DNA somehow. I know that much about Wolverine, by the way. I was just saying. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, Wolverine's power of regeneration doesn't regenerate stamina. I'm pretty sure it does just only regenerate his health. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure, you know, that is the case. I hope this dude isn't married. Well, if he's still streaming after we decide to pull out, we'll see if there's a ring on his finger. Or maybe he'll pull out, you know, his hand here. You know, the hand, his left hand. Maybe we'll see one. If not, then good. Honestly, you know what? You know how, like, I know on YouTube you could do a screencast where you can call in on people's streams. Like, that is a possibility. So, what if my first dude I decided to be a guest on, you know, for a stream was this guy? Or vice versa. I guess it'll technically be both, a guest on my stream and a guest on his. Because I think you would also technically be streaming, or at least you would see, you know, the person's stream or something. Like, I don't know how it all works entirely. I've only hosted one. I've never actually been a guest in one, so I don't know. I mean, because I'm a labor lefty guy, and I mean, he seems interesting, so I'm honestly kind of curious about, like, to kind of prick his brain as a lefty, but maybe, like, a cut against a fray, so to speak. Because, like, I mean, so far, like, he doesn't really strike me outside of the weird manosphere stuff, promiscuity shit and all that. Like, outside of that, I mean, there's nothing really that inherently strikes me as, like, a hardcore radical, like, fuck everything about the left, that, you know, thing. I think, I don't know, he just kind of strikes me as, like, you know, women just, yeah, he just kind of strikes me almost like kind of like anti-feminist and kind of like centrist right-leaning, you know, a little bit. But I don't know. I guess we'll see.
You look at sales internationally for those progressive films.
And also I noticed about, like, what you were saying too, like, what was it? What does the international community even mean in this context? I'm assuming he just said it here. I think he's, you know, implying, like, international sales. Which, I guess that's technically true. I mean, you get these, you know, companies like Disney that will release these films where they will hide certain scenes or censor certain scenes, you know, for, you know, the Chinese audience or certain countries like in Hungary or Italy and shit like that. Like, they will legit do that. And for Russia too, like, or at least before the war, you know, they would do shit like that. Or it's like, hey, we'll release these movies, but it's like slightly censored, so maybe, like, if there's a queer couple that happens to kiss or hold hands or something, that's censored, and there's maybe a slightly altered version where those characters don't do that. You know, so there's a lot of, like, I mean, there is truth to that, but honestly, that just speaks to the hypocrisy of these companies because they don't give a fuck about this shit because they only care about profit. Like, the root of this problem is the money. It's not the fact that they're being progressive and it just happens to, you know, shit on international sales and stuff. That's not really what's going on. I kind of feel like this guy, because he isn't really attached to, like, the whole, like, mainstream grifter apparatus kind of shit, you know? I think he might be able to maybe, like, be open to being talked to a little bit. Because honestly, like, I'm actually willing to be a little charitable with this guy so far. He doesn't really strike me as, like, a dude attempting to grift. He just, I think, has been kind of sold on it a little bit, and he just wants like, well, I got my own unique perspective. Let me put it out there. But it honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of is feeling a little undermined so far. It doesn't really seem like he's hitting like the hardcore, like, punches, so to speak. At least not yet. I mean, granted, we haven't really played too much, so, I'll just shut up for a little bit and just say I'll, like, play at least, like, 20 seconds or something, just see where he goes.
They all pretty much fucking flopped. Internationally. The only ones that are really
Okay, Guy, I'm sorry I called you Hispanic JF. Well, to be fair, I mean, we haven't watched too much outside of that weird little, like, moments in the stream where he was talking about space stuff, which I thought was kind of cool. But then, because I didn't really disagree with him on that when he responded to someone asking if he believed in space. But then he started talking about, like, well, life is all connected to God, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, he's a Christian. Oh, no. And then I went back, and he just had a sword out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the fuck? He has a sword. Which, honestly, when I kept watching that was kind of cool. So, look, I'm not going to lie, man. I mean, this guy is a little interesting. I might subscribe just so I can have him, like, in my feed a little bit. So the next time he happens to be live, maybe I can just, maybe chat with him or something. Like, honestly, because, like, I'm actually a little curious about this guy. He actually does intrigue me a little.
I think these kind of films are fringe radical minorities. Like, even in the United States.
Okay, what does that mean? Fringe radical minorities? Alright, well, explain that, buddy.
Progressive individuals are a minority. They aren't the majority in any way, shape, or form.
I'm willing to kind of call bullshit on that, my guy. Just a little bit. I mean, because it's not that, like, these progressive ideas are, like, unpopular or a minority. Maybe the more radical, like, terminology of maybe some of these values probably are, like, if you're saying, like, abolish or defund the police, yeah, that's probably not going to be as popular. But if you're talking about, like, regulating and holding police accountable and maybe using more, like, softer verbiage about, basically saying the same thing, then people are probably going to be more on board with that, right? Like, so, I mean, it's not really necessarily the ideas themselves. It's just usually how they tend to be couched, especially on the, like, more populist / like mainstream sphere of things. Because I know back in 2020, like, one of the biggest back and forths that I thought was the most annoying fucking thing in the world, but yet was happening pretty much every fucking night. I was like, having out there, I literally would argue with the chat while protesting and shit about, like, well, y'all want to defund the police, but see what you're all doing, see why they need all this. And even when I would come back home and be, right here, after everything, fucking coughing my lungs out, smoking a bowl after getting a lung-full of tear gas too an hour ago or some shit. It's like, I mean, not giving a fuck, dude. It's like, I mean, shit, dude. I mean, that back and forth was just ridiculous. Because, like, yeah, maybe they should be defunded a little bit so they don't have fucking, like, M32 grenade launchers, fucking, like, aiming them, like, point blank at someone's fucking chest, where that would probably fucking kill them if it was a beanbag round or some shit, or even, like, a tear gas round or something, or anything. Like, having that launched, point blank at someone's chest would probably literally unironically kill them. And I caught that on a Twitch stream once, but because I got banned way back in the day, I'm sure that's honestly, sadly, lost to the fucking ether. Hopefully, maybe more next to somebody else back at that time clipped it, because holy fuck, it was wild. I was just like, wow, this dude, this, like, shrimp pop fucking big ass pig with a fucking M32, one of those, like, revolver style 40mm grenade launchers, like, just straight up just pointed at this one Latino woman, just, like, point blank at her face and aimed at her head too. I'm just like, if he fucking shot that at her face or her head, like, it would kill her. Like, straight up. Like, her face would be caved in, her brain matter would be oozing out of the fucking cracks of her fucking head, and if it hit her in the chest, like, it would just crush her fucking bones and probably pierce her fucking heart as it's beating and fucking kill her that way, or pierce a lung and die from, drowning her own blood. Luckily, the shot never rang out from the fucking thing, but it's like, yeah, maybe that's kind of the reason why people, are very critical about cops. And it's like, yeah, maybe certain, verbiage is, like, maybe a little turn offish to certain, like, civility libs and people that, are kind of like, quote, sick of the radicalism and stuff. But that's why, I mean, in a way, like the verbal optics, at least of things, do kind of matter. But that's kind of, the onus on the people on the ground, so to speak, to help, like, when they're talking to people, understand that shit. It's like, hey, it's not just strictly about, like, defunding police and just leaving it at that. Like, we want to defund, like, the hyper-militarization of the police and reinvest those funds into things that, maybe police shouldn't have to like, be called in on, like when it comes to mental health crisis and stuff like that. We could put some, our investments into programs or into a agency strictly, available for that. And there's been different programs that different cities and states have done for that shit and have been overwhelmingly fucking successful. So, like, I mean, that's a possibility. On top of that, it's like you can at least rebudget the police broadly too and divest in the militarization of police and then reinvest, into different mechanisms of, training them in like different, broader like de-escalation tactics. And when it comes to like reinvesting in ways to like, when it comes to like different equipment that they have, instead of using like, investing in lethal, like, force type of equipment and shit, invest in more de-escalatory or non-lethal forms of, of equipment. Like I know in Japan, for example, when it comes to someone running away from the police, they have like little net cannons or like also these like little like fishnet like style like long ass things where they could run with like a big pole arm and just like whoop, just kind of like catch you like a fucking butterfly or something in the air. I mean, it's like they got shit like that. It's like, why not just have our cops have shit like that? Because yeah, a lot of people like to run from the police, and it's like, you know what? You want a non-lethal way outside some scrapes and bruises and maybe a little bump on your head or something. Invest in some shit like that. It's not lethal and de-escalatory, and no one outside of some scrapes, like I said, gets hurt. Because that guy's going to be like, ah, shit, what the fuck? Trying to get out of the damn thing. And then, you can just, like, untie the thing and cuff him pretty immediately while he's still struggling to know how to get the hell out of it. So, because he's going to be tripping on his ass, So it's like, shit like that would be way better, I mean, it's not like, because a lot of this whole, like, kind of culture war shit, because this guy obviously is getting into it, too. And I feel like there's going to be an overlapping thing, that's going to be happening here. Where it's like, it's not really the verbiage or like the broader optics of everything. It's, like, well, it's actually inverse. It's, because sometimes the verbiage and optics tend to be kind of like, I guess, problematic for some people, where it's a turnoff, but despite that, like the ideas themselves can be sold, because like another example for this too is like when it comes to like universal healthcare, like, if you say like socialized medicine, a lot of people, because they hear socialized and socialism in the word, they're like, nope. But when you say like, a single payer healthcare system or like, or something like that, or like a public service healthcare system and shit, like people tend to be more on board with that because of just simple verbiage like socialism not being in the word or in the phrasing. So sometimes it is just about like understanding what phrases work better for the general populace in a way. Despite the general idea itself, like when it came to the defund police movement, like being, relatively the same. I mean, it's not like you have to change the ideas and the core values itself. I mean, it's just about like, understand what might be more buttery to people, so to speak. Like what's going to butter their bread. Because some people might not like the butter you're trying to give them. Because they'd be like, I can't believe it's not butter. Fuck that. I want some real butter. I mean, to kind of bring back full circle when it comes to films and entertainment, that's kind of the same thing here. Like, I mean, don't be bringing me some fake bullshit butter. And at least when it comes to certain social issues and social justice ideas, or at least bringing forth that commentary and entertainment, let's not, put some just bullshit forward. Let's actually, like, be productive with that. Let's, like, put some good, genuine, grade A butter on the table for people. I looked up movies that supposedly flopped, and I'm just assuming the red numbers didn't do well overall. Here's saying, is that like the only movies that did bad? When you can only clearly see the non-movies, they're doing just as bad. Oh yeah, since I know he's talking about that, yeah, because we're bringing back full circle. Yes, check this out. If it wants to load up, it's taking a while to load. God damn it! Come on. There we go. National box office charts. Okay. This is very recent. Well, his shit. When did he upload his video? When did he do that? 7 months ago. So, granted, he did that 7 months ago. So this is, kind of, I suppose, out of date to that video. But I suppose the point still stands, right? Wait, Australia got Twisters already? God damn it! I kind of want to see that movie, man. I grew up watching that movie. I have it on VHS. Low-key, love that movie. So I might want to. I want to see the new one. Yeah. So wait. So okay. Is there a way to like look at this in a different way, or is it just okay? I guess this is just what it is. All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to accept what it is. The weekend Australia chart. So this is July 19th. So I think this is last weekend. Despicable Me 4. They have a fourth one. Okay, I just realized there's a fourth one. What the fuck, dude? Okay, well, wow. I didn't even notice that. I saw Twisters. I was like, ooh. Which I'm actually kind of sad it didn't do that well. Which I'm not really that surprised. It was probably a nostalgia cash grab. But yeah, so in Australia, yeah, like Despicable Me 4, which is honestly just literally, hey, let's give a kids, nostalgia cash grab because, like, the older sister saw the first Despicable Me, and the little sister, saw, those movies, but they need their movie, so nostalgia tit, like, it's just that shit. Like, I already know what's going on with that bullshit, so fuck that. Ugh. Twisters, well, I mean, whatever. It's like another nostalgia cash grab thing. Inside Out 2. That's the... Inside Out's the one where it's, like, the little, anthropomorphic, like, little emotions. Like, every little character is meant to represent an emotion or something. Is that what it is? They're making another one of those? Well, I guess they already did. In Bulgaria. I guess Despicable Me 4 actually did somewhat okay. Well, it's Bulgaria. They got really nothing else to look forward to. That's actually the only thing on there. Yeah, they literally got nothing else to look forward to in Bulgaria. Damn. China, Despicable Me, and Inside Out 2, and Twisters. So it looks like Twisters is pretty much even. And the other two, yeah, it didn't really do as well. But again, it just seems kind of like cash grab shit. Like, honestly, a lot of this and what the fuck in the Czech are watching. I have to assume that's Inside Out 2. That can't be Twisters. It has to be like some domestic movie. And then, what the fuck are the... Okay, so the Czech, got their own shit going on. Italy... So they got a domestic horror film that also didn't do well. La Presetta. Or something like that. And then Inside Out 2, Twister. So yeah, Despicable Me 4 didn't even get on the chart. Lithuania, the bike riders. It actually did pretty well in there. So I actually heard about the bike riders. I actually been maybe wanting to see that. Weekend Mexico chart. I'm assuming a local film, Twisters, and Testamente too. So they got some domestic films, and all of that has done really well. Hey, Mexicans love Twisters. They love that. Look at that, 28 plus. Damn, Mexico loves some Twisters. The Netherland movies, one of them flopped, and Twisters did, I guess, somewhat okay. Inside Out 2, Despicable Me 4. Honestly, wait, it's red, but also gained a little profit in New Zealand. So it didn't do well, but it did well enough to at least make money. Alright, that doesn't make sense, but you know what? That's basically, kind of the theme going on here. It's like, yeah, granted, maybe a lot of these movies, which honestly a lot of them are domestic films, like Portugal, they got Gru o... Okay, that might be Despicable Me 4. I can't tell. But if it's got the Gru in the name, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. But, like, a lot of these... I mean, some of these places just have their own domestic movies going on, too. So, I don't let's see, Turning Red as an example, since it was quote woke movie. The movie earned $175 million with $121 million budget, and like $22 million was international. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I think the reason why for that is because Turning Red was more of an American-based movie, like, because it kind of took place after 9/11, right? If I remember correctly, or like during and after 9/11 or some shit like that. Like, so it's kind of like more relatable to Americans more so than to the rest of the world, because 9/11 happens to be not a literal direct theme, but is kind of a part of the plot of the story. Not directly, but at least a little bit. It's a part of the world building, basically. It's like the world development at least involves that in some way. It was in 2023. I know it was, but I mean, I know the movie was in 2023. I'm saying the story in the film, it takes place around like 2001, 2002 or some shit like that. You're not great with the movie release years. No, I know that movie came out like a couple years ago or like the other year. I'm saying, dude, I'm saying the plot of Turning Red was around that time. Oh, I didn't watch it. Well, yeah, well, I know because the only reason why I know is because I saw a few progressive people. Well, shit. Well, now I got one up on you. You want to fucking flex on me about movie dates, and I'm fucking flexed on you now. Yeah, that's right. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, bruh. Like, come on now. Like, I know what I'm talking about right now. Excuse me? Look, I'll grant you this. I'm not the greatest when it comes to day releases and shit, but at least I tend to be around the approximate most of the time. Yeah, I'm not that great. Like, when it comes to, like, time frame, I'm not the best about it. Like, I'm like a Paul Zigo about it, okay? I mean, just, like, take it with a grain of Paul, all right? But at least in this time, I know what I'm talking about. Because, I mean, a lot of these, like, oh, it's woke. The reason why is because it kind of took place around that time. And some of these weird anti-woke weirdos, were saying, oh, it's making fun and undermining 9/11 or some shit. Where it's like, no, it's just a part of the plot of the story because it takes place after 9/11. It's just happenstance of when the story of the movie takes place. And either way, it's a fictional story, so who gives a shit? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's literally about a girl, going for puberty and trying to come of age, and her, hormones and stuff, and like trying to like understand that and come to terms and shit like that. I'm pretty sure it's about that type of stuff, isn't it? I'm pretty sure the movie is pretty much like themed around that. Which, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with a movie like that? There's plenty of kids movies that are themed around that. Because, at a certain point, kids go through hormonal things and go through puberty at a certain point. And, it's a new thing especially when they're first, when that's first happening to them. So they're not going to understand what the fuck is going on. So maybe having some movies and some entertainment and education, all that type of stuff that's around them, to kind of maybe help them at least understand it a little bit, or at least make them feel a little better about that, is probably a good thing. So it's like, I mean, either way, who gives a fuck what time? I mean, the movie could have been like took place in like like the year the fucking Berlin Wall fell or some shit, and honestly, the story could literally be the same. Like, it doesn't matter. The website has a wiki page, in fairness to Turning Red, would say a lot of the drop in sales probably had to do with it being shifted to streaming instead of shown in theaters. Which, that seems like a poor marketing choice on the marketing team more so than the movie itself. And honestly, outside of the weird anti-woke, like, oh, this is a woke movie, which honestly, there wasn't even really anything in the first place that they were going after, really. It's just like, it was literally about like the whole like trope that it took place in like 2001 or 2002, and 9/11 was referenced a few times. Like, that was basically it. Like, beyond that, there's nothing there. Like, I honestly don't understand, like, what's bad about the movie, especially from what I understand of it. I haven't watched it myself, but, I mean, from what I could tell, that it seems like an okay movie. Maybe not, like, some pinnacle fucking, like, influential outstanding film, but hey, it's an alright one nonetheless from what it seems like. Had to do with the Omicron variant. An Omicron variant? Oh, because of COVID. Oh, you know what? That would probably be the reason. Actually, that makes sense. Not that, yeah, because if it was 2023, yeah, that would make sense. Because Omicron was like kind of the last little like, oh shit, COVID, blah, 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 it's still around. Like Omicron was like the last thing where people were kind of like talking about, but after that, no one gave a fuck anymore. Because frankly, when's the last time you heard about people crowing about COVID outside of like Joe having COVID? Outside of the president getting it not that long ago the other day before he stepped down and shit last week. Before that, when's the last time you heard about people talking about COVID? Ellie, let's be honest here. It was probably since last year.
So when you're making these,
Okay, let's watch a little more of this. I don't know if I'll watch, like I said, the entire thing, like, from before, but we'll at least see if we can get to the 2-minute mark.
Like, let's say you're making a LGBT film, a trans film about a trans child or whatever, right? What is more likely going to happen? Do you think that the entire Democrat people who vote Democrat, are all just gonna, all the liberals are just gonna be, yeah, let's go watch this film?
Okay, what? Bro, have you heard of the movie called Transamerica? Like that's a movie. I think it was released in 2006 or 2011, somewhere around that time, if I remember correctly. Look, like I said, I know I'm not that great about movie, fucking dates, but at least I'm not that bad about. But whatever, fuck off. Anyway, but like, it's like, I mean, it was around like the late 2000s, early 2010s, somewhere around there. But I mean, it was before like trans rights was becoming kind of like more on the public sphere about like, trans advocacy and shit. And it like, weirdly enough, I remember watching it with my mom because we just happened to be watching it at my brother's house when we were watching his cats, at the time, back when he was still living in Eugene. And it was like, for me, I was like kind of interested because I was like, for most of the movie, I was like, oh, it's this, more kind of like, masculine, woman just trying to like, like come to terms with his, with her son, that, she hasn't, seen in all their life or whatever and all this other shit, blah, blah, blah. But then eventually came to realize like, oh, that actually was the father, but they're a trans woman and and because of course at the time, surgeries weren't really like much of a thing. So, it was like, so it was a trans woman that still kind of like, it was basically socially, like, social, oh my god, I'm blanking on the fucking word, like, socially expressing, themselves in a way and socially transitioned, but not like completely physically yet. Outside maybe like, HRT and shit. At least in the film. But, like, and it was like this whole, I forget, like, some of the, bits in the movie, because I've only seen it one other time since then, when I was a kid. My mom was like, what the fuck? And she kind of fucked off and, went to do her own thing, but I just kind of kept watching it for a little bit, until the movie ended. But, like, at least, the one other time I watched it was, like, a couple years afterwards. But, like, it's a really good movie, though. Like, I mean, because it's, like, one of the few times, at least around that, like, late 90s, 2000s, like, early 2010s era of, like, entertainment and, like, movies and shit like that, where it depicted, like, a genuine, overt, like, literally explicit pro-trans message and shit. And I think at least helped planted a seed in me about, like, understanding those kind of ideas and shit. Because to me, I was kind of like, huh, weird, but okay. What's the movie about still? Because, I mean, honestly, despite the wokeism that's pretty much overtly explicit in in the movie, because it's even in the name. I think honestly the reason why we clicked on it, because when we saw the movie Trans America, we thought it was like, oh, like, traveling all across the Americas. We thought it was like some sort of like drama slash like adventure movie, exploring the Americas or some shit. I think that was why we initially clicked on it, but we're like, huh, okay, and then eventually we realized, well, she did, my mom especially at the time, we're like, oh no, it ain't. I mean, still, I mean, there's a lot of, this actually kind of goes back to the point where it's like there's a lot of wokeism and progressive ideas, so to speak, quote unquote, that can be pushed in a movie, but still be very compelling and a good film. Like, I mean, because even though I haven't seen it in a long time, I've only seen it twice, once in bits and then the second time in full later down the line. I mean, it's like, I don't remember too much of it, but I know it definitely sticks out in my mind and is very influential about, when it comes to how I, look at, like, trans, ideology. Well, not ideology necessarily, but like, transgenderism and, like trans expression and broader queer expression, especially being a queer person myself. So it's like, I mean, it's not like, it just goes back to the whole thing where it's like, it's not like these things aren't unsellable. I mean, here's like another good example. I mean, because I know some of these. Like, another one is a movie called Pride. I think that movie was released in either 2012, 13, or 14, somewhere around that time. Again, another movie that I don't exactly know release date of. I know it's a more contemporary film. That's all I know. But anyway, whatever. Mid-2010s. But I think 2011, 2012. But it's basically about the queer movement and the queer liberation movement in England during the 70s and 80s while Margaret Thatcher was in power. And at the time, Welsh miners and coal miners and trade unionists that were striking for better wages, conditions, usual shit, right? Like, at the time, were getting heavily, strike broken, the fucking bobbies were breaking up their shit and all that. Like, it was rough for them. Same with the queer movement, too, at the time. And a lot of the leaders and organizers of the queer liberation movement at that time were like, hey, a lot of these miners are kind of dealing with the same exact shit that we're dealing with. And you know what? Like, why don't we talk to some of these union leaders? Let's talk to the union president over here. Like, let's talk to the fucking, union reps. Like, let's talk to these guys. Let's have a meeting with them. And they did. And, these, like blue collar, rural, Rust, the equivalent of the English Rust Belt, like yokel ass motherfuckers, we're sitting across from like urban Liverpool, Edinburgh, fucking Newcastle, London, queer ass, goth, fucking punk ass motherfuckers. And we're like, well, it's a very unusual meeting, probably chewing on some chaw or some shit. And, the queer punks and shit were like, well, it is indeed, but we got common enemies and we got common goals if we think about it. And it led to a lot of successes for both of them. Like, it really helped, like, push a lot of, of their agendas, and shocker, stood in solidarity with each other. Because a lot of those miners were probably pretty homophobic and shit, but considering that despite all that, they were willing to stand in solidarity with those miners. And they outright made that a part of their message and, and part of the queer movement for a little bit. I mean, there's a whole movie about it, like I said, movie Pride, and it's a whole big thing. It's part of English history, and it's actually really fucking cool. And also, like, it kind of ties into the whole idea about, like, these conservatives be like, well, there's gays for Gaza, it's like chickens for KFC. It's like, well, if you're going to change the minds of, some maybe conservative yokel types and shit, then saying, fuck it, saying solidarity because there are legit common goals in place there, and saying, hey, let's achieve the same goals despite the differences, then they're going to be won over a lot because there is historical precedent for that shit. You can't just say that doesn't happen and that just can't be possible because that's just bullshit. There's historical precedent for that. Granted, things are probably more partisan than ever about that shit, but it's not like it's impossible despite that still. You forget a lot of normies / the majority of Americans are not like the radical elements of like the right or the left necessarily. And I consider myself a part of the radical left, but I could kind of recognize, how normies feel about certain shit, which is why I understand how certain verbiage, might be more palatable for them to at least plant some certain seeds about the foundations of a lot of these more radical ideas, so to speak. And frankly, honestly, half of these ideas aren't even that fucking radical. they're just ideas that we've kind of like lost touch of for a while, and we just need to regain touch of again. Like, bro, I haven't seen it, but I might someday. Nobody's been trying to guilt trip me into it for whatever reason. I just haven't been compelled to give it a view. And yeah, same here. I'm the same way about it too. I mean, I'm sure it's, a fine movie in the sense of being okay, but whatever, it's like, when I see it, I'll see it, it's like, it's one of those movies for me. It's like, I don't see like it being shit. I don't see it being great. I'll see it when I see it. That's kind of how I feel about it. Here, let's smoke this bowl and see what more this guy has to say. Like I said, I want to at least get to 2-minute mark. We'll at least listen to like another minute of this guy or something like that. Unless he says something outlandish or some shit.
Or are they going to go watch, I don't know, like a film that was more entertaining, that had more action, that had more storytelling, or maybe a new Harry Potter film, right?
Well, sure. I mean, that's just because the story and the world development. So, like, I mean, I guess, going back to what I was saying, from earlier, it's like, isn't that because, like, shit's more compelling? Because Alien and Aliens, because of Ellen Ripley as a character, like, that is like some girl boss, women power kind of like, slave queen kind of, feminist shit, if you think about it. I mean, and also, especially with Aliens, like, with her in the mech suit and, like, the alien queen, you got, like, her, defending Newt, and then you got the alien queen with her eggs and shit. So you got, like, a mother and then, like, a woman having motherly instincts, to protect a child. Yeah, it's like, there's some straight up, like, kind of, like, matriarchy, like, feminist girl boss power shit, to the point where it's, like, who's the bigger bad bitch kind of thing. It's like, I mean, at least for the second film, right? Like, so it's just because of the compelling story shit, right? Like, that's what my argument would be when it comes to these things. It's not because they're woke. I mean, it's because, if anything, the wokeness in those films tend to just be compelling and actually good. To where even people that don't really care about the woke shit, so to speak, can even be compelled by that. Because there's plenty of conservatives that will look at woke progressive films like Alien or Aliens, They Live, whatever the fuck you want to, fill in when it comes to movies like that. And, it'd be like, if you point that shit out, it'd be like, well, it's because back then they actually understood how to make it right. It's like, well, yeah, because they knew how to make a compelling story. Isn't that probably the case? They lost touch with that. It's not because of the agenda. It's because they just got shit at making good stories.
Like, they would actually choose something that has.
But those properties are woke, even if the author of Harry Potter is a fucking nut. Yeah, I mean, and even then, it's because those type of stories are, like I said, are compelling. And have actual, like, standing. I mean, so, I don't know, man. It's like, I always feel like, a lot of these conservatives are just like, their ire and their criticism and their complaints are just at the wrong place, man. It makes me more compelled to talk to this guy a little bit, actually. Because I feel like maybe I can, like, maybe, like, get at him a little bit about these things a little bit. Charitably, at least, because, like, I don't think he's, like, completely, like, a total fucking loon. I just think he's a little misguided about things because he will listen to people like the Quartering or some shit or whatever the fuck. The Quarter Meat Pounder, and, Andrew Tate maybe, when he was doing his shit. He's probably, like, listening to dudes like that, probably listens to Ben Shapiro occasionally. It's like, I mean, so, I don't know. I kind of feel like I could at least maybe grant, like, maybe an open, like, conversation to us, but I'm not, like, thinking I could change his mind completely, but still. I'm actually generally open to having a conversation with this dude, honestly, the more I kind of listen to him. Because I feel like he really is, like, not entirely wrong about certain things that he's saying, but he just keeps pinning it on the wrong things. Like, that's the thing. Like, so it's like, would it be open to maybe saying, like, well, do you think it's because of this type of stuff? Do you think it's because they just care about making money and don't really give a fuck about making compelling stories and taking risks when it comes to making films and, like, making something that could be transcendental and shit? Like, I mean, because I can think of so many different examples, not just with movies, but with, like, music, with, like radio, all sorts of shit, like reality TV stuff. You know, like, I mean, I can think of a lot of different things where, you know, there are people that can be considered woke for our time, but we're, you know, kind of pushing boundaries a little bit, making shit that was compelling and stuff. I mean, you know, Mel Brooks, I think, is arguably one of the greater examples because he made Blazing Saddles. Even for his time, he almost got canceled for it. What, like, would be the woke mob, which a lot of them happen to be a lot of fucking Christians and shit, you know, happen to be out there, you know, freaking out, wanting to try to cancel him and his fucking film for it. But, you know, it's probably one of the best films, you know, legacy-wise, you know, when it comes to him and his, you know, filmography, outside of maybe, like, Spaceballs or something. So it's like, I mean, you know, like, these movies, you know, like, even for their time, you know, were controversial as fuck. So, it's, I don't know. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's not the wokeness necessarily. It's the fact that they've lost their balls. Like, honestly, when it comes to, like, movie directing, story building, you know, character development, shit like that, like, they've lost their balls. They lost their steel, you know, ovaries of steel and shit, you know? It's like, they've lost that. Like, where is that shit again? Like, there was a time where Hollywood actually had some chutzpah and fucking, you know, pushed some boundaries here and there. So honestly, in a way, I feel like him and I would probably legitimately maybe find some common ground about some of this stuff. Maybe disagree about certain specifics. But I think, honestly, all in all, there could be some common ground.
You know, a long-standing...
Whoa, he zoomed in. Whoa. Hi, bro. What's up?
Behind it, possibly, instead of a new IP. So, when you guys fail with your new IPs, what do you guys do? Well, this fucking film failed and it sucked and was garbage. Here is a great idea as a pompous writer or director or star or any kind of associate that has to do with filmmaking or storytelling and shows. As a pompous douchebag, I think I have a right to slowly trickle in, you know, like Salt Bay, you know, the whole Salt Bay.
Salt Bay. Okay, all right. You know, I will admit he's got a little flair to him, honestly.
Little thing that went on like about 10 years ago. Salt Bay.
10 years ago. I think it was a little sooner than that.
Little propaganda, progressive propaganda here and there. Yeah, people.
I don't think that's it, Chief. I think it's just sprinkling like budget cuts and sprinkling ways to maximize our money because we don't give fuck as long as we just feed the grill to people, regardless of what it is. Who cares? As long as we make the most amount of money. Like the executives and the producers of these companies and production companies and shit don't really like that. Again, this is kind of why I maybe kind of want to like have a convo to do because I feel like, you know, there is weirdly a little common ground with this, but just different roots of the similar complaints, I guess. Like, because again, he's pointing out the wrong problem, I think. It's not necessarily the woke propaganda or whatever, it's because of, like, not actually doing anything fruitful with it because you want to take the time, which thus you have to, you know, put money in the salaries of your writers and, you know, script writers and shit, which thus means you're having less money in your fucking pockets as an executive. Like, I mean, it's basically kind of an Arkansas thing. It's like, what's going to make the most amount of money? Like, investing time in writers to actually think about a compelling story, or just make them fucking crunch time, or even lay off a couple of them and just, like, make up some random bullshit and just hope it works. I mean, what do you think is going to make the most amount of money? Despite, you know, maybe not necessarily bombing the box office in a good way, but in a bad way. Because, you know, at the end of the day, who's still making the most amount of money after all that shit? The execs of these fucking movie production companies, Disney, like they're the ones making the most amount of money from this shit. While the writers and the, you know, screenwriters and all these people get fucked. Like, I mean, they're basically, you know, doing donkey work for fuck pay and shit, and have to do the work of like 5 writers essentially, and hope it sticks. And most of the time, it never does. So, I mean, it's like, what's really the root of the problem? Like the wokeism type of stuff, or the fact that these execs want to make a lot of Benjis? I mean, again, it's like the root of the problem is kind of misguided a little bit, but I think in weird ways, like, he's kind of mentioning it, but it's not like he gets that's the actual problem.
Catch on to that, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, this is bullshit. I'm not gonna tune into this garbage. It's too much, it's too related to politics. They're trying to bring politics.
It's not even that. Like, because dude, A24 just literally made Civil War not that long ago, and everyone and their mother was freaking out over that shit. And honestly, the movie, despite all that, was weirdly kind of compelling, and people had mixed views about it. Some people went in there for the politics. Some people, well, actually, most people did. Like, and a lot of people either came out being like, oh, this is actually kind of a fascinating, compelling movie. And I think they're actually trying to make a commentary about the, plight and the errors and the horrible shit that can happen in a civil war, at least for the perspective of journalists. And other people are like, oh, they're just trying to paint this is like the anti-woke side of things. Oh, they're trying to paint the journalists as innocent heroes in the whole, shebang of things. And, just trying to make it look like an absurd, crazy debacle. And the idea that California, Texas unite. Like, they were doing that even before, the movie was released. And it's like, and they had nothing besides that. And it's like, well, that seems like because the movie seems compelling, and I really want to watch that movie. I think it's actually on YouTube now. I could rent it on YouTube now. And I might do that because I want to watch it because it does seem kind of compelling. I've been really wanting to check it out. And also the idea of California and Texas unifying isn't as far-fetched as people say. It really isn't. I don't know why, like, libs and especially conservatives think that's just an impossibility. It's like, they really aren't as different as people think. Like, when they think of California, they're thinking of LA, San Fran, San Diego, and like Sacramento and shit. And that's literally it. They don't think about like the rural areas, like, Orange County and, the Central Valley and Northern California and shit. They don't think about the areas that are legit, dead ass, pretty fucking conservative just as much as Texas is. Like, I mean, it's a little silly to think that it's just all like, hardcore liberal when it really isn't. Same thing for Oregon too. And I mean, the West Coast in general is like that. It's just like such a misnomer that the rest of the country in general thinks, and it's just so silly. It's like, no, plenty of conservative areas around here that are just as southern as some good old bows down like Bama or Texas. Yup. Like, they're just conservative, okay? Like, they exist out here. Too bad though. I wish they didn't, but whatever. The most underrated Metroid game is Metroid Fusion. It's for GBA, so ZD emulate, but this is as close as outright horror game series gets. It's basically like Samus vs. The Thing. Oh shit! I had a Game Boy Advance back in the day. Damn, and why didn't I never have that? If I could find my Game Boy Advance, I might buy that. Because I know weirdly enough, like, sometime last year or like 6 months something back or some shit, I remember seeing it somewhere. I was like, oh shit. Yo. But I put it back right where it was, but I forgot exactly where that was. I was like, fuck. So if I could find that Game Boy Advance again and order a charger for it on like eBay or something, because I guarantee I could probably find one on eBay. And then order, like a little random set of games. Because I know I got 1 or 2 lying around, but if I could buy like a random set of them and shit, dude, retro gaming is where it's at, low-key, though. I love that shit.
To entertainment. And of course, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you do have to. But yeah, that's the point.
Okay, that was a little JF-y, I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, dude, that felt a little JF-y, dude.
They're trying to bring politics into entertainment. And of course, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you do have to.
Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you do have to. Dude, that felt a little JF-y, dude.
But yeah, that's the point. Progressives just are way too arrogant and pompous.
Okay, oh, yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, just like the Republicans before Kamala, basically became the fucking presidential nominee. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's a good one. That's good. I know this is 7 months old, but holy shit, that aged like fucking sour milk. Damn. Damn, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, man. Well, you know, honestly, all in all, I actually can't, like, totally be butthurt at him. Or, like, you know, whatever. Like, I'm kind of half tempted to sub to him just so I can have him on my feed. But I think just watching his stuff and seeing his live, I think that should be enough to at least get him on my feed again. So if I happen to see him again, maybe I'll hit him up. Because I'm not gonna lie, like, he's kind of just like a generic, oh, woke bad thing, but he doesn't really, like, he just kind of seems like he's just kind of up in the air with it, you know? It doesn't really seem that serious. It's just kind of like, I mean, it's just kind of like him repeating what other people have said to him, you know? He's, like, that's just what's kind of going on a little bit. I don't think he's really, like, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, that was 7 months ago, so he's probably, like, matured a little bit since, but I mean, at least in a way to where he's a little more charismatic and at least able to get his thoughts out there a little more. And at least from what we saw on his stream with him and his sword, like, I don't know. I mean, I mean, I feel like he has a little bit, so I don't know. I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, Papa bless. Oh, and all Papa bless. What's this? Oh my god, that Streamlabs don't fuck up because it's fire as fuck. Oh yeah. Oh god, look at that. Fuck. What the hell is that right there? That is so intense. Is that like a full-on, like, fucking barbecue steak or some shit? Like, bruh. Is that a hash brown? Yeah. Hash brown. Oh, so good. And oh my god, that looks so sweet. Oh my god, look at that. That looks fire as fuck. Just dead ass fire as fuck. Fire as fuck. Looks delicious. Hell yeah. Delicious. Hell, I tell you what. I tell you what, yeah. That is right. We must see what can be unburdened by what has been from our original sin. 'Cause that's what has been. I'm in a little musical tune now. I'm in a little musical vibe now. Doing musicals. At least it ain't theatricals, yeah. At least I'm starting to get a little better with the rhymes. I used to suck when it came to the rhymes, but I'm starting to get a little better about it. Just a little bit. Yeah, gotta take a bit of a look at. And then disrupt the doggo from being a little doormat over there. And then we'll see what's going on for the tip. Well, we shall see. And will one of you little bastards go in this fucking little cage already, please? You got nuts? Got dog kibble? Like, come on. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Whoa, oh, are you okay? Damn. Did I scare you? Were you taking a fat nap? What the? Oh my lord. Were you taking a nap? Look at you. Damn, you're looking at me like, what the fuck, Dad? You fucking... Oh my god, you're such a goofball. Look at you. You're so sweet. But you're so insane. Oh. You're so insane. lazy thing. Little booty butt. Oh, he's such a goof. Such a little goof. Ugh. Still saying cool. Coolio. Yeah. Let us see what doth be on the YouTube McGee. Yeah. What there be on the YouTube McGee. Let's go see. Yeah, yeah. Let's find a little something a little mildly entertaining. Let's see. Is there anything? Scabbed it out something. Hmm. Oh, gonna simulate them. Wait, what's going on here? Humiliate themselves with unhinged Kamala attacks. You didn't see the Samus art? The Samus art? Wait, didn't I? I thought I did. Someone say steal ovaries. Oh! I didn't. Oh, I overlooked it. My bad. Oh, hell yeah. Strong woman, dude. Fuck yeah. Dude, that is badass. Someone needs to make a movie, dude. Since Nintendo is so protective of their property rights, and they seem to do well by their properties, they should honestly start making movies, bro. Instead of just licensing that shit out, they should be like, nah, we're gonna do the Nintendo movie production. A Nintendo company. It's like, bro, dude, if they made a Seamus movie and made it like gritty and badass and like with concept like this, bro, dude, that would be dope. That'd be badass, man. I want to see it. Because she's basically just like a female Doom. I mean, let's just be honest. She's like, Doom before... Well, I guess... Was Doom before or after Samus? Pretty sure, like... I think before, but, but basically like Doom, but a chick and just as badass. For the most part, essentially. I mean, Doom is a little more badass, to be fair. But, I mean... She's up there, though. I think she'd be a worthy contender in a one-on-one, combat. I think, like in, fucking, Deadliest Warrior, if you, pit them up against each other, she was before. Oh, shit, so Doom is basically the bro version, the gym bro version of Seamus. Okay. So it's the other, so Doom is technically ripping her off. So she came before, okay. That makes it even better. You know what? She just got that fucking, you know what? I came before you. Fuck you, bitch. Like, out of 1,000 battles, like, out of all the odds. I was about to say that, maybe, Doom would be able to eke it out, but nah. Now I'm about to say Seamus is. All in all. You've been a vacuum cleaner with food. Dude, this is like the 8th bowl of food you've eaten. I'm honestly surprised that I had enough food for that. You nut. You're such a silly boy. Booty slaps. Man, a hungry little thing. Anyway.
Hey, y'all, welcome to the show. I got an incredible one for you to...
Well, if he's doing the little intro, that means that we need to... Wait, what's going on there? Hold on. What?
It's amazing watching them just flail around. Okay, so let's start with this one here.
Is that meant to be Trump and then Harris, like, giving the BJ? That's... I mean, I'm glad that at least they're accurate with the depiction going on there, considering that there ain't no dick, protruding, because, well, Trump don't really have one outside of like a tiny little mushroom, fungi sprouting.
Guys, this is what the right wing is cooking in their lab, bro. This is what the right wing is cooking in their lab. For those of you just listening audio podcast style, it's basically the outline of a woman blowing somebody, and that's supposed to be the H in Harris 2024. Now, what they're trying to allude...
if they're at least going to do it, shouldn't they at least be grammatically correct about it and make it a capital H? Which I guess they can't do it, with something like that. But, I mean, still, really? And also, what happened to the old days of, at least having some basic, political attack ad bumper sticker thing and shit? If you go look up, vintage, election bumper sticker, or on eBay or something, I guarantee you'll, find a bunch of them of, different elections and shit, or whatever. And, dude, they would look way better than that shit. I mean, come on. Even if you're gonna be well, there's a woman in it. Even if you're gonna do that bullshit, there's so many different ways to where it could at least be a lot more implicit and tongue-in-cheek and be well, he's not actually doing that. There could have been, but it feels like the fucking 80s or something, but no. They've just, moved beyond that now. They're just let's basically do something that looks like basically, the banner for a porn account, porn website. It's honestly, hold on. It does kind of low-key look like it would be the banner for a porn site. It's the HarrisXExtreme.net or some shit, dude. And that's the banner for it, bro.
What they're trying to allude to is that at the beginning of Kamala's career, she had an affair with this guy, Willie Brown, an elected official, and they say she used that to climb the ladder, and so it's totally illegitimate that she ever got any position of power at all. And look, did she have an affair with Willie Brown? Sure. Is that really relevant in the year of our Lord 2024 after she's already been the Attorney General of California, a U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States for 4 years?
And also, when it comes to, I didn't have sexual relations with that man, who gives a fuck? I care more about her being, arresting black women and minority, parents and shit, and parents, in poverty because their kids happen to be truant and shit. Her record matters way more than, did she suck a dick once? Who gives a fuck? Yeah, guess what? Bill Clinton had his dick sucked at one point as president. So who cares? We settled that, drama fiasco back with, Slick Willie, back in the 90s, and nowadays y'all look at it as a joke, so who gives a fuck? As far as I'm concerned, she kind of Slick Harris herself up, to power, and you know what? So did Slick Willie, so who gives a shit? Who cares? And so did JFK and LBJ while we're at it, so at the end of the day, that's almost about as American as apple pie, so there is a lot of sexual acts that happen when it comes to people getting up in power when it comes to politics. That's happened. There's a lot of, open secret shit that, with a lot of these politicians, presidents, senators, attorney generals, you name it. It's American's apple pie. Good, bad, right, or wrong? Up for you to decide. But granted, I think it's not necessarily great, but really, who gives a shit? It's always been a thing. This versatility of oh my god. It's whatever. At that point, you might as well start, resurrecting these fucking mummies for the dead, and being well, how dare you, have sexual affairs back in the day to get yourself into this, power. It's what does it matter?
I don't think this attack is going to
at that point, might as well, see how they operate, when it comes to them being a politician and shit. That's what it comes down to. It's yeah, is there some, nefarious ways that they probably got into power? Sure. Politics is pretty gritty that way. But does, do they do good? I don't know. What's their fucking record like? And Harris's record isn't necessarily great. But, her being, AG back in the day, it was quite a while ago, so... Who knows? Maybe her thing, maybe she's, changed, with the times a little bit. But honestly, I'm not exactly going to be all libbed up about her right now. I was kind of watching the Leftist Mafia earlier, actually, and they're all kind of like on the all libbed up for Kamala thing, and I'm like, I'm still reserved about it. I'm still going to hold on to that until like something like concrete comes out of her and her campaign. I want actually something concrete outside of like, a rally or two or people's reactions to it and shit like that. I need more than that.
I don't think this attack is going to land. Look, the problem with everything that you're about to see with all these attacks is that they're just normie repellent. Normies are not, this is not going to make normies go, oh yes, I will vote for the sane and rational Republicans who are cooking up pictures like this in the lab. Okay, here we go. We're just getting started. So this guy, Dom Lucre.
Oh shit. Dude, my friend Logan showed me this picture. Because it's like, Kamala legit looking voluptuous, and I was like, what the fuck? I never actually knew that she was low-key kind of curvy like that. But the reason why we, found the picture was because of this guy, because he's kind of like, let's just be honest, does he strike you as a power bottom? A power bottom with switch tendencies? Because Dommy Queen Kamala over here will sometimes once a night, every now and then, or maybe like, once in a blue moon, or maybe a weekend on a good vacation where he's been a good little boy, lets him, do a little dom sitch, kind of thing. Like, cause look at, doesn't it kind of strike you as that a little bit? I mean, cause I'm just saying it kind of does. I think me and Logan kind of narrowing this down a little bit because he found other pictures of this guy too. And cause I don't know fucking anything about him, but just look at him, I'm like, well, this much I know. I could sense a power bottom, and he's got a little power bottom vibe. Maybe not a gay power bottom or bi power bottom, but a straight power bottom. He likes, his women to be dommy mommies. He likes his dommy mommies. Like, because straight men could be switches or power bottoms and shit. Straights aren't excluded to that. So, maybe is there a little, like, garnish of, like, kind of bi-curiosity going on in there a little bit? Because is she doing, like, a little, like, dildo pegging maybe or something? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what their life is like, but I know this much. Power bottom.
I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with him. He's a big right-wing account. He says...
Well, at least Wait, who? This guy? Breaker of narratives. For all the black women that say you're voting for Kamala Harris because she reflects you, here's her husband. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just making fun of him just because he kind of looks like a power bottom. And he likes his, dommy mommies. I don't know. What do you want? Like, if anything, good on him. He found a dommy mommy. I mean, she is a cop after all. She likes her authority. So, I mean, that kind of, to me, that just kind of gives me a vibe of how she would be in the room. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like, I mean, what's the problem here? I mean, really? What? Because he's... Because guess what? Clandis Thomas happens to, be married to a white woman, so the same question could be reflected back at you, dumb fuck. I mean, so what? Who cares? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I mean, I guess I do just enough just because I like to kind of poke fun of him just a little bit, but not really out of any political or any shit like that. It's just, I don't know, he just kind of looks silly. He just kind of... I will admit, he does look weirdly out of place, honestly, but whatever. I mean, good for him, good for her, who cares? I just kind of like to poke fun at it because, I mean, you got Dommy Mommy Mama LaHarris over here. I mean, I don't know, what do you want? I can kind of read the vibe about how they are as a relationship, and I'm just putting out my, thesis about what that, about what the vibes are about that, I mean, is it right? Or in a sense of being correct? Probably not, but I mean, I would not be shocked if I was.
For all the black women that say you're voting for Kamala Harris because she reflects you, here is her husband. And as you can see, Kamala's husband is white.
And balding, and a power bottom.
and he thinks this is a gotcha.
It's not. Like, it's just silly. Like, I mean, honestly, I just find this like a silly picture, if anything. I like, at least politically, one way or the other, I'm not moved by it. Like, because I've always seen Kamala in, like, suits and shit, so I've never seen her curvy like this. So, honestly, I was legit kind of like, whoa, she is, like, vixen voluptuous, status. Like, what the fuck? I was actually legit kind of thrown off by that, because I've never seen her in, like, a dress like this, and where she's kind of showing off, like, the features a little, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was thrown off by that. That was the first thing I noticed. And then I looked at this guy, I'm like, how did crusty white boy Baldy McGee get a dommy mommy like her, bro? Like, Jesus, you must have fuck you money for that to be the case or some shit. I mean, goddamn, bro. Like, I mean, because what the fuck? Because, look, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, all in all, she is, like, look, Kamala actually is kind of a generally attractive woman. And she's also a cougar, too. I mean, she's, like, 50-something. And honestly, she looks like she's, like, in her late 30s or early 40s, bro. She doesn't look like she's in, like, mid-50s or whatever the fuck her age is. I was just like, when I found that out, I was like, what? I thought she was, like, 39 or something, or, like, 42 or some shit. Like, somewhere in that approximate. I was way off. I was like, what? Because she does look really youthful. I mean, so, look, I mean, politics aside, I mean, just how she is as appearance, and I guess when it comes to her general charisma and her, as goofy as it is, I mean, there's like an attraction and an appeal to that. I mean, honestly, I'll grant that. I think that's why I'm a little reserved about, like, the whole, like, Kamala train, so to speak. Because, I mean, dude, you know what? I think it's just the whole Obama fucking, like, thing, dude. It's like, she's young, she's got a little gutzpah, a little goofy here and there, but, yeah, like, oh, dude, I bet it's that, bro. It's the hope and change Obama. It's, oh, dude, holy fuck, we just, like, somehow went from having a repeat of 2016 and 2020 combined into, like, going back into 2008 somehow. Holy fuck. Dude, that's what it is, bro. And I bet she's gonna have a second term. Oh, she's female Obama. I think I mentioned that, the other night or something, but oh my god. I'm starting to really feel it, man. She's gonna be a lot of Dems and a lot of progressives are gonna get disenfranchised with her after, like, her first term or during her first term. And they're gonna start calling her female Obama and shit. Like, dude, she's gonna be like, Obama but a woman, fucker. So, dude, oh my god, I'm seeing it now. This is why I'm not on that train yet. Or if I am, I'm like one of those, like, dudes in India on one of those, like, fucking trains where I'm, like, hanging on for dear life on the outside of it, and as it's slowing up to the station, I, like, hop off or something. Like, I mean, I'm one of those dudes where I'm like, I'm kind of on this, but I'm not. It's like I'm one of those dudes. Like, I mean, because I got a feeling, man, like, because she's just another corporate Dem, bro. I mean, she's got her own brand, but that's what she is. It's like, I mean, maybe she's more open to pressure for the progressive side of things, but that doesn't necessarily make me optimistic that she's just going to be, like, a complete, 180 about things. I just think that she would have at least enough political instinct to at least change things in the right way to get people to calm the fuck down, quote unquote, and just make things stable and return to status quo to, like, the Obama era style, while the MAGA cheds still freak out a little bit, but eventually, maybe, hopefully, the idea is that they eventually just simmer off and fuck off eventually. That's my guess of what the Democrats are thinking with Kamala right now. Like, she'll kind of bring back the Obama style, like, status quo, and the Republicans will eventually kind of wither off and kind of fuck off until they find their next guy, but they're not going to find, like, an anomaly like Trump. So it's like, I mean, and because of that, like, and they're not going to be able to kind of grab that same spark, that Trump had. Like, I think they're just hedging on that, I think, at this point. And they're hoping by the time it's, like, 2032, and with whether Kamala or maybe Newsom or Whitmer or whoever, maybe, at that point, then it's, like at least, kind of at least kills the momentum of the Republicans enough to at least kind of lock in like kind of a DNC status quo, essentially, which I suppose isn't necessarily terrible, but it's not good either. It's still bad, but I mean, at least maybe can be a little bit more mendable, I suppose. But I suppose, I mean, considering like the last like month, like, I mean, of how like the electoral process this election cycle has been, it's kind of hard to really predict right now because it just seems fucking like like all over the place. It's absurd. Still been thinking about Metroid. Did those things freak you out as a kid too? Playing Metroid Prime, and that's only one of those fucking things that clamps on your head in POV. Unfortunately, I didn't play the game, but like, I am a little familiar with it because one of these things. Oh my lord, that thing, freaky ass old. Those weird ass old brains, those little like fungi spore brains and shit, dude. Fucking freaky. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I just haven't played Metroid Prime or Metroid Fusion. I haven't really played a lot in the Metroid games, unfortunately. I played, like, the original one because that's, that would be in, like, arcade, bars and shit like that. So I have played that, and I am familiar with Metroid and stuff. So whenever I do happen to see it at, like, a bar or, like, an arcade place or some shit like that, I'll be like, oh, shit, Metroid, or some shit, and I'll just, I'll just fucking go on that thing and start playing it a little bit. Same with Pac-Man or any other game. I'll just kind of, like, cycle through them, depending on what I want to play the most. I think the nuclei. It would make sense. Gigantic nuclei. Hold on, I want to at least close the door so Sukov's gonna boof. He ain't doing it outside right now. Yo, shut the fuck up. What's your deal? Booty slap. Boof, you get a booty slap. Booty slaps. That's what you get. Or come here. Come here, Pop. Come here. Boo-boo. Come here. Hey, come on. Come here. Go get it. Come here. Come here. Here. Go get it. Oh. Come on. Go get it. Go get it. Get it. Bruh. Bruh. Dude, you are a lazy little fucking piece of shit. Missile's now a verb. Of course. It should be.
He thinks black women all across the country are going to look at this and say, oh no, she married a white guy. Now I can never vote for her. What?
The evil depravity. She has married outside her race.
You think that? Why would you think that? Again, they're so in their bubble. Like, the implication here is race mixing is bad. Interracial marriage is bad. It's 2024. The overwhelming majority of people are going to be like, what's the problem? I don't see a problem here. Again, this is the best you guys got? She has a white husband, therefore she's disqualified? This is the best you've got. Oh my god. Like, okay, think about it like this. Trump married Melania. Melania's an immigrant. Trump
Slovakia.
is anti-immigrant. But did that stop Republicans from voting for Trump?
No, because she's also white. She's Balkan from Slovakia. She's Slavic. So she kind of goes into that broader white spectrum, people. Because she looks like that. Hello, buddy. Boop. You're like, you flipped my ears over, Dad? What the hell? Boop. There we go. Oh, look at his little ears. Look at those ears. Oh my goodness. Aw, you bastard. You flipped them around. Oh, this is ridiculous. Alright, there you go. Well, you can move, you can leave. Bro, if you're gonna grab it, go. Here, Paul. Damn. Damn. Fucking nut. Fucking YouTube. I was saying you'd freak out and freeze some Metroids and use it on them. Oh, the missile. Well, dude, fuck YouTube. It likes to make everything, misjambled and confusing, and it's ridiculous. I love it.
Democrats from voting for Kamala because she has a white hood. Like, who cares? Oh my God. All right, let's keep going. So Laura Loomer, one of the most deranged, demented, and unhinged far-right weirdos online, she comes out and says the following. I love this. I love how she thinks she's spitting here.
It is time for Republicans to start talking about Kamala Harris's sexual history. What the fuck? What? And the reason why is she likely doesn't have any children of her own? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Of all the best, she had so many abortions that she damaged her uterus? Why in the fuck do these people care about shit like that? That is so fucking weird, dude. Why in the fuck do they care about this? What in the fuck? What? That's so creepy, dude. I'm good. And you know what, bitch? Weren't you the one that was regretting being the trad wife fucking housemaker and all this other bullshit in the broodmare because you're in an abusive relationship with a douchebag, abusive, fascist husband, you fucking cunt? Or is that Lauren Southern? I can't... Whatever. It's one of you two, Lawrence, whatever the shit. Who gives a fuck? You're all one and the same to me as far as I give a fuck. But either way, it's like, why in the fuck do you care about her uterus, like, more so than even your own? Like, you fucking freak. I never even thought about Kamala's, like, reproductive system up until Laura Loomer decided to just fucking shit that, down everyone's throat. Ugh. Like, what the fuck? That is so weird. As a woman that has no biological children of her own, should not be allowed to make decisions in the White House for your children? Fuck off. How about that? Republicans need to run with this message and ask you why women... oh my god, it's just fucking ridiculous bullshit. Goddamn misogyny. It's just coming from a pick-me goddamn bitch.
Dropping truth bombs.
Imagine them IRL. Man, I'd be fucked. I would try to headbutt on my dresser. Actually, fuck it. Metroid for president. It will take care of Netanyahu. Oh, true, dude. Metroid for president.
Everybody. It's time for Republicans to start talking about Kamala Harris's sexual history and the reason why she likely doesn't have any children of her own. I'm willing to bet she's had so many abortions that she damaged her uterus. Okay, can we just acknowledge that?
It's like, bitch, this ain't the 12th century. I know, dude. It's like, it's so fucking weird. And you know what? Even historically, there were women who didn't have any children, like, Joan of Arc, for example, because she was basically a teenager when she died. She was 19 when the British fucking, killed her and put her up on the stake and burnt her to death. So it's just like, I mean, there's plenty of women who are overt heroes and even, like, overt leaders, for nations and shit that didn't have any children and died without any children. So it's like, what of them? Oh, they did not deserve to be leaders just because they didn't have any children? It's like, like, these motherfuckers don't understand a goddamn lick of their traditional value garbage bullshit horseshit fucking nonsense. Like, ugh. It's like, because goddamn, bro. How hard is it to fucking, like, just look for some basic history about, like, strong women who didn't have any children and shit? I mean, there are, historically women like that. Like, especially as leaders. Maybe not necessarily full fucking nations, but, like, very successful generals, like Boudica's another one. I mean, for fuck's sake, it ain't that hard to fucking, like, delve into history. There's pretty well-known examples.
Totally made that up. She totally made that up. There is zero evidence for that. She's just like wish casting a bunch of abortions onto Kamala Harris. What are you doing? What kind of a fucking freak are you? She continues.
No shit.
Woman who has no biological children of her own should not be allowed to make decisions in the White House for your children. Republicans need to run with this messaging and ask why a woman with no kids of her own and just a scarred up uterus is so obsessed with wanting to kill your baby.
Man, fuck this cunt. Because I'm just gonna be fucking blunt right about now. My mom don't even got one. You wanna know why? Because, like, she had 2 C-sections, one of my brother and then one of me. And also, she had uterine cancer, so at least there's a way to get rid of that shit. You know, at least to help mitigate, that cancer spread, which it did kind of at least, there's still a little bit that specific kind of cancer, that's, like, from my understanding, like, kind of came back a little bit. But at least can still be treatable. I mean, but it's one of those things when a cancer does come back after remission, it tends to be a lot more aggressive than last time, so it's like, But one of the things to at least deal with that is to just yoink that fucking thing out, because it's so scarred, fucked up, and all this other shit, you might as well just remove it. Especially given my mom's age, there's no reason for her to have it anymore. Like, so it's like, I mean, that happens for a lot of women where they just literally have a full-on hysterectomy and just have that whole shit removed, basically. I mean, which, all in all, makes sense. But it's not because of endless abortions. It's usually due to other fucking factors. Sometimes for legit medical reasons, like for my fucking mom. So this fucking cunt to fucking, being, saying this shit, and not even, to remotely consider these type of fucking factors is like, fucking spit in the face of me and my fucking mom. So it's like, dude, she could go fuck herself. This fucking bitch. And you know what? There's plenty of fucking women out there that, with or without children, can honestly easily lead a fucking country. And frankly, there's plenty of women with children that probably shouldn't. Like, honestly, for my mom, God bless her, I love her, but like, I wouldn't want her to lead this goddamn country. I'm just being honest with that one. Even with or without her fucking problems and shit.
Kamala has zero investment in the future, but she wants to determine our future. I have to admit, I love this idea that single people can't have good ideas. And married people with biological kids of their own, they're guaranteed to have good ideas. That's the implication here. Hey, jackass, Laura Loomer, I could find hundreds of thousands of single people who agree more with Republican politics, and I could find hundreds of thousands or millions of married people who agree more with my politics, with left politics. Why would you think that this is a good point? Obviously, whether you're married or single...
Also just points out Donald Trump was a shit president and he has kids. And just a shit human being and has children. Yeah. Grab him by the pussy. I can shoot a man on Fifth Avenue and I can still gain, support. An adulterer, a rapist, fucking hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, hung out at beauty pageants with underage girls while they were changing and shit. Like, he's a fucking disturbed freak and piece of scum. And has children, and yeah, like, is married. Like, what? Does that, just inherently mean that everything he says is, might as well be gospel? Well, at least to Lauren Loomer, yeah, it is. To a fucking fascist fucking Nazi scumbag like her.
Biological kids, or you're a stepmom or a stepdad, why would any of that matter in terms of what your political beliefs are? I can't believe they think this is a gotcha.
She's right, though. Nobody who has never had kids can come up with anything good ideas. Yep, absolutely nobody at all. Nikola Tesla. Yeah, never had good ideas at all. Oh, while we're at it, Albert Einstein was literally just a fucking dunce. He didn't do anything good or profound. Never had children of his own. Never did anything good in his life. I'm pretty sure Albert Einstein never had children, right? Pretty sure he never did.
It is true.
He was kind of like, a little bit of a little snack for the ladies, from what I heard about him. But never had children of his own. At least, I guess, not that they were aware of.
He's staggering. Truly.
I think he was married, but...
I don't even know what to do with these people. But by the way, I agree. Republicans lean into this. This will turn off every single normal person in the country. This will turn off every independent, every moderate, every apolitical person. You guys are way too deep in your own bubble. Way too deep in your own bubble. Even just referring to the idea of being pro-choice as she wants to kill your babies.
I mean, Kyle, you know this. People like Bill O'Reilly were saying, like, Tiller, the baby killer. Like, this has been probed, and no, he did have kids. Oh, okay, so Albert Einstein did have kids. Okay, I knew he was married. I just wasn't sure if he had kids or not. I'm pretty sure. I thought he didn't, but okay, he has some kids. All right, cool. I figured he did. I just wasn't 100% sure. That's why I was like, a little. Because I knew he was married and was a little bit of a snack for the ladies before he got married and shit. So I kind of knew he had a little bit of that chutzpah, but, like, all right. Well, I guess he's an exception to it, despite, but either way. Sukov, what the fuck, man? What is your deal? Why? Shut up. Ho?
Okay, you're fighting on your weakest ground. Your weakest ground is your guys' take on abortion. Don't believe me? Look at the last couple election cycles since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Look at all the special elections. Democrats are way...
And the elections leading up, too, because down ballot, a lot of Democrats are kind of, leaning on that. And honestly, like, if there was, like, a double whammy, like, female, like, presidential / Veep candidate ticket going on there, that would probably be very compelling for shit like that. But I doubt it, but that would be very compelling because, like, this type of shit is a very major talking point for a lot of Democrats down ballot. And Kamala will certainly, just her name alone will help boost that. And I think, depending on who's her Veep on the ticket, would help boost that even further. Especially if, if that Veep is a woman. Like, because, oh my God, bro. Like, damn, dog. But because, like, it's one of those things where right now, like, outside of maybe, like, labor and the environment, which even then, like, that's pretty much, like, the main thing that they have to hedge your bet on. It's, like, abortion rights / women's rights and labor rights. Like, that's kind of the only thing they can really hedge your bets on right now because that's where the momentum is, at for the most part. Outside of, like, trans rights and stuff like that, but that's, I guess, maybe a little more selective in certain states. But, I mean, if they were smart, they would be able to understand those priorities, I think. But they don't, because they are dumb.
For performing. Why? Because you guys are viewed as extremists. Because you don't buy the 2020 election, right? You're still election denialists, and you're anti-Roe v. Wade. And people have seen the fruits of that. They've seen people who've been raped or minors who need an abortion, and they can't get an abortion. They have to travel somewhere else. They see the laws popping up where in some states they're saying, you're not allowed to travel to another state to get an abortion.
Nobody without kids has ever had any good ideas. Meanwhile. Am I a joke to you? Jesus. True! For real, though.
Our red state. I
mean, seriously, though. I mean, there was, like, Mary Magdalene... Jesus's, partner, which Christians never, like to talk about that much, but is a part of the Bible and shit. There is at least, some precedent, to believe that there is at least some biblical truth to that. I wouldn't say accurate truth because, I mean, there's still, speculation on whether he even existed or not anyway. But I mean, if we're at least willing to, grant the idea that he was, that is a part of the whole, the whole thing about his existence. Christians don't really talk about it that much. I don't even think, usually a lot of these modern Bibles incorporate it, but it is there. It is a thing. Honestly, I'm sure it's probably referenced in the Bible, but they just never, like to point it out. I mean, because I bet if I were to look it up, I'm sure there is. You know what? Maybe next time I'll see if there is. Not right now, but maybe in the future.
God, she's so stupid. I love it. Yes, Republicans, take her advice. And by the way, thank you, Elon Musk. Because
well, they're doing that, I guess, technically. I mean, not because of her words, but because they've already been doing that.
Musk bought Twitter. Now all this right-wing garbage is front and center in front of everybody's face. And this is going to turn off every normie in the country. And by the way, these arguments now, since the right-wing nonsense is so front and center, it's going to influence Republican politicians to agree with this right-wing nonsense, and then they're going to shoot themselves in the foot by being too extreme. All right, more. So this video is old, to be fair, but this is J.D. Vance.
Unless people want to say, well, they're all children of Jesus, which is weird because that would make us all siblings, which cons I'm probably into. Yeah. Well, they say that. Like, everyone is the son of, the son of God and, like, the son of, the Lord's children and shit. So it's already kind of incorporated in biblical Christian, philosophy, especially in a lot of Christian sects. So, I mean, it's already kind of implicit like that, which I think is why, like, there, for some, especially in, like, Amish communities and a lot of these more isolated Christian, communities and shit, incestual rape and sexual assault, between siblings or cousins, etc. Like, that's why that tends to be a lot more heightened in comparison to, other areas of the country and shit, and other demographics, because there is kind of weird biblical justification for shit like that. Like Lot and his daughters after Sodom and Gomorrah, where his daughters got their father drunk and, one of them, fucked him one night and the other one fucked him the other night after he got him drunk and shit. I mean, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, there is already kind of like an implicit justification for that shit, given certain circumstances. So what makes it, think that, in these people's minds who have been basically indoctrinated, born and raised and shit, don't think that there is some sort of justification. Oh, well, it's okay here because of X, Y, or Z. Maybe it's not necessarily like, the same biblical justification edicts, but because it already is implied, maybe, well, it's justified in the, eyes of God because, well, there's, X, Y, or Z with it, in the Bible. And because of that, that means that, like, it's okay because that means that other, things can be justified with this. So these communities lie and say the earth needs to be repopulated. Yep. They're all about being pro-natalists and, sprouting the fruits of, like, their offspring and, for their flock and shit like that. Dude, they're all about it. Yep.
Trump calls him JP Mandel. And he's going to give you his thoughts on people like Kamala Harris, single women. Watch this.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that...
Cat ladies? Ooh, woo. Wait, you're trying to win me over to Kamala? Cat ladies? There's a few connotations that I'm aware of, and all of them, for as far as I care, are positive. So,
made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any...
Oh my God, who gives a fuck, you fucking weird pro-natalist freaks?
...that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
so
Kyle.
He goes, guys, we're run by the corporate oligarchy. True. And he goes, yeah, the childless cat ladies. What? Guys, we have numbers on this. We have statistics on this. We know that the top of the corporate world and most of the billionaires, they're overwhelmingly men, overwhelmingly white. They're not fucking childless cat ladies. And also, by the way, again, it's like he's purposefully trying to lose the female vote in this country. I swear, that's what it's like. Think about how many, not just single women, but also single men there are in this country. And this whole thing is like him going like this. Hey, fuck you, we don't like you. Okay, go ahead, just hand those votes over.
Yeah, which also, do you think that adds more animosity to this weird, like, manosphere single, like, young, dude, kind of thing that's going on, too, within the right as well? It's like, well, if they don't like us because we're single, then we have to really just push further and blah, blah, blah. Like, do you think that probably doesn't add at least a little implication for shit like that? She seems happy to me. Yeah, she does. Yeah. And look at that kitty. Oh. Oh, that cat looks so cute. Oh my God, look at that kitty. Oh, oh my God. Kitty's so cute.
Democrats. This is unhinged. This is the dumbest political commentary I've ever heard in my life.
You want more food? Dude, you're going to need to wait until tomorrow, bro. Dude, I'm out of pho. If you want more pho, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow, bro. I got no pho. Really, bro? Really? You're doing that to me right now? You've been a vacuum cleaner all day today, bro. Also, fuck this guy. The fuck did cats ever do to you? I know, man. Like, seriously. Like, am I like a crazy cat dude? Right, you know, I'm getting my dog. Hold on. We're having our guests. Get over here. Come here. Hey. Hey. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here. That, buddy. You're a nuisance and a nut, so now you're with me. How you doing, sir? You vacuum cleaner of a dog. You look like a fucking derp, bro. My goodness. Goodness gracious.
Corporate oligarchy and then pretending the corporate oligarchy is childless cat ladies? Oh my god. All right, so then we get this. Oh, you're going to love this. So one of the things we learned is that Kamala Harris is not going to go to Netanyahu's speech in front of Congress. Good. By the way, as of right now, there's a little over 50 Democrats who are not going to go, and I hope that number goes up and up and up and up and up. Okay. Now, what she's trying to do politically, which I don't agree with this, but she's trying...
I mean, I'm guessing this was probably recorded before that happened, but... Like, there were a couple, but at least a few, like Rashida Tlaib, actually were being obstinate and, you know, doing symbolic protests and shit. Because they knew that if they were to be loudmouth about it, they wouldn't be able to get away with it because they would probably get arrested by Capitol Police. But they at least, you know, did some sort of a protest and just sat there and be like, fuck this. You know, just as to, like, kind of at least some form of protest. So I can at least grant that, but everyone else is nothing more than a bunch of harpy seals. And, oh. Can I help you, baby boy? Oh.
Split the difference. So she's saying, I'm not going to go to his speech, but I will meet with him for a little bit at the White House. Okay. Again, I don't like that. Don't meet with the war criminal. Bad idea. But what she's trying to do is politically cover her ass. Hey, I'm not going to go to the speech, but I'll talk to him. So trying to give out a sense of, like, neutrality, right? Not being a simp to Netanyahu like Joe Biden has been. Well, to the right, they're furious. Why are they furious? Because she's not going to the speech, and they're launching unhinged attacks over this. Here we go. This is Lindsey Graham.
This is an astounding bad...
This is an astounding bad position, y'all. I'm the closet gay Republican over here, and I'm like the secondary turtle outside of Mitch McConnell. What's up, y'all? Dude, I'm sorry. Like, this is like literally the queer closet turtle, dude. Like the closeted gay turtle, bro. Like, you got Mitch McConnell, who's just an evil demon turtle, and then you got this guy who's just, like, a closeted gay turtle. That's just who he is. Like, I mean, especially when he got his voice and everything, and just everything about this weird little schmuck.
Decision not to appear behind BB.
What the fuck is this pin? What is this? Can we enhance? Is there a way to enhance this? I want to see what the... Oh, you know, hold on. Let me do this and that. Just so we can do this, because I want to see what the fuck that pin is. What is he wearing? What is that pin?
Furious. Why are they furious? Because she's not going to the speech, and they're launching unhinged attacks over this. Here we go. This is Lindsey Graham.
This is an astounding bad decision not to appear behind BB.
Is that Bart Simpson or some shit? Like, what is that? Even with it enhanced, there's not really much of a way to look at it. It's still... What is that?
Vice President of the United States. This is a signal to Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran that we really do not have BB's back. This is really her first major foreign policy decision, and she's gotten an F.
No, she does not get an F. She gets a B. Kyle. It would be an A+ if she didn't go to the speech and she didn't talk to him at all, right? But it's a B because at least she knows, hey, Netanyahu is in the tank for Republicans, and he's also a fucking genocidal war criminal. And I'm not going to go ahead and be in the same boat. He says she gets an F because she didn't want to meet with a genocide.
Well, honestly, I'm willing to say she gets like a C or C minus because she hasn't been outright overtly vocal about a ceasefire and shit like that, though she's kind of murmured about it a little bit. What? So, I mean, like, I'm not 100%, you know, like, I'm not really 100% like, you know, on board with the whole idea of like that, but whatever. An A+ would involve some type of firearm. True. Can I help you a little, mutt? You lazy little bean? Oh, you're just a teddy bear that could just like squeeze you, snuggle, and cuddle you all day long. By the way, guess what? It's bath night. It's bath night, bro. Bath night. You get a bath. You're just like, whatever, do your worst, Dad. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna be a squirm ball right now. By the way, are we done boofing around like a goof? Because this is the punishment. You get to be squirming around like a ball on my lap. So, ugh. Whoa, whoa. Oh my lord. So are we done being a boof ball? Oh, look at that face. Oh. Look at his little face. It's ridiculous. Goofy little thing. I got another for you. Boop.
War criminal, or excuse me, didn't want to go to the speech of a genocidal war criminal. Fox and friends also were attacking her for this. Guys, they literally don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with Kamala.
At least for now.
I'm astonished by this.
Honestly, give it like a month or so, and they'll probably have some strategies, you know, to hit Kamala with. But they're kind of like freaking out and just like kind of throwing whatever sticks, and right now it ain't working. They like honestly, if the RNC was smart, you know, when it came to this whole momentum, they would be like, all right, you know, obviously, you know, the game has shifted, and we're, you know, they could complain about it and be like, well, you know, but they could have been like, all right, well, we're going to withhold, you know, on any, you know, attacks on DNC and Democrats right now, you know, until we re-strategize with a new plan, and just at least, you know, say that, and you'll hear from us until further notice when it comes to this type of shit. And as it slowly but surely trickles on, you know, when it comes like different politicians or Republicans, etc., you know, making their hits, like, you know, eventually they'll start seeing what sticks a little more if they just waited a couple days or something and just like strategize for like 4 or 5 days instead of just like jump to the gun right off the bat. Because obviously that didn't work and it ain't working. Like, I mean, if they waited until, like, the weekend, like, up until, like, tonight or, you know, up until, like, Friday, Saturday, etc., like, if they wait until around that point, really, you know, like, then I think they probably would have had a little bit more of a better idea about where to go with this shit. But they just kind of started throwing shit at the wall and didn't, you know, use that time to organize a better cohesive plan to at least make a better argument against Kamala, because honestly, there probably are some shit that you could use, but especially when it comes to Republicans, they don't really got a lot.
Because my thinking was, if it's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or Gavin Newsom, they have their lines of attack ready, and they're going to lean into them, and they got it. It turns out the only person they seemingly had their attacks down for was Joe Biden.
Yep.
Clearly not Kamala. Now I don't even know if they had the attacks ready for Gavin Newsom. If they're not ready,
talk, you gotta wait till tomorrow. Can we not, please?
Kamala, maybe they weren't ready for Gavin Newsom, but like, really? You're failing this test? So Russell Brand, you guys know he's done his whole
Russell Brand, oh no!
Transition lately. Not just his political transition, but also his religious transition. Remember, he's going around pretending to be what is it? Did he just become a generic Christian, or did he become a Catholic? I don't remember, but one or the other, right? So he does this whole religious thing. He gets baptized. And also at the same time, this goes hand in hand with him politically. He went from being like a socialist left-winger to being an anti-establishment left-winger to then being sort of like an enlightened centrist. And now he's almost fully gone, the right-wing hack, the why I left the left, that sort of thing. So he comes out and he's trying to attack Kamala. Here's what he says. If Kamala Harris, I'm not going to do his voice.
I'll try. If Kamala Harris is to be the new pick of the button switch, find the lady cotton ball trick that we're all being offered in lieu of democracy, then we already know she is socially inept and an empty instrument of intransigent institutional power, solely offering contagious and genetic novelty to a famished pack of secular idiotes, so bewildered that the melatonin and the X chromosome could represent. What the fuck is he rambling about? I can't even, keep going with that with a straight face. What the fuck is he talking about? Could represent them in some kind of Pyrrhic victory? What the fuck is he talking about, dude? I couldn't even say that with a straight face reading that halfway through. Like, what the fuck is he? Dude, that's just some weird Jordan Peterson-esque ramblings, dude. What the fuck is he saying?
I could try, but I'm actually bad. That's the one accent I'm really bad at, the British accent. If Kamala Harris is to
I think it's Aussie.
Be the new pick in the bait and switch, find the lady cup and ball trick that we are being offered in lieu of democracy, we already know she's a socially inept and empty instrument of intransigent institutional power, solely offering cutaneous...
Wait, I never forgot. Oh shit, what's this? After failing to find 3 different stores, I finally had access to my local Dollar General. Someone told me this is intense coconut flavor, and after that, it was supposed to be tasted peanut butter popcorn. It's because I got to a sugar version, but I didn't pick up on much buttery flavor. That's for the coconut. It's much more subtle than you think. Match sip of Dr. Pepper, then bite in some coconut candy. Ooh, nice. Dog, you have eaten out of that food bowl like 6 times today? And you're still trying to be a vacuum cleaner, bro. Dude. There's no way you're this hungry. You barely did anything today. Yeah, fuck you.
And genetic novelty to a famished pack of secularist devotees so bewildered that melatonin and an X chromosome could represent to them some kind of Pyrrhic victory. Russell, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and reel it in, dog.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and tell you to reel it in, dog. Russell Brand is like, snorted a little too much coke and is like on whatever drug that goddamn fucking Peterson's on, dude. I think he's a little too lost in the sauce, my brother. Like, I don't know, man. Kyle, I don't think Russell is in any mood to reel it in. In fact, he's going to be reeling it and casting that shit out farther away, bro. Like, my brother in Christ. That ain't happening, dog. Look at that fucking goddamn frame that boss on his ass. Dude, like, it just... What the fuck is this? Like, this is like a weird Kyle Kalinske, like, troll face hybrid amalgamation that I didn't even think would be possible, but oh my god, wow, we found the frame, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Seen anything more embarrassing than this? First of all, why are you doing a Dennis Miller bit? Why are you purposefully trying to use big words that are confusing to people?
Because he's trying to be Jordan Peterson, bro. Dude, he literally hung out with Jordan Peterson. Like, Onion Nuggets, I don't know if they have a clip of it yet, but I know on one of their shows, like, they fucking straight up, like, we're looking at, Russell Brand and fucking Peterson, going back and forth, and it was just like, it was literally a sophist, weird, like, I'm using big words and sound intellectual even though I'm a fucking moron, kind of like, competition that it was insane, dude. It made your head spin. I was like, what? But I think that's why, because I think Russell Brand kind of weirdly looks up to Peterson in a way, and I think that's why he's kind of trying to steal a little bit at Thunder, because he knows that Peterson's like unhinged and psychotic, and Russell isn't that psychotic. So I think, he's able to be more like of the tempered, voice of like the Petersonite, philosophy or some shit, dude. That's my guess. That's why I think he's doing shit like that lately. What's the bad? Fuck you. I was Zeus and Thor Love and Thunder. Mr. Brad, sir, that was Russell Crowe. Fuck you, I am God. You don't understand me.
There's nobody that read this and on the first go-around was like, oh, yes, very good, very smart.
Fucking I love you, Kyle. Oh, my God. What the fuck was that?
You're trying to sound like you're deep and profound, but you're really just doing the trick where I'm going to throw in some big words to make you think I'm saying something deep and profound.
Like Jordan Peterson.
And guys, he confused melatonin with melanin. He said melatonin. Melatonin is...
I mean, considering that he's on an unhinged ramble in that tweet, I mean, I wouldn't notice the difference, Kyle. I'm honestly shocked you even found that out and were able to point that out, brother. Like, seriously, dude.
You take to go to sleep at night. I take them all the time, by the way. I have a strawberry one, put it under my tongue, it melts, and you feel sleep.
Okay.
Melatonin is naturally produced in the brain. It's like the sleepiness chemical. But
Okay, yeah, we know that. Okay, we understand this, Kyle. So you don't have to... You don't gotta explain it, my dude. What are you doing?
I take something to help me get to sleep. He confused melanin and melatonin. And by the way, he brings up an X chromosome. Men have X chromosomes too. Oh, this is so embarrassing. And like the whole vibe of this is like she represents the establishment. She's an empty instrument of intransigent institutional power. A normal way of saying that is she represents the establishment. That's what he's saying. Yeah, what about Donald Trump? Got any thoughts on him? Or do you still buy into the absolute fucking fantasy that he's some outsider who's crusading for the little guy? Jesus Christ, man.
I mean, if you absorb basically Jordan Peterson-esque fucking weird bullshit embedded Garrison comics for your politics, yeah, probably. Fun fact, melatonin doesn't work on me. Apparently, it's like that for 5% of the population. Really? It does work on me, but I have to, because I do have some melatonin gummies, and if I'm, really awake and I really need them, some of these times where I kind of, did some late nighters or damn near all nighters with, my friend Logan, for example, once he dips, I'm just like, I need some of these. I'll pop 2 or 3 of them real quick to help me sleep and shit. And dude, honestly, that shit does some miracles, man. Because I'll wake up maybe 5, 6, 7 hours later and legit, despite that, be kind of not rejuvenated, but, get coffee in me and I'll be alright. It's just kind of like how I normally would be in a way. Where I might, sleep for 8 or 9 hours or some shit. So it's I mean, it really does some wonders. I mean, but yeah, I'm actually, I never knew that and kind of surprised. It's good old fashioned heroin for me. Thank you very much. No, right. Oh my God. I mean, honestly, I don't really use melatonin that much because, frankly, I tend to be high enough to where, after munchies, I get into food coma, and I'm just I might wake up once, maybe around 10 or 11, but then I'll go back to sleep damn near immediately and wake up at 1:30 maybe at the most and be like, all right, I'm awake again. All right, I'm going to be awake now. So, I mean, I feel like at least for the most part, I mean, granted, I think my sleep schedule certainly could be better, but at least, I got at least in handy, but lately, especially my friend Logan showing up, it's that's kind of fucked up my sleep schedule a little bit.
God. All right. Then let's get to this one, Right Wing Watch. This Christian nationalist guy, Lance Wallnow. Let's see what he has to say.
She represents...
Atlanta who now? Is it a new weird right-wing freak? Okay, I'm just going to say right now, he doesn't even have to say a word, but, bruh, closet gay. Am I wrong? Closet gay. I can literally see it in his eyes, dude. He's a closet gay. Insecure closet gay that is repressing his sexuality and shit. I could just see it in his eyes, man. I already can... the gaydar, dude. The gaydar is just
it's
going off right now, bro.
Something which
Why do you speed it up every time, Kyle? And if you're gonna be doing that shit, can you at least full screen your fucking videos that you play? Thank you very much, you lesbian fuck.
It's probably the amalgam of the spirit of Jezebel, and in a way that'll be even more ominous than Hillary.
Oh my god, man! You wish, bro. You fucking wish, bitch.
A racial component, and she's younger, and so this is going to be a real thing to rise above that. So in the spirit, as a Christian, I'm describing to you warfare on two levels, right?
She represents Jezebel.
And dude, why did that video cut off after that? Dude, what? I want to know what he was talking. Wait, it's a war on two levels? Like, wait, what's going on with that, bro? Huh? She's like the Luciferian Jezebel and fucking about to bring forth like the, two-layered like angelic and demonic war / the fucking like, I mean, like, what the, I mean, it's this, huh?
He basically is admitting, look, she's black and she's a woman. So we got a problem here.
She's a Satanist and Luciferian and part of the Antichrist. We thought Obama was like that, but you know what? It's actually this bitch right here. Tell you what, brother. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I can't, what? God. Ken Klippenstein made a great point. He's like, one huge advantage Kamala has is just her very existence baits the right into saying absurd things and overreaching colossally. And that helps her, right? It helps her. Look, it's very...
I mean, this shit does. I mean, because at least for now, if this is like mostly what the Republicans got, I was saying it initially too, like when she was first announced, because there's already people like, initially being like, oh shit, I don't know. Like when, she was kind of like endorsed and announced pretty much right off the bat. So like, with that, it's just, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, so far they just got nothing. I mean, it's just like, she, did some blowjobs once, basically taking like, the smear thing about, Clinton and Lewinsky and shit, like, using those tactics, or being like, oh, she's black and it's done miscegenation and it's a woman without children and blah, blah, like, it's just literally shit that just is not appealing to people. Because even maybe in the moment back in the day, when it came to like Lewinsky and Clinton, for example, like, people at this point don't give a fuck about that. If anything, it makes silly jokes, like the Slick Willy and whatever the fuck, like, there's nicknames based off of this shit. So, it's like, I mean, at this point, who gives a fuck about shit like that when it comes to Kamala? I mean, like, and even then, so far, everything they're using ain't sticking. They got shit that could stick, but they don't want to use it too, because think about it. Like, I mean, when she was, arresting, parents, especially single mothers who had their children being truant at school and shit. Like, a lot of that tend to target predominantly minority single mothers and shit, which, yeah, shocker, tend to be black. And it's like, I mean, she, if anything, especially as a cop and as an attorney general, did more to benefit their ideas and shit, more so than not. So a lot of things they could attack her on, they're actually kind of in favor of. So they can't do that, because all of a sudden they would be against the thin blue line and all this other shit. So they can't do that. So what else do they got? She's black. She's a woman. She's a black woman with no kids, and all this other shit, and blah, blah, blah. She's, married to a white guy. All this other bullshit. Oh, she sucked a dick once. Like, that's pretty much all they have. At least so far. Until they find something that does stick. I mean, everything they got means fuck all. Dog, you are not starving to death. There is no reason for you to freak the fuck out. You've literally... I've eaten like 5 pounds of food today, bro. You're psychotic. You're insane. Quit being like Boogie. You don't need to be the fat boy. This wench is childless, therefore unfit to rule over her majesty's land. Yeah. I mean, no fucking shit, bro. And I guarantee you, historically, there was plenty of royal women who led nations who didn't have children. Who were kind of like end of the royal line outside of maybe their siblings or like an aunt, uncle, or cousin or nephew or whatever the fuck. Like, outside shit like that, like, I mean, they were pretty much like the last of the genetic bloodline when it came to the family and shit, right? Like, this, I mean, that shit ain't exactly unusual. In fact, it's happened a lot of times. Like, there's plenty of, like, royal lines that, like, happen, whether it's, like, England, France, or any of these other smaller nations or whatever the fuck, or ones that never, don't exist anymore and shit, where, like, the royal, like, lines, will, like, be kind of cut short because they, there's not really much of an heir, and, the current king or queen that dies, doesn't have an heir. Actually, Carl the Rex, King Carl the 12th, of Sweden, he was a young kid, like when he became king, and never had any children. I don't even think it was married, and died without an heir. Died without any heir, without a wife, none of that shit. And it's like, and also still relatively a broader mystery on how he died too, which is also kind of interesting. But it's like I think it was like 27. I think it was like my age when he died. Like when he, fuck you. I think when he became king, he was 17 or 16 or some shit. And then when he died, it was like a little over a decade later when it was like 27 or something. King Tut, yeah, he's another example. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of examples of this type of shit, whether in more recent history or ancient history. Like, I mean, it happens all the time. Well, all the time in human history, and like the time lapse like when it comes to like civilization and shit, like when in that context, right? But like, it's not uncommon. It's something that has happened in human history, and in a way, still kind of does. To a certain extent. I mean, it's like, even though at this point it shouldn't mean fucking shit anymore, but for some reason it does. But like, at least still, like, the point being though, it's like, this shit, is not uncommon at all. In fact, it's actually kind of normal. Like, if anything, I mean, I don't know why the right, wants to like be bent up on that, because it's not abnormal. It's actually it's actually pretty common in human history. Like, a lot of nations and a lot of leaders and a lot of kings, royals, like democratic leaders, etc., whatever the fuck, their type of leadership was, plenty of them, never had children. Maybe they were married but never had kids, or maybe they were single the entire time and never had children or anyone else. Maybe they fucked around a little bit, and maybe there's a possible illegitimate child, because of that, but no one knows about it because it's like ancient history from like the fucking 1400s or whatever, So it's just one of those things where it's like, we'll never truly know with shit like that, especially. And even then, it's like, at the end of the day, what the fuck does it matter? It's all just like, interesting pieces of, the human history and the human puzzle when it comes to like, history and shit. So why can't we just look at it like that? Instead of making it like some sort of like extra arbitrary like edict of how like fucking leaders ought to be now. It's like, who gives a shit? That's just how humans were back in the day, and why not just have an interesting fascination at how that worked and figure out how they were, and and all that shit. Like, cause it's not like everything is missing, when it comes to stuff like that, right? But still, it's just like, it's one of those things where we could learn from it, and productively so, but these fucking weird conservatives want to try to revise it and be like, oh, this shit never happened. Or if it did, it was like maybe given the circumstances of the time, but let's just brush it aside because that's not what we're actually trying to abide by. Or whatever the fuck. It's like, it's just like you can't ignore it. You just simply can't. At least if you do enough critical fucking thinking on it. Zukov, too. Oh my. I'm starting to kind of get really annoyed by him right now. Yeah, you are driving me fucking nuts right now, bro. Yeah, I know you're looking off because, yeah, I'm not exactly happy with you, bro. Damn. God, bro. It's not like you're helplessly starving and you're going to die tonight because, you don't have, like, your 5th bowl of food. in the last, like, 8 hours, okay? Like, Jesus. I'm not kidding, dude. He's eating a lot today. So honestly, I don't even know why he's freaking the fuck out over the fact he doesn't have food right now. It's like, he can wait, like, until tomorrow when I get some foo-foo and my coffee tomorrow and all that shit. God. Such a melodramatic... You're our melodramatic princess. You little bitch. I get it. You're a little sassy queen. God. Gay little bitch.
What we saw with Obama. The types of attacks that they would levy at Obama would be like...
I'm not kidding, by the way. He is pretty legit gay as fuck. He does more sex drive antics with male dogs more than female dogs. Like, he actually is pretty gay. I'm not saying that just for willy-nilly's sake. I mean, he is actually kind of gay.
Man, you guys are fucking reaching. There's plenty to actually attack, but they don't attack the real shit. Okay. Speaking of Obama, birtherism misinformation already going strong against Kamala here. Gee, I wonder why all of a sudden birtherism is back for Kamala. People incorrectly claiming she's ineligible to run. Reminder that Kamala Harris is not constitutionally eligible to be either president or vice president and is...
Hey, neither was Ted Cruz, but no one complained about that because he was a Canuckastani. He was born in Canada. So no one bitched about that. And also, Kamala was born in America. Like, her parents weren't. Her father's Jamaican and her mother's... I might be wrong, but I think from, like, the Philippines or something. I forgot exactly which country. I know she, like, comes from, like, Polynesia or Asia, somewhere around that region. I forgot exactly where. But, like, her parents didn't, but that don't fucking matter, though. Like, if she was born in the United States, it doesn't matter where her parents are born. If she was, then she's a U.S. citizen. It doesn't matter. I always thought that was a stupid rule anyway. Same here. I agree with that. I think I've always been an advocate. I mean, you know me. I think this whole idea you have to be a citizen of the U.S. and born here specifically, I think that's a bullshit rule. I think as long as you're a naturalized citizen, and regardless of how that happened, whether, however how that happens, as long as you're a citizen of this country, you should be able to run for president. Because if that's okay when it comes to, Senate, Congress, etc., then why not the presidency? Why is there such a weird little, no, why is there that weird wall? I just think it's bullshit. It's not like, the 1880s where you might have, a little spy or some shit. Good lord, dude. And even then, they're like Carlos Menendez, for example. We have a lot of these different politicians like him who might as well be spies for different governments and shit, who don't represent America in one way, shape, or form. So it's it's already compromised in that way. So, why is that a weird loophole? Because a president may or may not, be compromised in that way, even though they literally are, just because they happen to be born and raised here. It's that don't mean shit, because they tend to be compromised regardless. So what is that? Why does that matter at this point? Might as well just fucking get rid of it, because it doesn't really seem to matter one way or the other. And it should, but it's I don't really think anything about our system would change that much, outside of maybe Elon Omar or someone, someone like that, maybe having a little bit of good spot to maybe potentially run for president. But that's kind of wishful thinking. Oh, dude. You are insane.
Currently illegally serving as VP. Kamala Harris isn't even eligible to be president of the United
States. Dude, if Ted Cruz is president, he would be illegally serving as president, because he was literally born as a Canadian. So, these fuck bitches, will never say anything about that.
In case you were wondering.
I hope Kyle brings that up.
There will be a lawsuit that goes to the Supreme Court over if Kamala Harris is eligible to be president. The founders considered a natural-born citizen as someone who was born in America with one parent as a citizen. The lawsuit isn't about if she is a citizen, because she obviously is.
I don't know if that necessarily is completely accurate, but even if that's the case, if one of her parents are a naturalized citizen, which both of them are, as far as I'm, aware with that knowledge, like, then she absolutely is a natural born citizen here, so she can easily do that, even if her parents happen to be naturalized citizens and aren't born here. It, like, this isn't, this is, like, this person right here, who is this? Matt Allen, like, this fucker is trying to use this as a gotcha to, like, Kamala and the libs, but it's like, nah, this is a gotcha at you because you're illiterate and don't understand the context of what the fuck is being said, you dumbass. Like, good lord. Like, it's a pretty well-known, obvious fucking, rule that everyone's aware of because us oldies that were around with the Obama birtherism shit, which Hillary Clinton started, by the way, a Democrat, back then in 07 and 08. Us oldies, whether growing up like I was or, were in the political sphere back then, we know about that shit. So it's like, this isn't new, shit that just suddenly like, oh, whoa, it's out of nowhere. It's like, I'm well aware of this shit. I've known about this for a long fucking time. Like, I mean, this ain't new shit. I've known about this thing for quite a while, and I think it's always been bullshit. Because whether, like, let's say there is merit to this whole birtherism garbage, even though there's no merit to it at all. Like, you know what? Hot take, then that rule shouldn't be there anyway, so who gives a fuck where they're born at, as long as they're a naturalized citizen, who gives a shit? Fuck you, how about that? It's like, even with, even considering their, merit and talking points and all those other claims and shit, I'll say, well, fuck you, they should still be president. How about that? Like, if they're a naturalized citizen and they're officially a U.S. citizen, even though they weren't born here, I don't give a fuck. Like, let them run for president. If they're a U.S. citizen officially, whatever, regardless of, circumstances or context as to how that was achieved, whether born here or otherwise, I don't give a fuck. Let them run for president. Because if they can run for Congress, like Ilhan Omar, or run for Senate like Ted Cruz, or anyone else, I don't give a shit, dude. Let them run. Because, as long as these two-faced hypocritical bastards, I want to excuse people like Ted Cruz for running for president, like back in 2016 and shit, and not say a fucking lick of a dick about that, but decry, this birthright bullshit of Kamala or Obama back in the day, then I ain't gonna fucking hear that shit. I'm gonna call their ass out. It's like, then why don't you call fucking Ted Cruz out? He ain't a fucking natural-born American citizen. He was naturalized because he was a fucking Kanakistani. He was a Canadian. So shut the fuck up with this bullshit. Like, even if there was merit on this garbage, they have to look in themselves in the fucking mirror when it comes to people like Ted Cruz. Even though he got pretty damn close, back in 2016, people seem to forget sometimes. I think it was literally, like, Ted Cruz with, the VP of California Arena, and then Trump, and then the VP of fucking Pence back in the day. That was literally, neck and neck between those two. Because the old guard Republicans back in the day were trying to do their final Hail Mary, hedging their bets on Ted Cruz, even though it didn't fucking work because California Arena was such an unsellable fucking, like, Sarah Palin-esque fucking weird freak that she was just unsellable. And basically fucked Ted Cruz over, like, permanently based off of that. And, Ted Cruz had to cuck to fucking Trump for the rest of the time. And that's where we got the infamous picture of him phone baking for Trump and shit and all that type of stuff. That's when we got that. I mean, so it's like, I remember this shit. A lot of people kind of forget those kind of details, before Trump became a nominee, but I still remember that shit. It's like the fucking, like last night, yesterday's fucking dawn. Like, honestly, because, like, that shit was some pinnacle fucking shit, because it was really showing that, especially for the Republicans, and especially how we see them today, that old guard, like, W. Bush, Mitt Romney style, like, kind of old guard civility politics bullshit just ain't gonna fly no more. Because of that Tea Party movement, too, leading up during Obama's, administration. There's a lot of context that leads up to it, and I could go on for a while about it, but, I'll just kind of at least pin it there. But you kind of get the point. It's like, this shit ain't new. This ain't new shit. it's just evolved, to a point where, at least in certain elements of, this type of shit, it's evolved to a point where it's at least palatable, at least for their own base. But now we're at a rate where it's starting to kind of get to the point where, at least for the Norman crowd, it ain't really as palatable anymore. Back during like the Tea Party era and during those eras and shit, when there was at least still this level of like civility and whatever, like there definitely was, a strong sense of, like the sense of, oh, there's a civility to it, even though there were dog whistling and everything. A civility, a decorum, a sense of like, they just want to get like the blue collar average American, like a little piece of the pie and get things back on track. There was kind of that, mentality a little bit. And it's been regalvanized, for a while, but I mean, at least for now, that momentum has been really heavily thwarted. And it might be able to pick itself back up when it comes to like how the Republicans have been, like how they've been for all these years. But I mean, they could pick it back up. It just depends on like how the DNC are gonna operate with when it comes to shit and how they react to this. And honestly, they got a fucking layup considering the bullshit they're fucking slinging when it comes to shit at the wall they're flowing. Because it's basically just like old guard Republican shit, but just like the blatancy of like the MAGA, bluntness, basically. It's just like the same shit that they've always believed, but it's just blunt, as fuck, like how Trump kind of perceives it, kind of thing, or how he expresses it. And that isn't really compatible. I mean, it was there for a second, but because of Kamala now, they're freaking out. And if this is the result, like I said, man, it ain't good.
The lawsuit will be about the definition of natural-born citizen. Kamala Harris was born to parents who were non-citizens at her time of birth. Therefore, she is not a natural-born citizen and eligible to hold the office.
Yeah, she is, because they were naturalized citizens, and also she was born on U.S. soil. So, go fuck yourself.
President. It's back. The dumbest, most...
Dude, the Clinton, like, fucking... birtherist fucking shit that Obama got is back, dude. Dude, it's starting to make me think that this is going to be Obama 2.0, but, well, man. This is a, like, Clinton hybrid of, like, Obama, dude. Obama and Hillary together, bro. I'm calling it, bro. She's going to be, like, like a hybrid of Clinton and Obama. I'm starting, that's the vibes I'm starting to really feel, with this. The more that I'm starting to have this settle of, of this inevitability, the more it's like settling, like, she's got the charisma and weirdly enough, like a goofiness of an Obama, but she's also kind of got like the weird, like, I want power, like kind of the weird devious evilness of Clinton too. So it's like I said, that's why I'm not 100% on her train. I think she could be more pressured in comparison to Hillary. I think that's where the Obama part comes into play. But I don't know, man. She's gonna. I guarantee you, dude. She's gonna be Obama, but a woman, bro. Just a female. It's just a Obama, but a woman. I just think that's what's going on. I think that's what's gonna happen, dude. And you know what? I mean, I kind of understand it. But I'm not exactly going to be too happy about it, but at least it will genuinely be at least an actual lesser to evil versus like, let me tell you shit that, Malarkey, well, anyway, let me not get into it. Like, at least it's better than that. So, I don't know, like, that's why I'm at least cautiously optimistic. I'm like, cynically optimistic, in a way. It's like, I'm not gonna be shocked about any of the failings that will potentially happen, but at the same time, it's like I won't be shocked if she at least does some all right stuff. I'm just kind of here for the ride at this point. I'm I think that's just where I'm at. I'm just here for the ride. I'm not hedging my bets that much outside of putting some chips here and there, and just here for the ride. Fuck it. If I win some chips, because of, one outcome or the other, then cool. But, I think I'm just here for the ride now at this point. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this electoral cycle is just a fucking wild roller coaster, dude. You might as well, like, you know, make a fucking roller coaster based off of this election cycle, dude. And just call it the Extreme 24. And just have it make it, like, you know, 24 dives, 24, like, you know, spins, and then, like, 24 corkscrews or some shit. Make it themed around that or some shit. Like, you know, 240 feet for 24, you know, right there. Or some shit, and then just do a fat dive. Bruh, dude, there needs to be like Six Flags. You know, call me up. I'll make you a goddamn roller coaster that'll be badass for that shit, bro. It'll be a long one, but it'd be worth it as fuck because it'd be so intense. It'll be chill in some places. Like you'll have like a slight little incline, maybe have a few spins that are a little chill. You just kind of slowly get a little momentum. You have a few rolls. You have like a soft corkscrew that kind of gives you a soft dive and bloop, you know, have a little hill. You chill. You have a little speed break for a second. And then you get like a bloop, fat dive. And then it's all intense for a second. Like, I mean, it needs to be like an ebb and flow with that shit. Dude, oh my God, dude. Six Flags, call me up. I grew up playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and 3 and fucking like, you know, all that shit. Like, yo, hit me up. Dude, I'll build you a fucking coaster, bro. I'll make the blueprints.
Hinged attacks that were levied at Obama are now back for Kamala.
Give me 5% of the royalties, you know, from like, you know, the next like 30 years, and I'll be happy because I'll rake in the big.
They're so unhinged and so extreme that even somebody like Bill O'Reilly on Fox News had to come out and chastise his own audience and say, "You fucking idiots. Obama is American. He was born in Hawaii. We have his short form birth certificate. We have his long form birth certificate. We have the announcement of his birth in Hawaii."
Oh, I remember this. I thought he was kind of referencing to Kamala in this case. Like, wait, he came out of the ether, but no, he's talking about back in the day. Yeah, I actually do remember this. It's a Where O'Reilly W. Like, at one point, he literally had a whole segment like dedicated on debunking the whole birtherism thing and saying you guys are fucking dumb for thinking this is real. This is ridiculous. He was, you know, born in America. I literally have a copy of the shit right here. Like, I mean, like, it was kind of a literal, unironic rare O'Reilly W. I mean, a rare one. Like, I think there's only been 5 ever in his career, and that was one of them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those rare moments where he actually had, like, a dub. But, you know, like, because out of all the heinous fucking shit he spewed, it was kind of at least a little... I remember growing up and watching some Fox a little bit and kind of being like, oh, kind of a little weirdly refreshed, being like, oh, he actually is a little sensible. And that was before I really got heavily into politics. Because even before I got into politics, I was kind of into it. Because I would watch, you know, some of this shit, you know, with my, you know, mom or dad sometimes. You know, and... like, and whenever, like, you know, for example, like, the Daily Show when Jon Stewart, before he retired, like, you know, back in the day, whenever that came up, my dad would be like, no, we're changing it, and would just, like, literally change it to some other shit, and I'd just be like, oh, it's like, you know, he's not being serious, right? But it's like, but he'd be like, oh, well, all them liberals think he's real and genuine, and I don't want you being indoctrinated, and blah, 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 and I'm just like, and honestly, in hindsight, I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe he had a little, you know, thing going there because, yeah, he's a parody and does satire and shit, but there's a reason why he, quote, indoctrinated people into his shit because he's actually fire as fuck and actually good and based and amazing and pretty much in, like, 95% of his, like, you know, beliefs and shit. So, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess in a weird way, I mean, you know, like, in hindsight, he probably was kind of glad. He probably just pushed you into more. Yeah, in a weird way, he did. Well, funny enough, dude, I remember when, like, some of the leaders of, because I remember my senior year for government class, this was actually before Kurt Schrader, and when he was our District 5 congressman, like, before he got voted out and shit. Like, it was, like, you know, 2015, and like, before then, like, the Democratic Party leaders in the local Clackamas County area and the Republican Party, you know, showed up, you know, to, like, talk about different things. And Democratic Party leadership guys that were talking with us, you know, for the class, you know, at one point they mentioned Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert. They're like, do any of you know about him? these two guys. Now I raise my hand and it's like, oh, do you? I'm like, yeah, I know about Jon Stewart. I sometimes will watch him if I can, but my dad likes to change the channel if I happen to because he thinks he's kind of a liberal propagandist and kind of a, quote, a-hole. I didn't say asshole, but yeah, my dad would say, oh, he's just like a liberal, annoying asshole. Blah, blah, blah. Shit like that. So I pretty much, said that, and it's like, well, and they actually respond being like, oh, well, interesting. Well, what about Stephen Colbert? And it's like, well, he does have a strong opinion about that, but I kind of like him too a little bit, because I kind of recognize he's doing a parody too, and they're like, well, all right, bright kid a little bit, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, and then it kind of went back into their little talk and shit. I kind of forgot what they were saying after that, but I was, but I do kind of remember that, and I was like, because it was one of the little moments that I think kind of, helped, push me a little bit more kind of politically in a way. Because, yeah, that type of shit does kind of push you more, into the things that are seen as verboten, so to speak. I mean, I remember as I mentioned it the other day, not too long ago, but I remember my mom being like, telling a story about, like, when she first found out I was a furry, being like, look, I understand that, like, it's something you're into, but you can get out of it, and it's not something you have to be into. Like, come on. And she'll just say that type of stuff, and be like, and I have to tell her, be like, I'm just kind of into it. I don't know. I like anthropomorphic critters and that type of stuff, and all that type of shit, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. What do you want? And it's like, and she'd be like, well, if it's not something you can get out of and stuff like that, it's basically like a cult and stuff like that. Remember, I'm just like, no, it ain't. It literally ain't no fucking cult. Like, what? We're gonna do some, like, Kool-Aid Jim Jones shit or something? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, that's not gonna happen. It's just so ridiculous. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, like, the more that there's, like, kind of a backlash at the, at this idea of maybe exploring, an ideal or just some shit, that, like a child, especially growing up, is getting into, like, trying to shut that down immediately and try to, like, hide that in a closet almost, in a sense, just makes that kid way more interested in exploring shit like that. And frankly, they're more likely to get into more, quote, devious shit because of stuff like that. And not because you're doing it because they want to specifically be like, oh, is there more devious stuff? But it's because they just happen to cruise by it because, they're on the internet and they're going to just kind of click on different stuff to learn more about it or get into it more. And maybe sometimes it gets them into a more niche, fetishistic kind of element or some shit. And they're like, oh, what's this? And then they eventually kind of get a little curious about it. I mean, to be honest, I'm going to be blunt. Like, that's kind of how it was for me when it came to, like, to at least put it broadly, when it comes to, like, certain things like BDSM / pet play and stuff like that. I would argue that, a lot of my mom's like, no, you need to, get away from that shit, and almost kind of saying it's like a cult or whatever the fuck and all that other shit. It probably attracted me to that shit a lot more. And you know what? Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's like, whatever, I'm into it, so what? Who cares? But, I mean, either way, I probably, even if I would still get into it, I probably wouldn't be so quickly to be fascinated by it, if she just said, I mean, look, just be careful, this and that. Like, I mean, obviously still have some parental oversight, but at least be like, hey, like, here's, something that's at least, friendly and blah, 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 at least for your age and shit like that. Instead of maybe potentially finding something devious on the internet where, ends up potentially, not always, obviously, but potentially leading down a path where it could, kind of go down a dark route. Because it certainly can. I mean, like I said, it doesn't happen all the time, but I mean, at least for context, like when it comes to furries, for example, I mean, I feel like that's why you get examples like Kero the Wolf, for example. If you don't know who I'm talking about, look him up. You'll realize who I'm talking about pretty fucking quickly. There's plenty of videos and analysis, deep dives about that guy that, I just won't explain. I'll just give you the quick rundown. Outcast, kind of weirdo. Had a lot of weird things about this guy where he would just be kind of a creep to people, would go to different conventions and would wear pretty much the same suit without washing it, by the way, which, and and also like his first suit was like legit really beautifully made, but then it like at the end results, of its existence end up looking just really 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 bad, and just basically destroyed it and ruined it essentially. I don't even think like 10 cycles of deep clean that thing would save it. Like it basically might as well just burn it. Like honestly, legitimately, I'm not even kidding. And the dude has like done some potentially abusive things of animals, maybe minus like just shit like that. Like I said, TLDR, just fucked up scenario. And it's just like, I mean, and frankly, I would bet legit that like his parents were probably heavily repressive, hardcore like Christian types, and and that led to him delving into the dark web, so to speak, and going incognito in a way, going behind their back and delving into pretty weird, deep shit. And probably honestly got abused himself too in his upbringing. And it led him to being the fucked up weirdo that he is. And sadly paints furries in a very fucking bad name because a lot of anti-fur types like to like use him as like the number one example of like, see, you're all fucked up, fuck you, it. It's like, he's literally like the exception to the rule, motherfucker. Like, even us furries are looking at him like, anyone got a 30 out of 6? You know what I mean? It's like, come on, like, give me a break. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous. It's pretty fucking silly. Speaking of which, I mean, I don't want to like find another clip, because, but dude, there's like another one, like, because I've been checking out some Alex Gunter. Didn't it go over him on the Fur Gauntlet? Yes, on DFF, yes, they did. Not for long. Once they kind of get started, delving into like the animal abuse elements and shit. Okay, I don't know why I put that in quotes, but because there is actually a merit to it. But like when it came to that type of shit, they're just like, nope, we're bailing out, and just moved on to another thing, which I don't blame him, because it's a pretty fucked story. And sadly, like, he really isn't the only one. He's just the most well-known one amongst like the internet sphere. Like, there's a few others that are, like, have similar behaviors. I just don't remember all their names. But like I said, they are exceptions to the rule, and that's why, they tend to have their names highlighted a lot, because even us furs, want to point their names out, so we're like, hey, avoid these people, they're fucking scum, basically. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, that's kind of why they tend to be highlighted so much, because even furs will point them out, just to say, hey, avoid them. Let con, staff and shit like that know, so they're banned and prohibited from showing up, so they don't prey on people and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like, so, I mean, it's sadly kind of a weird catch-22 about that type of shit, but, I mean, hey, at least, there is a little bit of vigilance when it comes to the fandom and the community when it comes to stuff like that, so I'll grant that at least. But yeah, but like I was saying though, like, I mean, I've been checking out Alex Gunter, and he's been kind of like delving into furries lately. Like, he has like 3 or 4 videos delving into him, because apparently Brett Cooper has a fucking weird, butthurt thing about him, and also he delved into like, deep dive in one of these anti-fur dudes that has like a whole like Google Doc and shit. Hold on, I mean, maybe I'll find the shortest one here real quick. Hold on, it's like Alec Gunter, right, or is it Alex? Yeah, I think this is it, right? Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so I saw this one. This guy made hating furries his entire personality. And then there's another one here where it's like the furries hacking Project 2025, which we kind of know about, whatever. And then there's Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper can't handle the furries, which I kind of, I want to see what Brett Cooper has to say about the furries, dude. And also, I know you can't really see the thumbnail, but the thumbnail of this, a gal in the fursuit head, not gonna lie, cute as fuck. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I stand and simp for our female fursuiters, I'm not gonna lie.
People have...
I kind of do a little bit, because they're a rarity, and it's like, we need more of them. I don't care if they're like lesbian, trans, this and that, whatever the fuck. I literally don't give a shit. We just need more of them. It's oversaturated with dudes. Like, look, I get it, but whatever. It's like, can we get more chicks?
Gall to come at me and say, oh no, if I homeschool my children, they will be socially inept.
Read the rest of the article, Brett. Read the rest of it.
They'll be weird. I just
Wait, what about homeschooling? Oh no. What's going on? Wait, hold on. We got... Alright, here. Let's just skip the preview shit. There we go. Nice synthwave. Yeah. More synthwave. Alright, skip. Get out of here.
So we all know, but that's the other Femme Shapiro. This is Brett Cooper. So we got Brett Cooper here. She's made quite a...
Which, honestly, her name sounds like the most generic IT tech bro fucking male name ever. It's, like, I'm always thrown off by her name. I'm just gonna put that out there. Whenever I'm like, Brett Cooper, oh yeah, that guy. Oh wait, no, she's a chick. She's like the Ben Shapiro lookalike. It's like, I don't know why. Who named her Brett? Like, was it her dad or her mom? Like, who named her Brett? Like, that's like the most unfeminine name for a person ever. Like, seriously, like, why? Just so we can make fun of her?
Videos during Pride Month. You know, you got Fat Beach Day here. I'm sure that, like, the fat people are destroying the society. We got men raw dogging on airplanes. I have no clue what's going on with that. But what we're going to talk about is her take on furries. It says some things don't need to be normalized, and as you can tell by the thumbnail, she's not happy.
Some things don't need to be normalized, and it's just some peeps in some fursuits. Oh my god, dude. I look, I get it. Some people kind of think furries are a little weird and kind of cringe. But man, you gotta admit, at least some suits are kind of cool. Like, that one's kind of dope. That one's a little eh. I could kind of tell the ones here in the background are kind of cool. I mean, it's like, look, I get it, but I mean, look, who in the fuck is it harming? Like, as long as it's all consensual between adults, at least when it comes to the, other side of things, as long as it's all consensual, who cares? And as long as, there's not, like, because honestly, like, is there anything wrong with, like, maybe a couple fursuiters hanging out in the park, for example? Like, there's no harm in that. And in fact, honestly, maybe, like, your little 8-year-old that's, going to chill at the park would be like, whoa! And be kind of fascinated by that and be like, Mama, can I get a picture? Or some shit. I mean, like, that happens a lot. So, is there really a problem with it? I mean, like, yeah, I can kind of get it. It might be for some people a little weird, but so what? I mean, especially for kids, if they happen to be like, whoa, cool, then that's kind of cool. I mean, honestly, I know, fursuiters that legit will do it just because they know that, sometimes it puts a smile on someone's face, especially if it's a kid, because it's like, hey, I just made the day a little brighter because, I kind of look like one of their, like, little Disney characters they probably are into or some shit or whatever the fuck, whatever, it's like, I mean, for a lot of suitors, they just like the idea of, like, maybe putting a little bit more of a smile on someone's day, just being out there doing their thing and shit. Like, I mean, straight up. I mean, and there's no harm in that. I mean, it's like the same premise of, like, one of those, like Silverman and shit that just kind of sit there frozen while everyone's like, whoa, kind of thing. The same premise there. Same thing as a busker playing guitar at the park or whatever the fuck. Same premise, just a different execution of how they're doing it, right? Like, it's the same thing. I mean, it really ain't that much different. A boy named Sue, girl named Brett.
Furries. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Let's see what she has to say about furries. Now, before we get started, though, I want to talk about, like, my opinions on furries. I think furries are fine. I think it's cool to do what you want, as far as the furry thing goes, wear your little outfits, whatever. I think the costumes they make, honestly, are pretty sick. I'm not going to lie. I think that furry costumes are... Here, furry costume. Well, let's make sure that they're safe for work.
Yeah, because some of us, as adults, like any adult human being, likes to be sexual, so sometimes the things we're into overlap with that. Furries ain't no different. And if anything, furries initially started off as, like, kind of an 18 plus, like, niche science fiction, like branch off and shit. I mean, like there's a really cool history about furries and shit. Like, legitimately. I mean, and honestly, they even go farther than back. Like, the whole, like, modern idea of what a furry is more of a newer thing, but the idea of humans being fascinated with anthropomorphic animals and even dressing up like an animal in a way, especially when it comes to, like, ritualistic purposes, for example. Like, I mean, that ain't really unusual. Like, for example, like, I mean, even when it comes to, like, going out to war, for example, like, I mean, when it came to the Aztecs, they had eagle warriors, and they would, like, take eagle feathers and shit like that and adorn themselves and look like an eagle and go off to battle as, like, an elite warrior, that is mighty, and deadly with the talons of an eagle kind of thing. That hence the eagle warrior. Like, I mean, and the jaguar warrior, too. Wearing jaguar pelt, berserkers, and when it came to Norsemen and Northmen and shit, when it came to, like, wearing bear pelts and being naked beyond that, basically. It's like, I mean, this type of, like, fascination goes far back, despite, the different, context of how it tends to be, put to use, so to speak, right? Like, it goes way far back. And honestly, it's cool as fuck. Like, I think, and that's honestly partly why I am a furry too, is just because I think it's so fascinating that humans have always had a fascination about this, and especially when it comes to a lot of, like, older religious and spiritualistic, like, culture and history, like, it tends to overlap a lot. And, and also, yeah, the fursuits tend to be really fucking cool, and frankly, yeah, some of them kind of sexy a little bit. Because, look, yeah, I'm an adult, some of it can be sexualized for me, and frankly, there's a lot of furry art out there that is fine as fuck, okay? There's some, like, there's some art out there, okay? Sorry, too bad, so sad. What are you gonna do? Fuck, sue me.
This is a good example of what I'm talking about. So if you don't know what a furry is, it's the people who wear these costumes.
Oh my god, this is so cute! This is adorable. Oh, that's so cute!
Necessarily have to wear these costumes. Some people might argue you're a furry even if you just jerk it to furry porn. Some people...
Yeah... I mean, like, I'm a furry that wants a fursuit, because look, I'm in it for everything. for the gooning and the yiffing, I'm for the suits, I'm for, like, the art, I'm for the expression, I'm for all of it, man, like, so, and if I could, I would have a suit, okay, but I'm poor. I don't have enough money for one. If I could, I would. That's right.
Argue that, like, you have to have the porn element in order to be a furry. Others argue that no,
you don't.
You just identify with... What I consider a furry personally is somebody who identifies with an anthropomorphic animal of some sort. And then, like...
Huskies, for me.
They carry on about, like, various furry activities, such as, getting a fursuit. It depends on how deep you want to go with it. Getting a fursuit, going to conventions, drawing furry art, stuff like that. I think having a fursona is the big thing. Having a fursona, or at least...
I think that's really mainly the first foundational archetype that you're a furry. If you have a fursona, and at least, in one way, shape, or form, partake in a furry community, you're a furry. Like, I think some people think furries all have fursuits, but honestly, it's a minority of furries that do. Most furries don't have fursuits at all. And in fact, kind of casually are into it, and maybe we'll go to conventions, we'll, like, check out art, maybe get art, and stuff like that. Shit like that. And I'm kind of one of those furries, like, I don't have a suit, but I'm kind of, like, in it, for everything else about it. Like I said, if I did have a suit, I would have one, but I just don't.
Wanting one. Having one or wanting one. That's what makes you a furry to me. Because I think just jerking it to furry...
Well, god damn it, Alec. Quit calling me out.
A little weak, because I think everybody probably jerks it to furry porn, either that or I'm just projecting. But...
Are you into furry porn, my dude? Because that's the first step. That's the first step, my brother.
That most people have or will at some point jerked it to furry porn. Like, it's a big...
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna lie. Even before I realized what furries were, I was into werewolves. So... They're anthropomorphic. Like, they're humans that transform into, like, you know, anthropomorphic, like, feral wolf beings. So, while still having human sentience at the same time, they're just kind of, like, you know, in their strict, like, impulsive id, basically. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, hey, there's some sexual tension with that, you know, id. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Like, hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's fantasy, plus they're werewolves. Okay? They're anthropomorphic. Fuck you. And they usually are humans that transform into that, okay?
Certain characters like Lola.
That's why the bear, you know, from Baldur's Gate 3 is totally justifiable and totally okay. So,
for instance, are hot. And what's that one from the Pixar movie, Zootopia? Judy Carrot or whatever. Judy Hopps.
Judy Hopps?
That's what it is. Judy Hopps is super hot. You know, like usually
that's not Pixar. That's fucking... Oh, whatever.
For some reason. Stuff like that. I think the big thing is having a fursona. Every fandom has its niche porn. I agree. It's a point of identity. The main thing is you feel you're a furry. If you're a furry, you're a furry. A fursona is a good thing to center it around, though. I think that's the big thing. Because if you have a fursona or want one, or at least if you identify as a furry, I think that's fair grounds for calling yourself a furry. It's just a self-ID thing. And it's fine. Like, furries do their own thing. They can be cringe just like anybody else.
All right, well, let's get to Brett Cooper.
But a lot of times, that will cause tension. Your friends and family might get upset. People might try to cancel you on social media. But at least you are sharing the truth and you're not compromising your values. And I guarantee you're helping these people.
By the way, just worth reminding everybody that this is all a set. Like, she's not in her house. She's on a set. She's on a recording
Of course she is.
set. It looks, and also
at one point she used to have a bed in the background to look like she was in her house. And in fact, she even looks more fake and less Ben Shapiro-like. I'm starting to feel like she's more like an AI generation or something. Is this like the Daily Wire's attempt at doing some AI gen?
a little bit too perfect in my opinion. Like, you look at my set, it's just my house, baby. It's just where I live. It's where I vibe, you know.
This is where I vibe. It's my garage. Nothing changes here.
Also, for those who aren't aware, my camera's, like, on YouTube, my camera's broken right now, so we're using the old one. It's fine.
Well, out in the long run, much like a group of friends that we need to talk about today. But actually, this story isn't really what it seems on the surface, so we have a lot to dive into. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the...
This is such a set. Like, she's literally like, I'm over here, now I'm over here, and now I'm going to be right here. Like, oh my god.
Section channel if you've not already, and then ring that notification bell so that you never miss one of our videos. All right, so you guys just need to hear this headline because I stopped in my tracks when I read it. This is from New York Post, obviously, because they post the most out-of-pocket, insane stuff. But they said, I fell in love with the...
And tend to be, you know, fake news for the most part.
...on Only... And my friends have abandoned me.
She's cute.
Aww. And you know what? If honestly your friends abandon you because you fell in love with a furry, they were never your friends to begin with. Because guess what? You're about to open the door to friends that you didn't know you needed. And you're gonna love it. It's all just fucking smooth sailing from here.
Shit, look at her. Look at them, I should say. When she asked me to wear it during fun time. Ooh.
They don't
Ooh. Wearing a suit during fun time? Ooh.
Understand. Sir, no one understands. It's not just your friends. No one does. Some people...
I mean, you don't have to, you know? Like, I don't understand.
Like, yeah, like, you don't have to understand, you know, anything to just be like, yeah, whatever you do, you. Like, who gives a shit?
It personally, I think it's cool, you know, but I don't understand it, but like I can still accept it and be fine with it. It's fine. They're grown adults. Let them do what they want, and you can even be a furry as a kid as long as it's not sexual. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. You know, do your...
Yeah, I've been to Furlandia like 4 times, and every time there's kids there, and none of them treat it sexually. If anything, I think it's kind of cool. Like, most of them fuck off after like 9 o'clock usually, because at that point there's like no, you know, things or like panels or anything like that would be available for them to go check out, so they all tend to leave with their parents or whatever the fuck, or go back into hotel rooms or some shit and just chill. All the adults tend to party and do all that shit. Because, I mean, that tends to be the case. I mean, like, you might get like a 19 or a 20-year-old or some shit, but, you know, whatever. I ain't paying attention to them. I give a shit. And at that point, they're not a kid. They're an adult.
Yourself, it's fine.
People are just too nice and keep their mouth shut. Nobody gets it. Sorry in advance. But if we're being honest, Those are some good friends. Those are honest friends that are willing to draw a line in the sand and give you some harsh truths. And that is something that...
And you know what? If they're willing to draw those lines in the sand, then fuck them.
I disagree.
That's why I wear, like, fur shit proudly on my shit. You know? It's like, if no one wants to fucking chill with that, then it's like, well,
A friend who does not accept you for your pastimes and what you do, like, if it's not harmful at all, if you don't want to be friends with a furry, don't be friends with a furry. You know, that's not...
I mean, is this really what it's about? It's because, like, some person on OnlyFans, you know, got with a furry, and they actually liked that person and thought it was kind of cute, and they're into it, and thought there was, like, a little bit of, like, a, you know, sexual attraction to that a little bit. Like, who cares? Like, look, like I said, I'm going to be blunt. I'm into that a little bit. If my partner or even myself was wearing one while we're, you know, doing shebang bang, I ain't going to give a fuck. I think it's kind of hot. And it kind of literally will be, and I probably will die heat stroke while I'm having fun, but whatever. I don't care. Like, I mean, that's why you get the fans going. You don't just get an OnlyFans, you get all the fans. I mean, it's like shit, dude. I mean, like, because, goddamn, dude, it's such a weird projection of their insecurity, man. Like, seriously, because these fucking, you know, like, conservatives are all into this shit. Like, trans incest pegging, stepsister, stepbro shit, like, you know, furry pet play stuff. Like, they're into all of it, bro. Even the more extreme shit, like, you know, like, lamb fucking or whatever, you know, like, they're into all this weird fucking freaky shit, dude. It's such projection, and it just shows more about who they are, more so than the furries or the queer people or the trans people and shit. Like, it says more about them than anyone else.
I think that's stupid.
Absurd.
But, like, you know, if they take the furry thing and, like, insert it into so many elements of their life that you can't, like, take it, that's one thing. But if they're just a furry, like, as a fun activity on the side, who gives a shit? Like, just
seriously,
live and let live, man.
We all need at different points in our lives. And right now, you certainly do. Somebody commented and said, oh, your friends understand fully. Believe me on that, sweetheart. Somebody else said, wise friends. Yes, and it gives me hope for the young men out there who are willing to go, bro, no, this is way too...
Yeah, no. They're just fucking dumb, and they just think furries are weird. I've probably seen a few memes about, like, oh, yeah, yo, furries are like, yo, dog fuckers and stuff. Or some shit, like... Dude, like, I could give a fuck, dude, because, yeah, like, even though furries are more normalized, that's still fucking true. That shit still happens. And whatever, man. Like, honestly, I will admit, I think furries, you know, are way too, like, hypersensitive about shit like that. But it doesn't mean you can't call it out when furries or people that, you know, tend to identify as such happen to be, you know, acting out on such things. Just call that shit out for what it is and just move on. And if you got weirdos, you know, that, you know, say, oh, your whole fucking... Just fuck on them back, you know? Just, like, take it on... Like, it's... Like, you know, like, is there gonna be, like, some sort of, you know, like, uh-oh, well, if they get away with it or unable to, like, realize that I'm not, then they're just gonna think all furries are. It's like, you know, just fuck on them because chances are they're not gonna change their opinion one way or the other. Just let them, you know, do their stupid shit. Because, I mean, when I was a furry back in the day, it was just like, I mean, I was dealing with the same shit, so why does it matter?
Friends should be accepting of you, not uncritically, obviously. Everybody makes mistakes. But if your friends are criticizing you for doing things that ultimately don't hurt anybody, then f them. They're not your friends. They're pieces of shit.
Too far, absolutely not. We are cutting you off like based young men for sure. I mean, sounds like those young men went to Grand Canyon University. Grand Canyon University is a private...
Oh, she literally threw that into a sponsorship. Oh my god. She, like, fucking threw that and be like, here, let me just weasel a sponsorship. You still furry? What are you talking about? I know. I mean, dude, this whole video is about Brett Cooper. This chick, yes, her name is Brett Cooper. That's her name. Like, it's talking about how, like, some person on OnlyFans apparently got with a furry and liked it. And this chick is being, like, freaking the fuck out because apparently some of her friends were like, oh, well, that's weird. Fuck you, babe. Like, drawing a line in the sand kind of shit. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, it's absurd. It's insane. It's like, what the hell is this? Like, what? Like, it's like, it's just such weird, insecure projection bullshit. I kind of feel like I kind of, you know, nailed it with this, because, like, oh my god. Especially when it comes to like furries and stuff. It's like, I mean, how in the fuck, like, how's this even still like a weird thing, even for conservatives? Like, I'm honestly kind of shocked it's even back almost. Because it was like a meme back in like 2012 or 2013. And nowadays it's like, it's brought back. And now it's like on the right wing weird, like, oh, this is woke shit. Oh my god, it's just like, what the fuck? When I come through school, I just asked crazy shit out of one of my coworkers. I suppose. I was going to wrap this up anyway here pretty soon. This is like one of the last little things I was going to check out, but I think I've kind of maybe in mind, so I might keep with it. But, yeah, but I want to be able to stay up too late because I want to at least, get Sukaf and I a little bath and get some food. But what happened? Well, I guess you'll probably explain when you come through. Oops. Shit. That's not what I want to click. I want to click that. Yeah. There we go. Fucking bump, bro. Alright. Well, like I said, want to be, stay for too long, though. Because, like I said, I want to get a little Zuzu bath along with me. Because I usually have Thursday nights as bath night. If not, I could postpone it until Friday, but it's one of those things where I kind of prefer not to, but it's whatever. But anyway. I guess, I'll see you in a little bit. All in all. That hit got me good. But at least what to string up for now. All the good stuff. Do you have any drink? Nah. Kind of sobering up now at this point. Getting sober doper. Outside of being high. But anyway, at least we have to string up for now. All that fun stuff. But I guess I'll at least see Logan here in a little bit and all that fun shit. So that's out. And see you on the next one. So.